Spellcraft Reincarnation of a Magic Scholar. Chapter 101, Planning. Haha, we were not even able to reach my office. Naren chuckled, pointing out the fact that we had been transfixed on a single location for a while now. I joined in his laugh. You should head back. I'll be right behind you, he said, making shooing gestures at me. I nodded and made for class. Hold on, Jared. One last thing, how did you know I had a white monocore? I stopped dead in my tracks and looked at him with an air of mystery around me. Just as he refused my request and delayed it for a later time, I wasn't going to give him an immediate response. It's a secret. I'll tell you after you fulfill my request. Upon saying this, I turned back to the direction of my class and sped along the clear path. In a few moments, I would be seating in my usual spot. What an amusing kid, Naren whispered to himself as he saw Jared run off from a distance. He had a bunch of emotions swirling within him, but the young man kept them on a lid. Even though his cool guy act remained, Naren couldn't help but leak out a small smile of amusement. The kid had said and done stuff that would make it unbelievable that he was just 12 years old. The sky grin he made, the manner run which he spoke, the craftiness he exhibited. Jared was the most bizarre child of that age he had met. I expected him to be different since he scored so high in the exams, but not to this extent. If Naren didn't know any better, he would have thought he was speaking to an adult. Jared even gave such an impressive speech on magic theories. From Naren's experience, he only knew one other student who was as impressive as the one who just left him. Himself. Naren Khalid, also known as the Child of Magic, a genius among geniuses. In his time, he had gotten a perfect score and was an elite among the elite, unparalleled among his mates. That didn't last forever, though. Naren shook off the thoughts of his past and focused on the young lad that now showed him prospects. He wondered about many things, like how the boy knew of his core, and why he had a pure white monocore too. Does he know about the advantages of a white core? Does he know about that technique? No, impossible. I invented it. Naren shook his head slightly, realizing that more time was being expended while he stood idly, thinking about nothing but Jared Leonard. The boy had managed to captivate his attention, distracting him from the usual thoughts of magic he usually had. Still, this wasn't a bad feeling. He looked forward to the future that would soon present itself to him. Would Jared be able to overcome the trials ahead of him? Becoming first in the inter-class exchange was certainly something that would be quite enjoyable. He had done it too, after all. I wonder. With this final whisper, Naren made his way back to class to teach a general course. Classes ended well, at least in my opinion. It was a little awkward looking at Naren after that little conversation we had, but I subdued any feeling of embarrassment. He had certainly rejected me now, but he would regret that choice for now. I was going to blow his mind, no, everyone's. With that settled, I needed to focus on my next move. Yes, that move involved two people that were of interest to me. With lectures over, everyone left the hall and either made their way to the library, the dorms, the cafeteria, or just loitered and talked in their already established groups. I easily spotted Edward and Annabelle, seeing them both discussing as they moved in the direction of the library. With my enhanced hearing, I eavesdropped silently, apologizing for intruding on their privacy. Apparently, Annabelle wanted to collect some materials from the library, and Edward was accompanying her. They discussed many things, of which, as I expected, I was a part. Annabelle was upset that Edward was seating beside me. This was expected since I knew of her animosity toward me. Her voice depicted concern for Edward, but it also showed something else. She was nagging him, as a mother would to a child. Despite her tiny frame and childlike face, Annabelle sounded like a mature big sister. The boy she spoke to, Edward, obediently listened to her every word and looked almost helpless as her words battered him. The bizarre situation looked silly, really. It almost made me burst out in laughter from the distance at which I observed them. As if this wasn't surprising enough, Edward gave a response that made me twitch a little in shock. The reason he had been so keen on seating beside me, why he kept looking at me during lectures. I can't help it, Annabelle. I don't know why, but I really admire him now. I just wish I could have another conversation with him. His voice was a mix of admiration, childish idolizing, and a tinge of timidity. My mouth nearly dropped when I heard this. I quickly picked up my pace behind the pair since their voices were getting fainter and I needed to maintain a minimum distance to hear them. They kept walking and talking, with Annabelle giving remarks that clearly showed her bad impressions of me. Edward tried his best to convince her to think otherwise, but his ideals were nothing but fragile pieces of paper to her iron will. It seems I'm already seeing a path, I grinned slightly, feeling satisfied for getting information on my targets. It was clear that Edward was as good as won over. If I offered to make him better, he would bite easily. The issue was Annabelle. During the classes we had, I had shown my intellectual abilities, so she must have had a good idea of my capabilities. Plus, the rumors about my scores in the exams must have reached her and I even beat Edward. There was no way Annabelle didn't know that I was amazing. It was just that her image of me was distorted. In order to win over to my side, I needed to do something soon. Chapter 102 The lower class library was exactly as I pictured it to be. It was my first time actually entering, but we were shown the libraries of each class, albeit briefly, during our orientation. The only library in which we actually got the grand tour was the general campus library. It was larger than the others, having several layers and a wealth of books and other research materials. However, the problem with this library was that it was only accessible once a student had completed their first 3 months in Lark Academy. They would be given a special library card that represented their access to the library. Of course, this card was bound by the class points a student had accumulated during the time of library registration. That was why 3 months were given to new entrants, so they could earn as many class points before registration. The library card a student possessed determined the level of services they could employ from the general library. Plus, since library registration only happened once a year, students had to amass as many class points as they could to get a decent library card before the registration. If they didn't, they would miss out on a whole lot of useful materials for an entire year. Edward and Annabelle entered the library, so I had to tail them. I picked up the pace and ensured I entered the large buildings at nearly the same time as them. The pair looked surprised to see me. Edward beamed while Annabelle's face darkened. I pretended not to notice them and made my way through the large hallway. The lower class library, while not as impressive as the others, consisted of 3 stories, having the ground floor mainly made up of a lounge, reading room, request counters, etc. The first and second floors above contained the goods. They had books, materials, research centers, and many other facilities required for a prestigious academy. This may have seemed quite magnanimous to a layman, but it was just to be expected from the best academic institute in the Eastern Kingdom, no? As for the third floor, it was only accessible to the top students of the lower class, also known as the Elite 10. A wry grin formed on my face as I remembered my academy days. That name sure rings many bells. After passing the hallway in paced steps, I easily overtook the duo who were not quite over my sudden appearance. Climbing the stairs, I went to the first floor, which mostly consisted of books for the first years and had a majority of the research facilities and other centers in the library with the exception of the ground floor. The second floor was home to the books and study materials of the second and third years. I had no idea what was beyond there, what was done on the third floor. If my guess was correct, though, then it had to be. Oh well, I wonder if that has changed. I shrugged the feeling off and advanced to a particular section of the first floor for my prize. Okay, this should be it, I muttered, while reading the name of the particular library section. Books on history. I entered the section, passing through what seemed like a small barricade that was used to separate this section from the others. Walking through the wall of shelves, I turned my face and observed the many books that hung themselves on the furniture around me. They were all old, outdated, and not too impressive. Of course, what would you expect from the lower-class library? The materials of higher quality had to be monopolized by the cream of the crop. We at the bottom would only be left with the scraps. Well, none of these books were really any of my concerns. I was after one book in particular. After scanning for a few moments, one of the books that seemed fairly better than the others stood out. The moment I saw the title, a grin formed on my face and I realized it was the one I was looking for. The History of Magic Evolution by Lewis Griffith. Volume 4, I smirked. I reached out for the book and took it off the shelf. Compared to the other dusty books on the same shelf, this one had barely a speck. Why? Someone must have used it recently. Of course, I already knew who it was. After securing the book, I had nothing left to do in the history book section, or even in the library as a whole. My work there was done. Now then. With this whisper and the slight tilting of my head as I came out of the barricade, my eyes fell upon Annabelle and Edward, who were only a couple of meters from me. The hand I used to hold the book loosened, and I brought it closer to my chest as I walked. Of course, I naturally ignored them and went my way, but from the corner of my eyes, I could see Annabelle looking horrified and disappointed as she watched me leave the library's first floor. Her body refused to move from her position, and her intense gaze didn't leave me until I disappeared from her sight. From my distance, I could hear her speak to Edward after he asked her several times why she was acting strangely. That's the book I wanted to borrow. Perfect. I went to the ground floor and showed the book with me to one of the clerks who stood at the counter. After filling out a form adding my Mana signature to it and collecting a tag, I left the counter with the book I had borrowed for 2 weeks, the maximum time allowed for a student to keep a library material in their possession. I could still feel a gaze on me, no doubt it belonged to Annabelle. She was stalking me from afar, and it wasn't too hard to guess why. Gliding out of the library in a confident stride, carefully holding my prize, I made my exit. Now, then, let the games begin. Chapter 103. Annabelle was frustrated, no, even worse. The young girl's annoyance, coupled with the bitter sting of failure, hung over her head as she watched the one she could only refer to as her enemy leave the library. Her cheeks were flushed so much with red that one would think she was sick. Her bloated face, caused by the big pout she was making, as well as the watery eyes clearly expressed by the young girl, made it evident that she was in a lot of pain. My book. She growled to herself, watching the object she longed for being taken away by another. She couldn't even scream out her emotions due to the nature of the building she was in, not unless she was ready to forfeit some of her class points. All the girl could do was sigh. Ah, I get it now. Jared took the book you wanted to borrow. Edward blurted out, stating the obvious. He had been confused about Annabelle's strange behavior and was just silently following her while racking his head on what caused his dear friend to chase after Jared the moment he descended the stairs. Even now, her moist eyes trailed after him until Jared was no longer in sight. After thinking for so long, and remembering Jared held a book in his hand, Edward pieced all the needed data together and arrived at his conclusion. Annabelle didn't even know what to tell the dunce of a guy she called her friend. Her swelling emotions might have caused her to say some unsavory words, so she simply ignored his remark and carried her feet toward the counter Jared had just been to moments ago. Her swift legs swept across the hallway that one would usually traverse with calm, and she desperately kept her eyes fixated on the clerk who was standing, waiting for the next student to attend to. "Excuse me, sir." Annabelle called out, not too loud to be labeled as noise, but it wasn't tranquil either. It screamed of desperation and anxiety. She was panicking. "Yes, student. How may I help you?" The man spoke dryly, waiting for the student to burden him with a task that was in line with his job. The student that just left now borrowed a book. "I want to know how long he will have it." She gasped, filling her lungs back with air. Why was she so upset? It was simply because, in the lower class library, there existed no more than one copy of a book. The implications of that fact meant that the book Jared had just taken would never be accessible to her until he was done using it. Hopefully, he only took it for a day or two, she prayed internally. The clerk made a puzzled glance at Annabelle for a moment, but after deciphering her intentions, he decided to answer her. 2 weeks. He'll be in possession of it for 2 weeks. The flat statement of the man hit Annabelle's heart like a sledgehammer. It was disheartening, to say the least. She had hoped for the chance of returning in a few days to collect the book, but 2 weeks was far too long. And no way. The clerk rolled his eyes as Annabelle still refused to leave the counter, unwilling to accept his words. There was only one thing he could do now. The man's eyes, tired and bored, darted to a compartment in his cubicle and brought out the records that had just been filled by the student who exited Jared. All I have to do is show her evidence, his thoughts trailed. The man opened the book, flipped the pages, and went to the very last one that wasn't blank. Placing his finger on the last entry, he turned the book and showed Annabelle. See? Right there. 2 weeks. It was certain. Annabelle wouldn't have the book. But I need that book. Her disappointed voice came out, as though trying to plead for some sort of intervention. I miss the part where that's my problem. The clerk wanted to say, but he withheld his opinions and simply watched in silence. At this point Edward was already beside Annabelle, choosing to have slowly walked through the hallway, rather than risk it and cause commotion around the Hall of Decorum. Unlike Annabelle, his body was heavy and made noise if he moved too fast. Sorry about the book, Edward muttered, not knowing what else to say to his dear friend. On their way to the library, no, even before then, Annabelle had been telling him so much about the book she wanted to borrow from the library. According to her, she had read all 3 volumes of the series, and was surprised to have found the 4th volume in the library. Annabelle even beamed when she told Edward about how this volume would allow her to completely grasp her theory on Lewis Griffith, and perhaps shine more light on what she had been missing concerning the holes in some of his treatises. She was really looking forward to it, too. It was a shame Jared has whisked it away at the last minute. I should have just borrowed it when I saw it yesterday, but the line was too long and I had other things to do. I simply schemed through it and decided to come back to borrow it today instead. What a mistake. Wallowing in regret wouldn't solve anything. Annabelle knew that as much as the second person, but what was she to do? Let's go, Ed, she mumbled in disappointment as she hung her head and began moving toward the exit of the library. Edward felt guilty, he really did. He knew it wasn't Jared's fault that he was also interested in such a book, but he felt it couldn't be anything short of bad timing. Anna really wants that book, and Jared took it instead. This could make her hatred for him increase. He really loved Anna as a friend, and respected Jared as a person. This situation would cause a serious strain on what he was hoping to be a 3-way friendship. Damn, what a mess, his thoughts trailed as he moved beside Anna, ensuring he was silent around her. When she was like this, the only comfort Edward could give her was silence. Chapter 104 Puahaha. I burst out triumphantly as I fell onto my bed. I was finally in my dorm after I concluded my activities in the outdoors, so after doing some experiments without bothering to rest, I was a little spent. My body felt a little tired, but it was nothing compared to the thrill that was coursing through my veins. Not only had I managed to find 7 new plants, but 2 out of them also had properties synonymous with those in rare herbs. I was finally reaching a breakthrough. Let's take a break now, I muttered. My eyes darted to a book that I placed on my study desk. It caused a smile to form on my face. A book written by me, Of course, that wasn't what excited me about the piece of text. There was probably nothing inside that would prove of any worth to me at the moment. However, I had borrowed it from the library for an extensive period because of one reason alone. She must be freaking out by now, that Annabelle girl. While tailing Annabelle and Edward, I overheard many things, including the mentions of the book Annabelle was going to the library to retrieve. She spoke of it with so much passion and zeal that I nearly blushed, being the author of the book. The History of Magic Evolution, a book I wrote when I was nearing old age. It was quite a masterful piece, and quite extensive. It had 5 volumes, well 6, to be exact. I only published 5, though. Annabelle seemed so crazy about it when she spoke, making me think up an idea. I would borrow the book ahead of her and monopolize it for very long. Judging by how much she was looking forward to its contents, it would make her upset and impatient, and that was exactly what I wanted. Sooner or later, our paths will cross and she'll need the book which is in my possession. I'll use that as a good basis for conversation. The lower class library only had 1 copy of any book, after all. There was no other option for the young girl, except to come to me. Pfft, I chuckled and stifled my laughter. If anyone saw me now, they would think of me as childish for resorting to such tricks, but I had no choice. To bait a child properly, one had to think like them. There were more mature ways to handle this, but this would be the most efficient. I just had to make the most use of her emotions and childish curiosity. No doubt, Edward would step in as well since he was her friend, so I could use that to reel him in too. It was basically killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The best part of it was that there was really no evidence pointing to an ulterior motive on my end. I was innocent by all counts, so none of the 2 could blame me. With me having the moral high ground, my options were widened. But, I wasn't a monster or anything. I planned on giving the girl the book she so desperately wanted. In fact, this whole thing was sure to benefit both Annabelle and Edward. Tomorrow, we'll see how it goes. For now, I still had plenty of work to do. Looking to my left where I nearly arranged a total of 30 transparent vials of extracts, I smiled a little. Progress was assured in that department. Now all that was left was to get something to eat and continue training my mana cores and internal mana circulation. Oh, and my proficiency with Spellcraft too. Ah, so much to do, so little time. Homeroom ended without anything noteworthy, it was merely the 3rd day of class, after all. As I remained on my seat, I brought out the bait I had prepared and waited for it to reel in my prey. Of course, the bait in question was the book I borrowed from the library. By conspicuously placing it on my desk and pretending to read it, I was actually drawing the attention of Annabelle and Edward. Annabelle leaked out so much frustration and slight hatred toward me that it was impossible not to notice. As for Edward, I saw his eyes dart in mine and Annabelle's direction at intervals. I just need to wait, it might not be immediate, but... I felt an abrupt shift in my surroundings and noticed, from the corner of my eye, that Edward approached me. I suppressed a smile and waited for him to draw closer. Excuse me. His voice was nothing like the confident, authoritative tone he had used the last time he confronted me. It appeared he had mellowed out quite well. I cocked my head as I looked in his direction, slightly placing my hand over the book. I read a subtle message that it was mine. Yes, what is the matter? My voice was small and calm, exactly how I had addressed him the last time. Considering his aggressive attitude toward me previously, and how I had one-sidedly wrecked him, it would surprise anyone why I was still maintaining a calm, non-imposing demeanor with him. Well, see. I looked at him blankly, tilting my head to the side a little to indicate confusion. I need to make a request of you. I'll do anything in return. His voice sounded desperate, and the gleam in his eyes reflected sincerity. I knew his relationship with Annabelle ran deep, but this was actually genuine love I was seeing. Well, the friendly type anyway. A request. Since my expression and tone didn't signify any hostility, but slight curiosity, it encouraged Edward to press on. The boy seemed to swallow hard, clenching his fist with resolve as he opened his mouth. From my distance, I spotted Annabelle looking at him with shock written on her face. Was she not expecting this outcome, that Edward would try to make me give her the book? No, she probably did. That was why she didn't even attempt to stop him, unlike last time. That was how badly she wanted it. All that was left were the words I wanted to hear. Say it, Edward, what do you want? Chapter 105. Please, can you lend me that book you're reading? Just for a day, no, 3 days. Please. Edward's diligent voice echoed across the classroom, causing all eyes to fall on both of us. I was certain it wasn't his intention to draw attention to us, but his loud and serious tone made that inevitable. Now everyone awaited my verdict. It would be nice of me to accept his request, but that wasn't the public opinion. Everyone in the class, with the exception of a few who couldn't be bothered, shot Edward somewhat disgusted glances. Why? After challenging me and losing, he dared to approach me for a favor. That was the height of shamelessness, was it not? I was certain Edward knew the implications of his actions, but his firm face showed no signs of backing down. For his dear friend, he could suffer any form of persecution, so long as he got what he wanted. Why do you want the book? You don't strike me as someone who would like something like this. My question, while being the natural thing to ask, stuck Edward like a lightning bolt. His resolved expression loosened, and a form of confusion permeated his face, breaking the serious look he once had. From the way his body fidgeted nervously, I could only deduce one thing. This guy. Don't tell me he didn't think of a response to that. How dense could one be? I knew Edward didn't want to drag Annabelle into this, so he tried to appear as the one who was interested in the book. It was a noble idea and all, but the young boy couldn't escape certain things. He was in the martial arts department. His focus was on getting stronger in body and mind, and subjects such as the history of magic and its evolution were of no concern to him, at least not to the point of asking someone who vanquished you not so long ago. Hadn't he thought of an excuse to make before coming to me? The way things were going, it would only look bad for him if he couldn't proffer a correct answer. Well. I. Should I not have asked that question? No, it was the natural thing to do. Edward was the one who was just plain stupid. I see. I had no choice but to shift this in my favor, to speed things up a little. Is it perhaps for your friend over there? My eyes went in Annabelle's direction, and my head followed. Everyone turned to the young girl as well, looking with curiosity. No doubt, they all wanted to see how this would end. Edward immediately got flustered the moment I mentioned the possibility of Anna being the one who was interested in the book. And no. Why would you say that? She has nothing to do with this. He made another mistake on his part. I merely asked a question, and it was a calm and harmless one. If he had responded in a collected manner, nothing would have seemed out of the ordinary. However, his response now only warranted more suspicion. Before Edward made more of a mess, I had to rescue him from his foolishness. My eyes pierced Annabelle, who watched the entire thing play out with a powerless expression on her face. She looked like she wanted to help her dear friend. However, doing so would only ruin the lies that Edward had told me. But, with the way things were going, her intervention was necessary. Conflicted with two choices, Annabelle had to choose between keeping silent and speaking. With everyone's eyes on me, and the pressure building up on Edward, the obvious choice would be. Yes, you're right. I was the one who wanted to read the book. Edward realized that and went to ask you. Her confession caused the class to let out little oohs and ahs. Edward turned his head and looked in Annabelle's direction, apparently trying to protest her decision, but she shook her head. It was time to come clean. Forgive Edward's impudence, asking you for the impossible and all, let's just forget this matter. Despite her looks, she made a most mature statement. Annabelle still had the burning desire to get her hands on the book in my possession, I was certain of it. However, she forfeited it in order to protect her friend from any further disgrace. Plus, she probably thought I wouldn't give Edward or her no matter how much they begged, anyway. My face finally broke into a smile as I looked at her. Lifting my hands from the book on my desk, I covered it and held it up. Annabelle's eyes widened as I did all this, and I could sense the whole class holding their breaths. All you had to do was ask. My tone was meek and kind, my eyes reflected these virtues as well. Standing from my seat, I thrust my hand which held the book forward, pointing it in Annabelle's direction. 3 days, right? You can have it for that long. A hint of suspicion remained on the young girl's face, but I could already feel her animosity toward me melt away. A mere act of kindness such as this was enough to make even her cold gaze soften. She moved from her seat. Hesitation was written all over her, wondering if I was actually being genuine. Still, she moved. Her desire for the book was far more than the possibility of rejection. Plus, Edward had gone so far as to ask for it from me. He was currently smiling at her proudly, happy that she was finally being offered what she so desired. In a short moment, she stood right in front of my outstretched arm. Are you sure about this? Her voice broke into a myriad of anticipation and uncertainty. Sure. I need to digest what I've read so far, plus. Application is far more profitable than blind study, don't you think? Annabelle's eyes bulged the moment I said this. That is, from Lewis Griffith's 5th treatise on magic construction. The young girl's eyes sparkled in both surprise and admiration. I could see that she was already seeing me in a new light. My smile broadened and I was certain my plan had worked. With this final word binding the two of us, Annabelle reached out her hand and took the book. Chapter 106. Young ones are so impressionable, it's easy to dye them in any color like a blank canvas. Not only had I improved Annabelle's opinion of me, but even the whole class now had a better image of my person. I had truly killed 2 birds with 1 stone, no? Opinions breed image. Image breeds reputation. Reputation breeds identity. Identity breeds position. Position breeds capacity, and that capacity defines an existence. All I had just done was to shift something so minute, seemingly inconsequential. But, the rewards would be enormous. That was a guarantee. 3 days later. Classes ended for me, and it was already late in the afternoon. Others began leaving the class to attend their electives courses, but such things didn't concern me. I had something more important to do. Jared Leonard, here, a soft voice called out to me. I had been expecting her all day, but she really held on to the book until the last minute. Annabelle, that is. I glanced in her direction and flashed my usual calm smile. Oh, you're done already? That's good. She returned my smile with hers, a sharp contrast from the glare she would usually give me. Thank you for lending me this book. If it's not too much to ask, I'd like you to tell me when you're returning it. We could go together, so I can borrow it from the library at the same time. Her voice sounded shrill and tame for some reason. Over the past few days since I lent her the book, the air around us had certainly loosened. We now exchanged greetings, and Edward often made small talk with me, though not much, since I always made myself occupied. Currently, he was attending an elective amongst over 2/3 of the whole class. That made the lecture hall nearly empty, giving Annabelle and me ample time to discuss. All right, no problem. I'm guessing you've not completely digested the contents in the book. Why yet? Lewis Griffith's words are quite deep. I need more time to cross-reference this with other materials and draw a reasonable conclusion. Ah, she's talking about her assertion from that time. My thoughts rang, remembering how she declared in front of everyone that the great sage's materials and theories were incomplete. I see, you hold a keen interest in him, the great sage Lewis Griffith. Her face morphed from the somewhat nervous look she had, to a more confident one. Passion blazed in her eyes and I could tell that she was excited about the topic. Yet, I've been studying him and his works ever since I was a child, after all. He inspired me to be a scholar, after all. I could sense that this was genuine affection toward the man whose works must have lit a bright fire in the girl's heart. It just felt weird because the man in question was me, and having a very cute fang girl fawning all over my works just made things a bit awkward. I think every scholar sees Lewis Griffith as motivation, though. Even magic users also admire him. My response seemed to surprise Annabelle a little, as she looked at me in a peculiar, strange manner. I guess, but it's not like how I feel. I somehow feel like he's my rival, you know? I mean, I'm working so hard so I can catch up to him and surpass him. It's not like I worship him of anything, even though he's so amazing and handsome, intelligent. Ahem. You almost said handsome, didn't you? This girl was giving me mixed signals, and I couldn't tell if her admiration for Lewis Griffith was purely academic, or if it extended into something deeper. A chill ran down my spine when the thought surfaced and I quickly buried it. You don't even know how I looked like back then. I nearly screamed at her, but kept it within me. Well, I wasn't that bad looking, but my facial features couldn't exactly be said to be top tier. In fact, compared to how I looked now, my past self may have as well been trash. Must be due to my current noble bloodline. In any case, I took the book from Annabelle's hand, though her tight grip on it before she finally released what was mine, clearly showed how unwilling she was to part with it. I could have extended her time with it, but that would only bring suspicion upon me. Why would I borrow a book for 2 weeks and lend it to another person, when I could be using it? I had to act natural. Plus, something told me that no time I gave Annabelle would be enough to satiate her uses for the book. It would just be best if she borrowed it from the library after I was done. It's Friday, already, last day of our first week. I had to wrap things up with the pair of both Annabelle and Edward before more time elapsed. It's nice to see that someone feels the same as I do. I also share your opinion, Annabelle. Lewis Griffith. I intend to surpass him. My sudden statement, devoid of any lies, struck a chord within Annabelle the moment they were uttered. Her eyes widened in surprise as I gave her a fierce look to show I was serious. Sparkles showed in her clear blue eyes and I could see more of her excitement build up. Kythieain. She suddenly let out a squeal that caught me off guard. So, you feel the same way? I knew it. I mean, I'm always watching how you read during your spare time, and how you look at the flowers in the garden, plucking quite a few. I assume those are for experiments, right? You also brilliantly answer the questions in class and give your ideal opinion. You mix in your assertion, argument, and possible proof when offering an answer. Do you know the significant similarities in those things? Annabelle was rambling now, she couldn't be stopped. My statement had opened a chatterbox that exceeded my control. I guess it's... That's right. It's what Lewis Griffith used to do back in his school days. Annabelle refused to let me complete my excuse of a response and just continued speaking. Perhaps I didn't have everything under control as I had initially thought. Chapter 107. The girl Annabelle kept rambling for so long that I lost track of time. It was frankly a waste of time since the conversation was terribly one-sided, but I endured it regardless. It wasn't out of sentiment or consideration for the young girl's emotions. No. It was out of satisfaction. While I was certainly not benefiting much from listening to her excited talks on Lewis Griffith, it was certainly a good sign that Annabelle had warmed up to me wholly. Perhaps it was due to the fact that she was lonely and bored. Edward, her only friend, was currently unavailable due to his elective course. Was she just looking for another person to talk to and while away time with? No, she could have easily spent her time reading a book and doing more research, which would pay off in the long run. Annabelle genuinely divulged her passion to me because she felt we were of like mind. She traced a lot of my actions to the same ones Lewis Griffith made back when he was a student, which was no wonder since I was the same person. Old habits die hard, I ignored the fact that she had been mildly stalking me and observing my movements ever since I gave her the book. I mean, I picked up constant observation on me, but I just thought it was Edward's usual monitoring. Who would have thought Annabelle had joined the fray? That must have been why she grew friendlier and more comfortable with me, seeing that I had a keen interest in research and not just strictly the use of mana and spells. After speaking and speaking, Annabelle finally showed signs of slowing down and caught her breath. Wow. Since we have so much in common, we should be friends. There's so much we can learn from each other. I managed to blurt out. There was no resistance on her part and she wholeheartedly agreed, so easily. I didn't even need to apologize for my actions on our first day of class. She must have realized that it was a misunderstanding all on her own. That was a relief. The reason you coughed back then was probably because you were surprised, right? As though she was reading my mind, Anna brought up the very same topic I was thinking about. She wasn't wrong, so I nodded. Well, since we're both rivals of Lewis Griffith, that makes us rivals too. I don't plan on losing to you. Her voice radiated childish innocence, but I could sense a tinge of strict competition from them. She really meant it. I don't really want to compete or anything, but okay. If that's what will motivate you. With this, I had created a common interest that would serve to bind me with the girl. Since we've come this far, I might as well ask. Annabelle, if you don't mind me asking, why did you join the scholar department? It seemed like a foolish question now that I blurted it out, but there was a reason behind it. I understood her obsession with Lewis Griffith, I understood her unrivaled intelligence, but... why? I thought you already knew. Lewis Griffith is my... I don't mean that, Annabelle. Call me Anna. She snapped. Okay, Anna, what I mean to say is, you have mana core, don't you? Enough to be a magic user. My words dropped like a bomb, and Anna looked stunned, no, beyond stunned to hear me say what I said. How did you find out? She muttered, having a conflicted expression on her face. The air became uneasy, and I could feel the tension rise between the two of us. No one else was in the classroom, except for one boy who carelessly slept. I swallowed a little while staring into Anna's curious, suspicious eyes. Perhaps I shouldn't have said anything? No, this was certainly something I needed to know. I've sort of always known. See, I can just tell if someone has a core, one of my family's secret techniques. The first part was true. The second one? Not so much. Her eyes lit up the moment I said this, and for a moment, the cloud of unease cleared away. Whoa! I've never heard of anything like that. What kind of technique is it? It's a secret technique for a reason, you know. I tried to laugh it off, but my message was sharply passed across to her. Oh, okay, sorry. The cloud returned. Everything seemed awkward, but I had to press on. It was clear that Annabelle was hiding something from me, and I wasn't giving up until I knew what it was. You're right, Jared. I have a functional magic core, it's more than enough to get me a shot at this institute, and I awakened ever since I was very young. But... It looked like a lump was in her throat, or was she just embarrassed? I couldn't tell the difference. Maybe you can. I just felt it would be cheating, okay? Her loud voice cut off my small attempt at a suggestion as she blurted out her reason. It didn't make me understand any better, though. Lewis Griffith was a scholar who rose to the position of great sage. But, most importantly, he was inept. For such a great man to rise out of a people known to be worth nothing, it goes to show how great he was. She began her speech. If I am to surpass him and prove my superiority, I should be able to perform a bigger feat, while also restricting myself. If I can't do that much and take only the easy route, how can I call myself his rival? Are you stupid? I nearly blurted out, but restrained myself. And your parents are okay with this? I asked with concern. Oh, I'm the last child of my family, and my 11 siblings are all magic users. My father said I can choose whatever path I want. Anna puffed her chest out proudly. What the heck? This was just getting more bizarre. Chapter 108. According to Anna, her family had more than enough magic users, and since she was a female as well, she got away with doing anything she wanted. It kinda made me feel like she was abandoned, but to her, it couldn't have been any better. She was able to drown in her study and research, even being able to choose the career path she wanted. Her parents were rich and powerful nobles, so enrolling her into Inslark was no big deal. As I already expected, the exams for scholars greatly differed from ours. There was no monocore grade exam or practical magic session. Other than the rigorous written portion of their exams, the scholar entrants had to solve various riddles and perform practical analyses of problems. They were also interviewed and bombarded with nerve-wracking questions which would determine their class within the academy. I intentionally scored lower so I would end up here. Anna proudly said once again. I truly felt like spanking her head, but my self-control saved the day. Lewis Griffith never faced this kind of challenge during his time, so when I end up rising above everyone else despite my lower class status, I'll be able to prove myself. Something is certainly wrong with this child. I concluded with a sigh. Well, even oddballs had uses. I just had to make her into the ideal image, and she'd be more than good enough for the task. Annabelle, you can surpass Lewis Griffith, not by putting yourself at more of a disadvantage, but by excelling with all you have. Annabelle fell silent the moment I said this, her face clouding up. Mana is a huge part of you, you can't deny that. Just because you aspire to be better than the great sage doesn't make you an inept like him. These were words she probably didn't hear from anyone else since they allowed her to live her life, but she needed to understand something very pivotal. Lewis Griffith was bound by his inability to use or sense mana, that was why his theories and discoveries couldn't reach the peak. If you want to do better, be better. You have the power to reach a higher summit, don't waste it trying to follow his path and beat him in his own race. My voice grew stricter and firmer as I tightened my fist. I didn't know why I was so worked up on this matter, but it ate at me the way Anna was blindly trying to prove something to the me of the past. It's because I'm Lewis Griffith that I know. Don't waste your time on the route he went through. Forge your own path and take a swifter journey through magic. That's the only way to win. I said this because that was what I realized. This was the principle I was living with to surpass my previous self. I was going to actively use magic. Discovery is born out of experiments, not so? Then, why not experiment on what Lewis Griffith was never able to? Your own magic. Upon making this final statement, I stood from my seat. Annabelle was still petrified, listening to my blunt words. This may seem hypocritical of me to say, but don't waste your life on theories you'll never be able to apply for yourself. Magic is only fun when you're able to do it yourself, remember that. I put the books on my table into my bag and began twisting my body to jump over the desk that separated me from the forefront of the class. Hub. I hovered through the hurdle and landed safely away from my seat. Flinging my bag to my back, I took a careful stride across Anna, and walked past her. She was still a bit shaken by my unfiltered words that chastised her immature thinking, at least that was what I could pick up from her slightly bulging eyes and flinching body. Think about what I just said and decide on what you want to do. I need to be off now. With that as my final statement, I left the young girl. Phew, I know it's not my business, but, did I go too far? I had certainly given her a lot to think about over the weekend. This could play out in a bunch of ways, but I hoped things turned out well, for her sake and mine. When we see next week Monday, I'll fully begin what I have in mind. For now, though, I should gain more knowledge about the state of martial arts. Maybe I can learn a few. I made my way to the library after considering my next course of action. This weekend would certainly be very busy for me. Just like that, the first week of class is over. Time flies really fast, doesn't it? Edward was the one who broke the awkward silence between the two friends. He gazed at his partner, Annabel, as subtly as possible. He hoped she would have worn off the awfully glum expression on her face. That hope died. There was no change in Annabel's face, no, her entire demeanor. Damn, what's got her so down? Edward wondered to himself. Ever since he finished his classes and met up with Annabel, he had found her like that. She didn't utter a single word about what was bothering her, and he didn't want to make her mood worse. With that in mind, Edward decided to leave the lecture grounds along with a sulking Annabel and hope that her emotional state would improve as they went on. Hey, Ed, Annabel finally spoke up, causing the one she addressed to nearly freeze up. Why yet? The boy found himself stuttering, looking at Anna keenly. He couldn't mess up and say the wrong thing, or he would lose the opportunity he had. Since he had been Annabel's friend for very long, he knew her well. Her next statement would be decisive. Do you think I should have registered as a magic user? Chapter 109. Edward knew most things about Annabel, and it was vice versa. Their extremely straightforward relationship allowed the young martial artist to know of Annabel's ability to use mana, ultimately possessing the potential to perform magic. No, to simply call it an ability would not do it justice. Simply put, Annabel was talented at magic. With no tutor, she was able to sense mana freely and even use her mana core, which she established at an early age. Annabel was a genius. However, I won't use magic. It wouldn't be fair. Annabel decided not to sully her rivalry with the inept man who became the famous great sage, Lewis Griffith. In her words, she wanted to surpass him using pure wits alone. Edward, who couldn't understand the refusal to use all that existed in one's arsenal to achieve greatness, tried to protest. However, after seeing the determination in Annabel's eyes, and her pure resolve to stick to this ideal, he gave up on the thought. And so, years passed. Annabel didn't practice magic. She registered as a scholar and, according to what she told Edward, intentionally scored low on the tests so she could be placed in the lower class. The final part annoyed and partly hurt Edward, since he couldn't understand why she would go so far to prove something. Unlike her, he wasn't privileged to choose the class he wanted. Edward had skills with the blade, an art he sharpened ever since he was little. But, he couldn't escape his lack of talent in a qualifier that existed in the academy. His use of mana. Perhaps it was due to the minuscule amount he possessed, or the fact that he preferred training with the blade and didn't pay much heed to magic. His mana core grade refused to improve beyond where its current level. His core grade was yellow, but only barely. As a result, it was only to be expected that he would be placed in the lowest class despite the abilities he showed in other departments. So, that was why he was quite upset when Annabel revealed the intentional part she played in ensuring her placement. Still, though, he endured. Edward loved Anna and would always support her. If this was the path she chose to follow, who was he to stop her? He too, had something he wanted to do. That was what he thought of the matter. All he made himself think of it. Until she asked him a question he wasn't expecting. Do you think I should have registered as a magic user? At first, Edward's mind shut down. Of all the questions simulated in his brain, none came close to what was playing in his ears. Dazed and awestruck, Edward took a closer look at Anna, not even hiding the intensity of his observation. She's serious, she's seriously asking me this. Pushing down the saliva that had formed in his mouth, Edward swallowed hard and tried regaining his composure. Well, I think the decision was up to you, after all, you. No. I don't mean that. Annabel gave a sharp, desperate cry. Edward wasn't getting it, the true intentions behind her question. Of course, he couldn't understand. The boy hadn't been there when Jared had spoken to Annabel. He couldn't feel the intensity of her burning inquisition. Right now, Annabel was conflicted. Had she been wrong all along? Was it truly the best choice to try beating Lewis Griffith in his own game rather than following her oath and surpassing him in her own way? Jared Leonard had inspired these questions within her, and now she felt restless. She desperately sought some sort of calm, maybe reassurance. If her best friend, Edward, would only speak, perhaps she could finally have some clarity. I wasn't wrong, right? I just wanted to be better then. If I'm to be honest, Anna. Edward's solemn voice broke through her inner turmoil and bustling emotions. She looked at his face. It was hard, resolute, a bit scared, though. Edward looked weird, but the face he made was synonymous only with one thing. He wanted to be honest with her. I believe a person should use everything they have to get what they want. That's the only way one can live without giving excuses for failure. No what ifs or if I hads or had I knowns. One who gave their all to something felt very little regret. It was that simple. Wouldn't it be better to use your full strength than half your strength? Especially when against a powerful opponent? Edward asked sincerely. Annabelle didn't say anything, but she knew the answer to that question. It was common sense to try one's hardest in a battle when victory wasn't certain. You're up against Lewis Griffith, the best of the best. Don't you think you need to give all you have at it? These words resonated deeply in Annabelle's soul as they aligned with the seeds sown by Jared not too long ago. Her heart beat fast as she received the picture being painted by both boys. Her stubborn heart loosened, and she began embracing the possibilities. You're a magic genius, Anna. I've known that since we were kids. I think it's time you owned it. Just like that, the turbulent sea that was Annabelle's inner consciousness experienced a great calm. The cloudy skies cleared up and brilliant rays of illumination burst forth. It was warm all over her, no, within her. Annabelle didn't even realize when she had started smiling. First came a smile, then came tears, then came a voice. Thanks, Ed. I really needed to hear that. Edward, who had been a little surprised by his friend's tears, but quickly realized it wasn't one of sorrow, smiled at the young, childlike girl, and gave his usual confident smile. You're welcome. There was silence for a moment as both friends looked at each other, staring deeply into their eyes. But Annabelle broke the decorum not long after. Oh, you were wrong about one thing, though. Edward gave a slight raise of his eyebrow, not really understanding what she meant by that. What's that? We're still kids. Annabelle laughed. Edward remembered his earlier statement where he mentioned their kid status as though it had passed. It was just like Annabelle to nitpick on such little detail. Pfft, yeah, you're right. I guess we are. And so, with their moods raised, the pair resumed walking, this time, with a different air about them. They smiled, laughed, and enjoyed each other's company. Unknown to them, and nearly everyone in the whole academy, these times wouldn't last very long. For darkness would consume everything soon enough. After all, it had already arrived. Chapter 110. The town of Urich was an integral part of the Eastern Kingdom, albeit small. Being a rural area, greatly underdeveloped, its denizens were also not too many. A total of 339 dwelled there, approximately 120 adult males, 150 adult females, and the remaining were children. Many of the adults were also elderly, living up to a ripe old age before death called for them. Despite the small size and hardly civilized means of living, this small dot on the map was within the border of the kingdom. Urich wasn't exempt from the obligations toward the kingdom and the benefits that came with them. As a rural settlement, the people made a living using trade by barter, exchanging one item for the other, rather than using the currency of the kingdom. To them who lived at the furthest end of the Eastern Kingdom's border, facing the north, there was no better means of exchange. They mostly dealt in arables, grains and legumes when it came to agriculture. The town also had a couple of animals who were used as beasts for burdens to plow the land and transport goods. Livestock wasn't in fashion, though a few homes had a couple of domestic fowls that they raised. Still, it wasn't as though the entire village practiced such a thing. Any commodity the town lacked was supplied to them by the merchants who came to buy from them. In exchange for high-quality grains and legumes, they would receive meat, milk, and other necessities. They sewed their own clothes from the little cotton they grew, and made their shoes from malleable wildwood and rough plant parts. The homes resembled thatched huts, built of straw and wood. These weren't perfect constructs, but each of their homes was made to be sturdy. They lasted years without the need for repair. While their lives couldn't be said to be comfortable and ideal, they lived in harmony and unity. Their small numbers caused a deeper understanding of everyone in the community. They were one large family. Happiness was a luxury everyone could afford. This same town, at the edge of the kingdom's territory to the north, was about to receive a rude awakening. Khan was still brimming with anger, fury, no, shame. His slumped shoulders drooped even further whenever he remembered the humiliation he suffered at the hands of his previous subordinate. It was utterly disgraceful. As a demon, rank was everything. Despite being among the 6 demon lords and the ruler of his race of shadows, he lost it all in the succession challenge. Kiran, that bastard, the shadow demon growled with hate and rage. There were countless thoughts on his mind, but first, he had to keep moving. Keeping up his steady, slow steps, he walked in the only direction he had been moving in ever since he exiled himself from the demon realm. He was sure he had come to the human world, but wasn't sure where he was. So much had changed since he was last here, after all. Khan kept moving, passing mountains, deserts, rivers, forests. He didn't stop. The burning passion within him gave him the strength to persevere, until he finally laid eyes on the first human settlement to be encountered after so long a journey. This is... His distorted voice let out a whisper. The body made of shadows and pitch-black darkness moved closer to inspect the area more, and the demon's whitened eyes narrowed to zoom in on the targets in sight. With its heightened vision, everything else became a blur, and even from such a great distance, nearly a mile away, atop a giant hill filled with clusters of trees and shrubs that endlessly bothered the shadow demon, Khan could see all that happened in the village. He noticed how they jointly worked on the small farmland located at a far corner from the thatched and tattered excuse for houses that they had. It was evening time, so the people were rounding up all the day's work. He saw them rejoice while working, how they smiled and enjoyed one another's company. It was extremely infuriating. Those insects? No, calling them that would have been an overstatement. The insects in the demon realm were far superior to the silly creatures who worked their fields and had fun doing it. For someone like Khan, who was enraged by his disgrace, he could not condone the happy expression implanted on the faces of others. Only the strong had the right to be happy. These ones were weak, so pathetically weak. He could not tolerate their blasphemy. In a flash, the shadow demon vanished from the cluster of plants as though he was never there. Only a trace of darkness remained. He rushed at the village with such immense speed that the wind parted way for his dash. In mere moments, the demon closed the distance between himself and the village. And so, seeing that he was only a few more moments away from reaching the little fence they used to surround their village, Khan leaped high into the air and lunged at the village settlement within the flimsy wooden barricade. The unsuspecting, hard-working villagers could not have expected what came next. They, who were simply enjoying their daily activities, the children having fun in their own way by chasing after one another, adults working hard, even the elderly, sewing wares, making shoes, and attending to the children, were met by utter despair. Boom! The loud explosion caused the entire area to tremble as a gust of wind filled the village. No one could be exempt from the effects of an unknown force crashing into the village. The reverb lasted for only a few moments, but everyone trembled where they were and instinctively looked in the direction of the cloud of dust that seemed to be the origin of the loud noise. It was located at the edge of the village, closed off entirely by the barricade, since that was neither an entrance nor exit. No one came from the edge where the dust came from. It was a secluded area. Yet, what was this disturbance the people felt? Everyone, Even those who tirelessly worked on the field, left all they were doing and began moving in the same direction. Like iron being attracted by a magnet, like prey drawing closer to bait, these unsuspecting, hard-working villagers moved closer to their doom. And that doom Khan patiently waited for his prey. Chapter 111 Hugh. The shadow demon let out a short breath the moment he landed. The shock from his descent was so infinitesimal that this monster hadn't felt it one bit, unlike the rest of the town. The villagers were now rushing in his direction, some out of fear, some out of curiosity. Well, it didn't matter to Khan. Whatever their reasons were, the end results remained the same. Still, he was a bit relieved that they were charging toward him. It saved him the trouble of having to look for them himself. Though it wouldn't pose that much of an issue for him, he still preferred it when the small fry gathered so he could cull them off all at once. Khan made a slight grumble and furrowed his non-existent brow a little. His body was shrouded in darkness, so only his eyes gleamed white. No expression could be seen on his face as a result of his nature, but the glare he gave told of a slight displeasure that had gathered within him. So, they're placing all the children in a shelter while the grown ups come to investigate. Having enhanced vision, he could see through the thatched huts and other facilities blocking his path, to notice what was happening a distance from him. He had wanted to kill all the villagers at once, but he reasoned that things didn't always go according to plan. It would be a bit bothersome going after the children after finishing up here, but it wasn't too much to handle. Let's hurry. I wonder what it is. It could be dangerous. Get weapons. Khan could hear the voices of the villagers from where he stood. Though he was certain they spoke in hushed tones, it didn't matter to his heightened hearing. His ears stretched upright like that of a cat, after all. Though it wasn't anything fluffy. The sharp ears poked upwards like spikes, same as the broad shoulders he had. They had spikes on both ends, sharpened sideways, giving him a more majestic and intimidating figure. So, they chose to gather before coming here, wise choice. He could have ruined all their preparations, but why would he bother? They were going to come to him sooner or later. Khan watched as the villagers armed themselves, preparing for the worst possible situation. Bringing out rakes and rusty metal plates to serve as shields, some of the men also carried bows and a bunch of wooden arrows. Clubs and blunt weapons were also brought out, and a few axes showed themselves as well. Now fully prepared for whatever incursion might be upon them, the adult villagers moved in an orderly march and went towards the area where the loud rumble was generated. They're here. Khan's eyes narrowed as he spotted a total of 200 villagers, yes, exactly that amount, coming toward him. The others are with the children. There was one other person among them, Khan thought to himself. His senses indicated that he wasn't far away, so there was no way the man could escape. In any case, he just had to deal with the pesky people that were approaching him. The villagers who neared Khan grew more worried as they drew closer. Initially, they couldn't see much from their distance. The first thing they noticed was the gaping pothole on the ground, as though something massive and heavy had landed there. Their eyes darted to the fence erected there and found it to still be upheld. No signs of forceful entry too. What could have caused such a gaping scar on the earth, then? As they slowly approached with caution, the malefactor began to take form in their sight. They hadn't seen it before because of the shadow demon's passive stealth ability that prevented detection. It was a racial trait that all shadow demons possessed, and Khan was no exception. They drew closer yet again and saw it even more clearly, a dark blot amid the rubble. Closer, they began to notice the figure, like an illusion clearing up in their eyes. They saw its menacing gait, like a slightly slumping beast, its sharp ears and tall body. Its sharpened claws and naked shadowy figure. They remained undaunted, thinking maybe their eyes were playing tricks as a result of the fear. However, the moment they reached exactly 30 meters from the monster, they halted instantly. The villagers finally realized that what they saw was no illusion. It was as real as anything: their crops, their families, anything. "You're finally here," the shadow demon growled, but the villagers didn't understand it. The only thing they could do was tremble at the intense pressure of its voice. Their eyes grew wide and their hardened bodies became paralyzed. In face of such a creature, their weapons meant nothing. Even though all the monster said was gibberish, the pressure it emitted was enough to make them lose heart. That is. And no way. How can this be? The people had lived lives of peace and tranquility, founded upon hard labor. While they had never seen such a creature of darkness like this, they slowly began recollecting things they had forgotten as adults. They remembered the stories of such creatures of darkness. Malevolent creatures who would plunge the world to doom and chaos. Demons. But, the stories told of how these monsters were defeated and cast out centuries ago, by the great heroes of legend. Demons hadn't been heard of or seen ever since. It had been so long ago that these tales were now brandished into fairy tales and epics sung by the bards. No one thought them to be real since all those who could have experienced such calamity had died. The actual thing all happened so long ago, which was why no one could believe their sights. The demon before them was the real deal. It spoke, it stared, and then Khan's non-existent lips parted ways, and it appeared as though its lower face cracked. Sharp lines were drawn and it formed a malevolent smile. With both sides stretching to the ends of his face, and the shadowy creature's eyes narrowing even more, it seems like it was enjoying something. No, this was anticipation. Now that you're all here, you should die. Chapter 112. Khan initiated the bloodshed. The villagers were still petrified, not wanting to believe that the very being that inspired fear and chaos was standing before them. They made perfect prey for a vengeful predator. The shadow demon raised its hand toward them, causing the villagers to shrink back in fear. Their lips quivered, trying to force out the words that rang in all their hearts. But, the people were scared. If they said the word, it just might come true, the fact that before them stood a demon. In a flash, no, faster than that, the dark hand of the shadow demon stretched forth and retracted. Like rubber, stretching and returning to shape, the creature's limbs moved in like manner. It was swifter than the eyes of mere humans could follow, and the scared group fell silent, unaware of what the demon had just done. Until spurt! The head of one of the villagers cleanly fell off and blood poured out of the gaping neck remained. Everyone's eyes caught the sight at once. The villager was one of the men who bravely led the group. He held a pitchfork and stood at the vanguard, a trusty man who boasted one of the greatest physical force in the village of Urich. Just like that, this man lost his life and his finely toned muscular body crashed to the ground, littering it in blood. Thud. In response to this unbecoming sight of carnage, the 199 villagers could only think of one course of action. Yarg. Pained screams. Scared screams. Disbelieving screams. All kinds of screams sharply peaked as the villagers let out their surging emotions of panic, fear, and sorrow. I see, so how they die hasn't changed, Khan muttered in a bit of self-note. The man who had just fallen, now dead, was merely a scapegoat meant to test Khan's outdated knowledge of the humans. Last he remembered, the surefire way to kill humans was to cut off their heads or go for the heart. Death was instant and guaranteed using such methods. Of the two, he chose his favorite, and boy was he glad that it turned out well. This much should do it. Another mutter escaped his cracked smile. The villagers, crippled with fear, said nothing. Their bodies shook and they could only take steps back, slowly, hoping to retreat without being noticed. Eek! Hick! Hick! They were not people of violence. No monster ever came to such a remote area, and they had peaceful dealings with everyone. The Lord was kind to them too, well, he was rather loose with their way of life as long as they gave him his due percentage every harvest season. Since everyone had grown up in peace, experiencing only the hardship of farming and working the field, none of them could withstand the incredible mental strain of seeing someone's head lopped off and fresh blood pouring out. It was too overwhelming. Where do you guys think you're going? Khan asked, seeing how the villagers began taking retreating steps backward. The hands they used to hold their weapons were weary. They're trying to escape, At least insects know their place. Khan wasn't allowing any prey. He set his sight on escape, though. You aren't going anywhere. The sharp, evil grin on this face spread out even more. The people couldn't understand a single word he said, but upon seeing Khan's face morphing into a more sadistic grin, they abandoned any form of discreet retreat and simply took to their heels. You are. I don't want to die. My children. There's no way we can win against a demon. Save me. Arg. Their voices all cried out, creating unsavory noise. The shadow demon, Khan, watched as they all ran, like fleeing cattle, and once again mused to himself how the mere insects he knew in his world were better than the pathetic worms called humans. Just die already. Joining all the fingers on his right hand together, Khan's limp morphed into a black blade, thick and sharp. Swoosh! In one swing, the fleeing mob of nearly 200 lost their heads. Splurgy! Splatters of blood rained down the empty, slightly grassy field as it became dyed in a red hue. The heads of all the villagers landed at once, bouncing off the area where they landed. Not long after that, the bodies followed. It was like choreographed action, almost a work of art. Just like that, over half of the village population was extinguished. Next, I should go to that house and kill the children and whatever is left of the adults. Khan traversed the bloodied field, stepping on flesh and crunching bone without even the slightest of regard. None of the red liquid stained his body, though. It was like how mercury slid off of a glass surface. Khan's eyes were only focused on the thatched hut that was located the furthest away from him. Considering how he arrived at the village from the rear, the place he was headed to was most likely closed to its entrance. I may see more human settlements around. If I kill them all and relieve myself of this burning rage inside me, I can think of the next step forward from there. Deciding on the next path to take, Khan moved toward the entrance of the village. It didn't take him very long to reach it, and from the corner of his eye, Khan saw the house that occupied the children and remaining adults in the village, save one, who ran off. There was no need to worry about that one, though. The shadow demon had never lost sight of him. In fact, his running out of the village was meant to be a way for Khan to spot the nearest point of civilization other than the village he was currently in. I see, so, it's there he muttered, noticing the probe had arrived somewhere. It was bigger and more refined than the village, so Khan knew it was the better option. My time here is over. Khan ignored the house where the kids and elderly were. They didn't matter anymore. His steps now trailed for the next place to wreak havoc on. Chapter 113. Jake couldn't stop trembling. His body violently spasmed as his teeth were clenched and his eyes shut tight. He tried breathing as well as he could, but something choked him so much that he began finding it harder and harder to take in air. Jake knew what it was very well, it was fear. He, just like everyone in the room, was frightened. While he and the other kids were having fun, as usual, enjoying the evening ambience that radiated pure delight, a loud sound shook everywhere. The adults quickly gathered and sent the young ones, him being no exception, to the largest hut in their entire community. It was usually used for welcoming visitors or discussing town matters. It was large enough for the whole village to fit in since group discussions were usually held there. The weak and elderly also stayed with them, since they would be liabilities to the strong adults. Jake knew this quite well since he was very clever for his young age of 11. Please be back safe and sound, Mom, Dad, he had told his parents tearfully. They only looked at him as though he was silly and patted his head. It's probably nothing. Maybe a fallen skyrock, they said casually. If it was no big deal, why were so many adults gathered? Why were the children hidden in a place to hide? Why did the ground tremble so hard? whatever this disturbance was. Jake knew it wasn't anything ordinary. Still, he chose to trust in the words of his parents. His father was one of the strongest men in the village, having the ideal body any man would kill for. His mother was hard-working as well, almost as dexterous as most men. In such an equalitarian society, both men and women worked and respected each other in whatever they did. That was why the adults who were going to investigate the source of the quake and rising smoke consisted of both genders. Jake let them go, withdrawing into the house where everyone who couldn't fight was. He had hoped to see his parents soon. He hopefully looked at the door, patiently awaiting the moment they would show up once more. But, who could have expected the next sound that he and everyone else heard? Arg! Screams of pain and fear. Panic spread to everyone in the room and the children nearly flipped and gave in to their childish inclinations. The grown UPS controlled the young ones and ensured order, but even their faces showed uncertainty. Jake hears noises of countless footsteps. It felt like the charge of a group of people no less than the group that went out before his eyes. Jake wondered what was going on. Were they running because they missed the children already and simply wanted to assure them that everything was fine? No, this sound was different. Jake didn't know why he felt that way, he just knew it. The footsteps were so incoherent and rushed, a trait unknown to the village. It was almost as though the people were running away from something. Suddenly, the sound ceased. It was amazing. After a brief whoosh that echoed to where the kids were, nothing else could be heard. Silence enveloped the area. At this point, Jake was curious and impatient. What was going on outside? Why were his parents taking so long? He had no idea about the slaughter that had just happened. After waiting a few moments for some glad tidings, nothing came. Jake moved close to the door of the thatched hut, expecting to be among the first to greet his parents as soon as the door was flung open. He couldn't hear anything that sounded like footsteps though. Finally, after waiting for what seemed like forever to the child, even though it was only a few seconds, Jake decided to peek through one of the thin lines that exposed fresh air and light into the room everyone was in. If he could place his head on the dry wooden wall and strain his eyes, he could see the happenings of the outside world. Satisfied with this logic, the young 11-year-old flattened his face on the wooden layer and placed his eyes closer to the slit on the wooden structure. Jake certainly wasn't expecting what he saw next. He had seen their pictures in the few storybooks he was privileged to have read. He had also heard of their description from the music sung by a couple of bards who visited their village once in a while. There was no way Jake wouldn't know it, the creature that came into view and seemed to eye the village. A demon. For a child, this was plenty overwhelming. Not only did he see the demon, Jake felt an instant chill on his body that caused him to remain petrified by the monster that stood a few meters from him. With nothing but a wooden construction and a short distance separating the two of them, of course, Jake felt like he couldn't breathe. Everyone else in the room felt that way, though. The demon's pressure gave them all the chills. Jake quickly removed his eyes as the scared boy felt he saw the monster look in his direction. However, to his surprise, no, to everyone's surprise, the enormous pressure that seemed to crush them was slowly lifted, as though whatever angel of death passing by had completely walked away from them, taking the fear with it. Jake slowly began to revert to his original self. He found the courage to look through the hole again and found out there was no demon there anymore. The monster he saw may have been real, but it was no longer there. His parents were also most likely safe, same as the other villagers. With the fear of Seth completely gone, everyone in the room relaxed. The eldest in the room, an old man of about 85 years, made a wry smile with his bony body. "It's fine, kids. Everything is fine." Jake nodded his head, same as the others in the room. The worst was over. All that was calm. Relief permeated the room. Giving a short smile, the youngster, Jake, made a thought of encouragement, reassurance, and confidence to himself. It's going to be oh. He never got to finish it, though. Chapter 114 Shi K. Swoosh. In a flash, faster than the young boy's thoughts could process, numerous spikes came from underneath the room's flooring and rose at remarkable speeds. Like blades, they easily pierced the wooden platform, tore through the ceiling, and shattered the whole thing entirely. Now having an awkward look, the massive wooden house more like a hall hung on the several dark spikes that poked out of it. A few seconds elapsed, and soon after, the black spikes retracted, seeming to shrink in an instant, and returned to what could only be a shadow on the ground. The shadow zoomed and raced in the direction of one who had already exited the village and now moved to another location. Khan. He didn't even bother taking a look back at the site of carnage he had left in his wake and the house which he just decimated with his shadow spikes. As for those within the house, who had a brief moment of hope that they were saved, their mangled bodies, riddled with holes from countless spikes, filled the room. Blood splattered all across the wooden structure. Jack, and everyone else, were most certainly dead. Khan's eyes were fixated on a particular house, a considerable distance from the settlement he had just left. Compared to the thatched huts and rural environment, the area he looked at belonged to a completely different world. From his distance, the shadow demon observed the terrain well, even as he trod upon the grassy plains to get there. His destination had well-advanced fences that encircled the glorious area that was within. A large mansion, tall and beautiful, stood erect within the vast compound that was lush with life and beauty. The village he had just left looked nothing like this. Still, Khan was unfettered. It didn't change what he had to do. He moved his shadowy body that hadn't experienced rest ever since he left his home world. How could he stop now? He was on a journey, a path to redemption, searching for what could restore his honor to him. However, all he was doing had nothing to do with his quest. Being frank with himself, Khan knew he was only acting out in a fit of rage. Still, he pressed on. Before long, he reached the entrance of the large and lovely area he had sighted from afar. Welcomed by a massive gate, tall walls that stretched so high he had to raise his head to see the top, as well as soldiers stationed atop the walls and in front of the gates, Khan knew he would be met by more resistance. Still, this only meant there were more humans to kill. What a chore, he grumbled. The guards, who were engaging in discourse, did not even notice Khan's presence. He blended perfectly with the evening ambience around. The armed men were busy talking amongst themselves. The owner of the mansion, as well as their boss, usually had no visitors during this time in the evening. Plus, no one would dare to attempt attacking the mansion of the lord of this domain, a noble of the kingdom. Sure, the lord in question didn't have as much territory as the higher-ranked nobles, and his status was at the lower level. That was why his land was at the edge of the kingdom. However, that didn't remove the authority he possessed. The village of Urich, as well as several other bordering settlements, all paid their dues to him as the lord in charge of the land. The man in question was not hard on his subjects, and they also gave him his dues at the appropriate time. Needless to say, the entire region was peaceful and without incident. This made the guards stationed around his mansion nothing but mere decorations. No harm had ever come to them, and no harm ever would. Or so they had thought. Shi-ink-K. Swoosh. Khan wasted no time in his execution. Several spikes appeared from beneath, as an extension of his body, and surged forth. They cut through the guards who surrounded the mansion from atop the walls, and the few who were stationed by the gate. In a flash, the blades of darkness cut through flesh and sent blood scattering across the walls of the noble, sullying it. The bodies fell to the ground, now nothing more than corpses. They're all dead. Next, let's go in. Khan went into the compound, not minding the closed gate that stood before him. He simply passed through the gates by turning into a shadow. By bending his body, he could enter any location as long as openings existed. Whoosh! Khan returned to his original state, now inside the beautiful compound of the Lord's home. He could spot lovely flowers in gardens on both sides. The walkway was nearly paved with luxurious tiles, a surprise to the shadow demon. To think such luxury could exist in the Bunas. Khan decided to keep walking, though. The one he had followed, the surviving villager he had intentionally let go, was inside the mansion standing a distance from him, and that was where he wanted to go. He saw a fountain standing before him, gushing out clear water that reflected the orange light of the evening skies. Khan ignored it. As it took one more step forward, he sensed a presence he hadn't perceived ever since he saw the humans. This. Quickly, Khan leaped backward in response to the thing that was coming. Boom! Lightning struck the area had just been standing on. A split second wasted and he would have been struck by it. Is that magic? Khan mumbled to himself, seeing the residual sparks of the blue lightning that fizzled on the ground. Raising his head, he looked at the elevated platform where 3 people stood. One was clad in a luxurious outfit, casual and expensive, the lord of the manor. One was a sharp contrast to the noble and had very poor shod cloth trembling as he laid eyes on the monster, the runaway villager. Finally, the last one was dressed in a robe, having a dark purple hue decorate it. This man was the one responsible for the lightning magic from earlier. And he was a mage. I'll kill you next. Chapter 115. A few moments earlier. Durek was a denizen of the small settlement of Urich, and a lanky man. He ran as fast as his legs could carry him the moment he spotted the quake that caused their village to tremble, and the smoke that ascended to the sky. While the others still deliberated on what it could be, this man was already suspicious of the entire thing and labeled it a threat. He was often known to be superstitious and overreacting in the village, but this time his gut feeling wouldn't let him rest. Durek, go to the Lord and report this incident to him. There's a possibility this is no small matter. Besides, whatever has descended upon us must be made known to him. The village representative told him. Those were the words that spurred Durek into action and gave him the strength to race straight for the noble's abode. Please be safe, everyone. I'll bring backup. The man prayed. Initially, the guards were skeptical to let him in, but after seeing his desperate eyes and the exhausted breath he gave, they were convinced of the validity of the man's words. They allowed him into the noble's house despite the terribly wretched appearance he had. His outfit was like an ugly stain on the beauty and sanctity of the compound's interior. Durek himself was aware of that. Out of all the villagers, he was one of the few who had visited the Lord's mansion more than once. As one of the delegates who usually brought the tax of the village to the Lord's manor, he had seen the interior many times before. Still, it never ceased to amaze him. Compared to the dirty and ugly village he grew up in, this was heaven. How Durek envied the guards and servants who lived in such a residence. If only he could too. Quickly shaking those thoughts from his head, the man focused on the mission entrusted to him, and, for the first time in his life, he was granted access to the inside of the Lord's mansion itself. It was the greatest honor. It was beautiful, too beautiful to be described. The walls, the furniture, the chandeliers, the floors, everything was perfect. As he entered, the guards within directed him to the place where he would meet the noble, and they ascended a flight of stairs to get there. Durek had never climbed stairs all his life. How could he have? The village houses were all bungalows, after all. He marveled at the frighteningly new experience. Finally, they took him to what could be called a longer area, where a bunch of sofas was neatly placed, and the Lord was speaking to another person, an individual garbed in a robe. My lord. Someone is here to see you concerning an important matter. One of the escort guards introduced Durek. He felt honored to be in the presence of such a magnificent figure that he didn't even know when his body crumbled to the ground to greet the noble who sat before him. A short sound came from the magnanimously dressed man. He was of average build, having neither plump nor lean stature. His face spoke of elegance, a sharp contrast to the hardened one of the villager. The moment he felt all eyes on him, Durek realized he had failed to introduce himself to the most important man in the room. My name is Durek. I come bearing grim news from our village. His unrefined voice echoed throughout the room. The noble sighed a little and spoke. What village? Glad to have heard the voice of the man he so respected, Durek instantly replied without a moment of hesitation. It is the settlement of Urich. From the far northern border. That last part was unnecessary, he knew. As lord, there was no way the noble before him didn't know of the details of the settlements in his own territory. Durek knew that, yet he overspoke. I see, the noble mumbled. Durek's head was still bowed, but he could feel the attention of the lord shift from him to the other important person in the room, the man garbed in a robe. Is this what you were referring to? That some sort of calamity will befall my domain and a messenger would come to deliver the grim news? The lord, Karl Edward Zerund, asked. The man in the hooded robe, though the hood was currently having behind him as a result of courtesy toward the noble, smiled in response to the words he heard. Maybe. I didn't expect it to happen so soon, though. The mage, Zakiel Laquis, was a man of renown, famous for the visions he had and how they always came true. Of course, these visions sometimes came in parables and riddles, but they were most certainly always fulfilled. He had seen a vision of chaos befalling the domain of Lord Karl, and had come to warn him if it for a fee, of course. He had also told the guards that if any bearer of grim news appeared, they were to bring them up instantly. That was the reason why Durek was granted access to the Lord's mansion, which would usually be off-limits to plebeians. Now that all the cards had gathered and it appeared the mage's vision was upon them, there was only one thing left to do. Let's first hear the young man out. The Lord sent the guards away and ensured only he, the mage, and the villager were in the room. The guards didn't hesitate to leave their lord's side, since they knew no evil would befall him as long as the famed magic user was by his side. Durek was told to raise his head, stand to his feet, and explain the grim news he brought. The man gulped when he saw the eyes of important people on him. From the way the lord and mage spoke, the issue seemed to be less than trivial, no, of utmost importance. Just as his gut feeling had told him, that was no mere quake. Though Durek felt like the current information he had was inadequate, he was determined to embellish his story so well that he would not be ignored. If he did well, there was the possibility of a reward. If he could be rewarded, and become a servant to the Lord himself, his long-time dream would be achieved. And so, Durek spoke, exaggerating the story to the point of awe and fear. However, as he still spoke, a sharp sound was heard from outside, and what seemed like a splatter of blood stained one of the glass windows in the lounge. Fear and anxiety gripped everyone in the room as they realized that the calamity that was befalling the land had already advanced so far. Important info, please read the chapter The Mage of Renown after reading this chapter. Afterward, you can progress normally. There was a mistake in the lineup. I'm sorry. Chapter 116. Thanks to the basic spell's short cast time, Zakiel made it. He carried everyone on his mana platform, and as soon as they were placed at a safe distance away from the shadow demon who merely watched, the mage boosted himself using basic wind magic and flung his body into battle. Hoosh! In an instant, he made a soft landing directly behind Khan, dinning a disgusted glare at the demon. Intermediate lightning barrier. As soon as Zakiel finished his spell, the lord and villager were surrounded by a beaming blue dome that crackled and sparked with electricity. This was to protect them from any more of the spike attacks from earlier. Zakiel was strong, but everyone became weaker if they had to be distracted while protecting someone else. To be in top form, especially against an unpredictable demon, he needed to have his absolute focus on the prize, the enemy. The shadow demon Khan turned sluggishly and looked behind him. The mage was glaring at him, ready to fight. He twisted his body inhumanly, and in an instant, his back became his front. The perks of being a shadow demon. I'll be your opponent. The man's shout filled the air. He now donned a brown wooden-like staff that appeared out of nowhere, same with a glimmering necklace and a charmed bracelet. His robe also seemed to give off some kind of aura. These were all magic items that Zakiel equipped just now. There was no way he could go in blind against an unknown opponent, even if the said opponent was weak. Magic items, humans still use those things, Khan made a mental assessment as he analyzed his foe. There wasn't much to say about him. He had mana and used magic, something no other human he had seen since he arrived had done. Should I use it too? Magic? No, that was probably not the best idea. The only way to recover his demonic mana was to take in the miasma found in the demon realm. There was another way, but that could only happen after he killed the mage in front of him. I better make it quick then. Khan watched as the mage, Zakiel Laquis, brandished his staff and caused all the ornaments around him to shine. Ideally, I would love to capture it, but it's best to just destroy it now and investigate the source later. There's bound to be more of them. A top-tier intermediate spell should do it. Amped by the magic tools he wore, all having different effects, Zakiel was confident. Ranging from mana-boosting properties, shortening of cast time, to even additional buffs on lightning-based spells his specialty, Zakiel's spell was going to pack a punch. Double Lightning Descent. Kra'ak Kali. Electricity filled the sky as sparks of blue light danced around it. The sparks were much larger than previously, and they appeared on two spots at once. One look could tell anyone that this would be extremely dangerous. With a single command, the spell was completed and the dual lightning attacks fell. Not even a shadow demon could evade two amped lightning attacks, one of the fastest elements available to a mage. Boom! The compound was filled with the rumblings caused by the lightning explosion. Like fireworks, except on the ground, the blue lightning sent glows dancing around as the destruction was wreaked. A portion of the mansion was scarred and eaten away, but it was all worth it. Zakiel himself had confirmed it, the shadow demon could not evade the attack. It was as good as dead. Or so everyone thought. They were mistaken, of course. Their error lay in the assumption that the foe they faced was too slow to evade two lightning strikes. No, it was beyond that. It all stemmed from the fact that these humans assumed this was a simple shadow demon. They weren't aware of the dark and sinister truth of its existence. HMMN. I thought that would hurt more, but it doesn't hurt at all, the shadow demon murmured as he stepped out of the thick smoke that enveloped the area. The smell of burnt earth and plants filled the air, but Khan didn't care. He simply appeared unscathed in front of those who thought he was dead. And no way. How is that possible? Zakiel shouted in shock. He was extremely surprised. Of course, he had every right to be. The attack he used was enough to kill a shadow demon since they especially had a vulnerability to magic attacks. Considering the debuff, a top-tier intermediate spell like that should have been more than enough. Yet, I thought your pain would make me forget the pain within me, so I decided to be patient and let you try. It appears I was wrong. Time to kill you now. The mage looked in horror, trying to calculate his next course of action. It would seem that advanced spells would be his only option. But, even he would need time to chant one. And time was something he didn't have at the moment. He only knew two advanced spells, both of which boasted incredible power, but also took a long time to cast. Even with his magic tools, it was hopeless to imagine he could make the cut. The demon was already brandishing its arm, turning it into a sharp claw. Damn it! If only I could use my familiar magic to fight. If only I could use bond magic. Whimpers escaped from the mage's mouth. This was his first time seeing a demon. The only reason he hadn't freaked out was that he thought he could win. Once that illusion escaped him, only fear and despondency remained. If he could access his familiar for magic attacks, his abilities would skyrocket, that was for sure. Bond magic was also a very powerful game changer. However, Zakiel knew the reason he couldn't resort to any of those things. And now that would be what cost him his life. Shit. I need to. Chapter 117. Zachiel's familiar, the truth-seeking seer, was not an offensive one. It was this familiar's magic that allowed him to see the future through visions. In essence, despite its non-aggressive nature, it was still an extremely useful familiar to have. This was what gave him the name and prestige he had now. In exchange for offensive capabilities, he got the invincible power to peer into the future of others, except himself. But now, he didn't need such power. What he needed was a brute force to decimate his target. Unfortunately, none of the said options existed. Die, now, the demon muttered in its language and launched its sharpened blade toward Zachiel. Intermediate lightning barrier, Zachiel chanted in reflex. Thanks to the special effects of his magic tools, this spell's ability was enhanced. Not only did the spell go into effect, but the automatic defensive charm he wore on his ring finger also activated, creating an extra barrier. It was weaker than the intermediate spell he had just cast, but the shield was still useful since it required no mana to use and the cast time was 0. With both barriers, Zachiel was confident he could block the incoming assault. He just needed to think of a solution to the crisis befalling him. Should I just attempt an advanced spell? With the barrier shielding him, perhaps he had a shot. His mana wasn't infinite, and frankly, he only had enough mana for one advanced spell. If he stopped midway through the chant, he would blow it and lose lots of mana. That was why he had to be sure. But, what other choice did he have? I have to try. Zachiel resolved internally as he glared at the incoming monster's hand and prepared to begin chanting. However, crack! The double-layered barriers of varying types shattered like fragile glass the moment Khan's bladed hands made contact. 2 defensive magic fields, devastated, just like that. Zachiel didn't even have any time to voice out a word before the hands lunged at him, entering the hole in his mouth and exiting through the end of his skull. Blood and what seemed to be some portion of his brain splattered out as the mage met instant death. Finally dead, Khan mumbled as he flung the dead body without paying any heed to the magic user again. The battle was over, if it could even be called that. Khan's eyes darted over to the other 2 humans around. Lord Karl and the villager Duruk. The barrier covering them had vanished as a result of Zachiel's death. Eek! Why, you monster! The plebeian and noble shrieked at the same time. Death was only a distance from them. Khan's face turned back to Zachiel and narrowed his eyes. What he had been waiting for finally manifested. Out of the corpse of Zachiel came forth something divine. It took the form of a golden-like orb that glowed. It was called many names, but one was the most famed of all. Even the demons were aware of this. The soul, Khan mumbled as he stretched out his hands to touch it. The moment his sharpened claws drew closer to the golden light, it slowly began to flicker. Suddenly, the color started transforming. From the bright hue it had, the soul got corrupted and turned into a more sinister black. Purple energy oozed out of it and it became ugly and distorted. Most would be appalled by the transformation, but not Khan. Rather, he was pleased by the desired outcome. The shadow demon grabbed the corrupted orb that radiated darkness and did the unthinkable. It swallowed it. Yes. Opening his cracked-up mouth that split like crackers, his sharpened teeth, which seemed to be one with the black skin he had, showed. In a single gulp, Khan took in the soul of the dead mage, therefore absorbing his essence. Of course, no one else could see what had just transpired, except Khan's dramatic display. The soul was invisible to the eye. Khan could only perceive it due to his special constitution. Now that he had absorbed the corrupted form of a soul, he had now gained greater sustenance. Not only was his magic power restored to an extent, he felt much better physically. Now, then, dealing with those 2, Khan's eyes once again returned to the humans who couldn't dare leave their current positions. But, before he could do anything, Khan heard sounds coming from all around him. They were sounds of humans, lots of them. The moment Lord Karl heard these sounds too, relief poured into his face. We're saved now. His mind rang. He had initially thought Khan killed all his soldiers, but for there to be so many, they could stand a chance. No, how foolish that idea was. In the depths of his desperation, Karl had forgotten how Khan easily killed a powerful mage that none of the current soldiers could match up to. It was crazy to expect victory. Bothersome. Let's kill them all. Before the soldiers who encircled Khan took a single step forward, he activated a spell to test out its effects on humans. Dark magic, shadow discs. Shadow-like fog rose from beneath him, and just like spinning discs, bigger than the head of a human, many dark discs appeared. They were at least 100. Kill them all. I'm a flash. The discs went to do their job, slaughtering any soldier that drew closer to Khan's location. This gave Khan the right amount of time to devote to the humans who had hoped for salvation. In a whoosh, Khan closed the distance between him and then like it was nothing. The men shrieked, their eyes begged for mercy. Khan looked at them kneel, watching them from grovel didn't bring him any satisfaction. He was not like one of his former colleagues, who enjoyed inflicting despair upon others and took great pride in it. He was no sadist. If he felt no need to spare a person, he would just dispose of them. In that line of reasoning, he pointed a sharpened claw at Durek and killed him instantly by drilling the elongated sharpened hole into his skull. Blood spurted out and the poor plebeian died instantly, body twitching for a few seconds. And no, the noble was the only one left. He knew the date that awaited him as well. Death. Chapter 118. Important info, please read this chapter after reading the chapter titled Grim News. There was a mistake in the lineup. I'm sorry. The mage, the lord, the villager, all three persons in the room looked at the blood-stained window and realized that something had already begun in the garden, something dark. Immediately, the lord was escorted by the mage and the villager trailed behind them. They moved to a door in the room that led to a terrace. The terrace, more like a veranda, was an elevated structure that allowed those within the house to enjoy the outside air while gazing upon their compound. However, this time there was no relaxation or enjoyment on any of their faces. Only plain curiosity and a dark foreboding. Usually, a noble would shrink back in fear and retreat to his room if he saw such a bloody sight on his window. However, Lord Karl was different. He was a veteran in sword arts and was quite capable in combat. Besides, he didn't have the ideology most pampered nobles had. This was one of the reasons why the people in his territory looked at him in awe and respect. He was a decent man. Decent enough to know that now was the time to face the problem that plagued his territory. Besides, he had nothing to fear since a renowned mage was with him. As they stepped out of the lounge and came to the veranda, the eyes of the mage bulged, and he didn't waste any time before he began chanting. The lord and villager were petrified at the sight of blood and carnage that had smeared the once beautiful compound. Dead bodies of guards were everywhere and blood stained the marvelous grounds and flowers. The malefactor of this all was seen to be casually approaching the mansion. The being could be described as nothing more than a shadow, a demon of death. While the noble and villager were still pondering on the matter, utterly confused and shocked by the sudden development, the mage Zakiel Laquis had already finished chanting an intermediate spell directed at the demon beneath them. Fortunately, it hadn't noticed their presence yet. Or perhaps it didn't just care. Cry-eek. Sparks of electricity appeared and the bolt instantly descended upon the demon in a flash. Boom! The shockwave resounded and the explosion caused those inexperienced in magic to be pushed back by the pressure. This was the intermediate spell, Lightning Descent. Unfortunately, the shadow demon evaded it, to the surprise of everyone. Lightning was one of the fastest elements there was, and an intermediate spell was no mean feat. For a being, who hadn't even noticed their presence earlier, to dodge such a quick spell, it was impressive. The mage gave a wry smile and awkwardly stared at the demon, who muttered in its unintelligible language. So this is the calamity, eh? Truly, it is a being of chaos. Khan's white eyes glared at the new humans who showed up. They stood on the platform of the veranda, causing them to look down on his figure. This annoyed him greatly. He turned to the one who was responsible for the lightning spell he had evaded moments ago and narrowed his eyes. "I'll kill you first." The three humans, from their heights, sensed the bloodlust coming from the strange monster, a demon no one had seen for hundreds of years. "It looks like a shadow demon. I read about them in texts," the more enlightened man among them retorted as he eyed the black being. As a magic user, one who finished his course in the most prestigious academy in the kingdom, as well as studied the arts of the arcane, it was only natural that he would be aware of a demon's description. But how can this be? They were all defeated and banished to the demon realm? Why is one of them here? Even though his voice rang out, Zakiel Laquis spoke only to himself. None of the other two humans knew much of what he referred to, but they had certainly heard of demons before, and they couldn't believe their eyes. "Can you defeat it?" Lord Carl finally blurted out, sweat covering his forehead. From the moment the monster dodged that lightning strike from earlier, the swordsman noble had realized he wasn't its match. "Of course." Mage Zakiel responded. What he was more concerned about was the source of the demon's appearance, not the shadow itself. "From the research texts and books I've read, them intermediate spells should be enough to kill a demon. Shadows are also not very durable, so they can be killed easily." The mage reasoned. Of course, he knew this wasn't the case for all of them. For higher-ranked demons or the supreme demon lords, even advanced spells would not be able to take them down in a single shot. Still, those cadre of monsters were never alone. As commanders, they showed up with their troops. Compared to the descriptions on them, this shadow demon was by its lonesome. Plus, since it had avoided the lightning strike from earlier, that meant intermediate spells could seriously injure, if not kill, it. Once again, the shadow demon muttered some unintelligible words, but the humans didn't hear. If they did, they would have known to be more prepared. Khan had said, "Come down." As it always happened, dark spikes ascended from the ground, cutting through the mansion's concrete veranda like tofu. The sturdy bricks fell apart and the whole structure collapsed instantly. The men who stood atop the veranda would have met the same fate, being torn to shreds by the multiple dark blades, but were saved by the mage's defensive magic. It was a force field made of lightning. The cackles sparked, repelling the shadows. However, even though the men were protected, the platform they stood on wasn't. In no time, it was going to collapse. "Hang on!" Zakiel Laquis cried. Quickly using basic magic to create a platform using mana, he spread it like a carpet and caused it to levitate, carrying all three people away from the crumbling structure and toward a safe location on the ground. Chapter 119. Judging from how the cries of the humans had stopped, it meant the discs were finished with their job. Evident to that was their return to Khan, all of them, still spinning like saws that could rend anything. "I won't kill you, Khan mumbled, making his decision after considering some things. The Lord's face nearly broke into gratitude, but was suddenly stopped once it noticed the demented and malevolent smile Khan gave. "You seem important. I'll torture you for information. I may be able to achieve my goal faster if I use you." Lord Karl Edward Zerund gasped, realizing the fate that awaited him. It was no pleasant one. Plus, it'll be a good way to while away time. We shall get started shortly. And so, with the final shriek of a condemned noble, the bloodshed and carnage caused by Khan faded from sight. Tragedy was wrought that very evening. However, unknown to those in the kingdom, the true dance of despondency was just getting started. The weekend went exactly as I expected. Fortunately, no disturbance whatsoever visited me. I stayed in my room all day, except for when I would go to buy food. Oh yes, there was also the laundry. All the students had to do was leave their laundry in front of their doors and the staff responsible for picking them up would do so. I followed the rules and did the same on Saturday morning. The laundry arrived the next day, in the evening, all tidied up. It was a relief that I didn't have to resort to cleaning them myself. At least, Lark hadn't lost all sense of prestige. Well, I could have done a good job if I cleaned it on my own, I smiled to myself. The clothes that arrived were sparkling clean, though more than what I could currently handle. Not a minuscule amount of dirt was on them, plus, I sensed preservation magic on the pile of clothes. The cleaners were really thorough. After placing my clothes neatly in the wardrobe and preparing for classes happening the next day, I resumed my experiments and brought them to a close. On Friday, after my chat with Annabelle, I went to the library to borrow some books on martial arts and also some on herbs and spices. I was seeing far more similarities than I had thought in the plants, so I needed to compare and contrast them with more commonplace goods. The results I obtained from studying the martial arts materials tallied with what I learned from observing the students studying the craft. Martial arts and the techniques encompassing it were phenomenally weaker than at the time of my first life. The texts I took each addressed the 5 fundamental schools the martial arts department would be learning in the first year. I was able to easily get access to them since most martial artists would rather prefer tempering their bodies rather than exercising their brains. Not many who practiced martial arts had an interest in books. They only read them to get a grasp on the forms and descriptions written within, nothing more. Plus, since Naren Khalid would be teaching them the arts and forms, there was really no need to search for it in a book. It was their mistake, though. Self-study was extremely important, even for a martial artist to grow. The first text I studied was about the martial school of fundamental sword arts. It was the one I was most interested in since Edward showed it to me in our clash. I read and understood the forms that existed in this school: footwork, mental resilience, muscle alignment, motion control, sensory perception, and sword techniques. It was not a big problem since I was used to more advanced techniques, and upon seeing the inferior one I read, I was easily able to understand the concept. I see, it's definitely easier for martial artists to practice this as fundamentals rather than the ones I know of, but they're just too weak by my standards. I understood what had happened the moment I was done reading on the first of the 5 fundamental schools. The new martial techniques were made for ease of learning. They allowed practitioners to easily grasp the concept and movements, giving them faster growth, compared to more difficult ones. However, the backlash was the erosion of power in the techniques themselves. Not just power, but style and variations. These new moves had an air of predictability to them. Still, I wasn't so certain all were like that, so I decided to read on the rest. I spent a whole day grasping the techniques embedded in the books and even moving my body to mimic the illustrations and descriptions. They were all basically the same. In fact, the most difficult to learn was actually the first one I picked up to read, the Martial School of Fundamental Sword Arts. How messed up was that? Phew, in any case. I now know what to do. With martial arts out of the way, I focused on my potion making. The combination of certain chemicals gave a brand new one, so the variations were nearly endless. I was working with only about 20 vials initially, but the end result led me to over 100 more. And I wasn't even done yet. This should be enough for now. I should soon start the next phase, but I better focus on other things. Alchemy was good and all, but there were more pressing concerns. So far, I had neglected my magic training. It couldn't be helped. The familiar selection is in merely 3 more weeks. I need to be at a particular level for me to get what I want. Obtaining a 4th core, was it possible in my current condition? There was only one way to find out. Everyone moved excitedly to class, and I was no exception. Despite popular belief about school, it was actually fun. Well, maybe Naren Khalid made it fun with his teaching methods. I was a little later than usual since I sort of overslept and woke up 10 minutes later than usual. By the time I got to the hall, it was nearly time for homeroom and everyone was in class already. Here goes. Chapter 120. The moment I entered the lecture hall, my eyes darted to my seat area and I saw something I was already expecting. Located where I usually sat, 2 people occupied the seats closest to mine. A smile formed on my face as I saw them both wave at me. I raised my hand and returned the gesture while drawing closer. It was a relief that things worked out so well. Looks like I've got them, after all. Edward and Annabelle were seated, their eyes expectant and set ablaze in excitement the moment they saw me. "Good morning, Jared," they both said, almost in unison. "Good morning," I replied with a bright smile while having my seat. Since I was seated to the far right at the last spot available, Edward was directly beside me and Annabelle took the seat beside him. I was grateful that it was Edward whom I was stuck with, not the talkative girl. Hopefully, she had reflected on all I told her. I looked at the expression on her face, and it was the same as always. There didn't appear to be any apparent change, but... "Hey, Jared, do you mind if I talk to you about something after class?" Annabelle said, changing her brightly colored eyes to a more determined one. I expected some sort of reaction from her, so this was good. "Me too, Jared. There's something I have to ask." Edward quickly butted in. "Pfft, I figured." I nodded at both of them, still donning my usual calm look. "I also have some things to discuss with you. Then, let's talk after classes." The two were surprised by my words. They weren't aware of my plans with them, so it was only natural. I spotted a spark of curiosity in both their eyes and Annabelle made to ask me a question. Fortunately, at that exact moment, our lecturer arrived, causing everyone to rise to their feet. I did the same, and so did Annabelle and Edward, rescuing me from her inquisition. "You'll find out later. Just wait." Naren Khalid permitted us to seat and began homeroom. Other than taking attendance, he told us vital information, one of which was the deadline and closing period for electives registration. According to the information given to us, students had 2 weeks to choose their electives or even change them. This gave us the leeway to jump ship to any electives we found to be more attractive. Plus, since some students could have filled in more electives than they could handle, it was possible to remove some from one's list. It was a good school system, and I was happy it existed. Why? Main courses end by 3 p.m., electives stretch on to 5 p.m. I can't keep wasting my time waiting for Annabelle and Edward since they have their respective electives at that time. There were many things to do, and I sure wasn't keen on wasting my time as well as theirs. The time spent on electives could be better used to better them. I wasn't going to let them throw away such valuable time. They have to quit their electives. With this resolute thought in mind, I started my day, looking forward to the chat I would be having with the duo. After the main classes were over, Annabelle and Edward left for their business, leaving me behind. I took advantage of the silence in the lecture hall, since no one else was present, and began concentrating my mana on the new core I was forming. It was faster than normal, that much I knew. But, at this pace, making a mana core within 3 weeks was impossible. I needed more circulation, more richness of mana. If only I could receive a boost like back then with the priest during my naming ceremony, but, expecting such a thing was unrealistic. At the current level of the students around me, none of them were skilled enough to manipulate mana. They couldn't properly inject their mana into another without hurting them. The priest, on the other hand, was skilled at mana control, able to probe my body properly with his energy. Expecting such expertise and finesse from these youngsters was too much. The only one who could achieve such a feat around here would be Naren Khalid, but he wasn't going to help me until I became his apprentice. That wouldn't happen unless I passed the inter-class exchange in 3 months. I was looking forward to his help, but he just had to postpone it. There was no use dwelling on what couldn't be changed, though. I just had to focus on what I could do at the moment. HMMN, I unconsciously made a sound as soon as a thought flashed in my head while I was still engaged in meditation. I was so swamped with many thoughts that my cloudy mind hadn't thought of something so obvious and basic. I just need to find somewhere with rich mana density, it should suffice for quickening the process. My eyes flashed open and I jumped to my feet. It would still take a little over an hour before Annabelle and Edward would be done, so I had plenty of time to search for the right spot. Leaving the lecture hall, I raced across the school grounds of the lower class, searching for a place. The mild evening breeze greeted my body as I kept racing through the area. My mana sensitivity was way higher than most since I had been familiarizing myself with mana since I was young. Spellcraft and my experience in causing the flow of mana particles in my body aided me greatly. It wouldn't be too difficult finding the most saturated place in my vicinity. As I concentrated more while moving about, my senses picked something and I moved to the location instantly. Treading upon the grass and making a path for myself with footprints, I moved and moved. I was nearing a slightly thickened cluster of trees. The trees cleared as I made my way through, swatting the branches in my way as a few leaves fell in response. One look at the exotic new plants around told me I was certainly going to find many new herbs here. But, those could wait. For now, I had to go to what called me, a gathering point for mana. As I got closer, my movements slowed down until I finally halted entirely. My eyes took in the wonderful sight and I couldn't help but throb in amazement. It was a surprise, a spectacular one at that. Only one word could proceed out of my mouth the moment I registered everything around me into my head. Wow! Chapter 121. A lake. That was the only thing that could be said about the sight before me. The body of water made a smooth circle, surrounded by the earth around which was covered in greens. Oh, how the pool glistened in the later afternoon sun! Though surrounded by shade, the reflection of light caused its charm to increase even more. It wasn't very large, and I assumed that if humans were to step into it for a swim, the pool wouldn't be able to accommodate more than 10 persons at once. Still, it was so clear and crystal blue that I was left breathless. The surrounding was exquisite as well. Plants and flowers of varying colors, all looking exotic, most likely due to the effects of mana density in the area. The colorful flora made me grateful for finding this spot, thinking about how I would use them for my benefit. The air tingled my skin, everywhere seemed to radiate with power, even the rocks around brimmed with so much energy that I wondered how long they had been soaking in all that mana. Still, with such a lustrous environment, I sensed no living being around. No wild insects, or small animals, none. This place that was so full of mana was devoid of life, well, except for the plants. Oh well. I couldn't mull over thoughts that wouldn't give me a solution. I needed to do what I came here for. Meditation. Without wasting any time, I crossed my legs and made a meditative pose while relaxing my buttocks on the soft grass that welcomed me gently. Breathing in and out slowly, I focused on my inner mana supply, observing the channels and controlling the flow to the designated direction I wanted it to go. Currently, my 3 mana cores were located in my stomach region, brain region, and spinal region. For my 4th mana core, I was going to make it in my heart region. It was a delicate procedure, which was why I always had to be careful anytime I meditated. However, there was really no time at all anymore. With the rich ambience of mana here, I hoped to try forming my mana core and make it in time for the familiar selection ceremony in 3 weeks. Phew, now then, let us begin. With everything now in order, I proceeded to begin collecting the mana around me, pure and unsullied. Using spellcraft to attract the mana around toward me, I also increased the flow of the mana particles in my body, all converging at a single location. The moment my body began taking in the external mana, the mana in my body became quickened, and my mana cores went into overdrive. This feeling, I remember it. A wave of nostalgia and pleasure enveloped me, feeling so much life pour into my body. With all the mana within my body quickened, the flow became much faster than normal. I was amazed by the speed, it was incredible. Let's not rush, Jared, it's quick, yes, but let's not rush. To make a firm and sturdy core, I needed to pour way more mana into it than normal. My other cores were made in a rush, so even after I had made them, I was still going through the trouble of refining and strengthening each. But, if I made a definite foundation with this, it would be much better in terms of efficiency. I could later focus on advancing all my cores to the yellow core stage later on, except my base one. Yes, keep flowing. I still had an hour to spare, it was best I made perfect use of that time. Once again, I lost track of time. Trapped in the euphoria of meditation, I exceeded the schedule I gave myself. Fortunately, it wasn't by much. It's most likely after 5, are they still waiting for me? I huffed, rising from the grassy plains. Judging the clouds that appeared in the sky, and how low the sun had gone, I was certain that classes would be over by now. Since that was the case, I needed to hurry back. Gah! A sharp pain coursed through my body, one which I realized quite well. It was a backlash of the meditation I had just done, something that could kill me if I wasn't careful. Hunger. Kurr. My stomach made a growling sound, crying for a meal to satiate it. Unfortunately, I could not respond positively to its call. If only ignoring it could solve the problem. Ah, damn it! I got carried away and now I'm starving. I sluggishly pushed my exhausted body and hurried back to the lecture hall, where I agreed to meet up with Annabelle and Edward. The temptation to run off to a cafeteria crossed my mind, but this was more important. I couldn't create a bad impression of myself now. Not after all I had done to get to this point. Huff, huff. Fortunately, the lecture hall wasn't too far from the weird lake chock full of mana. In what I estimated to be barely 3 minutes, I arrived at the lecture hall. It wouldn't have taken so long if I wasn't so hungry, though. Sorry to keep you waiting. I swung open the door leading to the classroom and gave a light smile, hoping to see my new acquaintances. But, what I saw, was something I never expected. This is... Edward and Annabelle turned their heads in my direction the moment they heard my voice, but they weren't the ones my eyes were on. The two of them sat at the front row of the class, where they had made their seats, and right on their desk were the things that made me widen my eyes in shock. Food. I unconsciously leaked out my thoughts in an obsessive manner, and following this outcry, my stomach rumbled even more. The embarrassing display of my hunger echoed throughout the empty classroom, causing Edward and Annabelle to look at me with expressions that told the opposite of respect. Ha, ha ha, ha ha. I could only leak an awkward laugh out of my lips, but the deed had already been done. Chapter 122. Ha, thank you so much. I was really starving. Haha, I laughed awkwardly as I chomped on a burger that was wrapped around my hands. Caressing the smooth bread and feeling its texture, I drew it close to my mouth and took a whiff of the meaty aroma locked between the layer of bread. It smelled good, and tasted good too. I took another bite, then another, and another. While enjoying the meal graced upon me by the duo, I could spot both of them staring at me strangely, perhaps surprised by my gumption and intense dedication to finish my meal. There was nothing to it, though. I was just hungry. Yet, we could tell. Annabelle was the first to speak, making a sweet smile. Underneath the smile, I could sense shock. Was she disgusted by my unrefined manner of eating? What other choice was there? I couldn't help it after being baited by such a wonderful meal. When I arrived and saw the bunch of takeouts they had brought, my self-control was lost instantly. Of course, after hearing the humiliating growl from my belly and how I shouted food, the pair must have thought the right thing to do was to share their meal. What made you so hungry, though? Were you training? I nodded without paying much heed to Edward's question. What I was doing could be called training, no, it was exactly that. And it was a good one too. Judging the progress I made, having a fourth mana core was doable if I kept meditating in front of the lake constantly. I would need to draw a schedule, as well as return there for samples of the rocks, flora, and even water that existed there. They could contain special properties that could be useful even more. I'm not breaking any school rules, too. If the place was off limits, they would have told us. Plus, it was just hidden among meadows and trees, no barricade exists there whatsoever. That means it's a safe area. I could also take as many samples as I wanted as long as I didn't disturb the general state of the place or cause destruction. It was a gold mine that piqued my interest, and I hoped for returns. Wow! Amazing! What kind of training did you do? Edward interrupted my thoughts while staring at me with fiery eyes of passion. Ah, does he think I meant martial arts training? I swallowed my food and washed it down with the cool water that the two also provided. They seemed to be done eating on their end, most likely before I arrived, so I was the only one who ate. It was about awkward, but that was fine too. It wasn't martial arts, I replied after making sure my food was properly ingested. Edward's face fell a little, but he also grew a bit more curious. As for Anna, since she wasn't an expert at training, she was a bit lost in the conversation. By the way, how did you get the food? I asked, suddenly wondering why I hadn't thought of the question before now. That. We finished our electives early, so we went to the cafeteria to grab something to eat. We bought some for you, in case you were hungry too. When we arrived and saw you weren't here, we ate our portion and waited for you, Edward replied. We thought you had ditched us, though. It's a relief you didn't. Annabelle continued where Edward could not go beyond. Both their faces showed a slight fondness for me, and I was certain they still held me in high regard, despite my current pathetic state. I'm sorry for keeping you waiting. I lost track of time in my training. Now back to the topic of training, I was certain Edward would say something, and he did. What type of training was it? I smiled, already expecting the obvious question. However, I wasn't ready to tell them about my multiple mana cores. It wasn't even certain that I would ever be. That's not what's important currently. My voice now had a more serious tone to it, allowing Edward to realize that it was best he didn't further his question. You all said you wanted to talk to me about something, and I also have something to tell you. Let's address that first. Oh, and thanks for the meal. While the last part seemed a bit half-hearted, I actually meant it with all sincerity. Without the sumptuous treat that they blessed me with, I wasn't sure I could. Well, I should go first then. I asked you first. Annabelle took the lead. Her forward personality often contrasted with her innocent and charming young look. This time was no exception as well. I waited for her question. I thought a lot about what you said, and I realized you were right. To fully surpass our joint rival, Lewis Griffith, I need every weapon in my arsenal. That's why I want you to teach me magic. A smile formed on my face as I took in the determined look she had in her eyes. It was exciting to watch a young child with so much vigor concerning magic, so much so that I nearly saw my younger self in the girl. Why would you ask me, though? Are you sure you want a mere white core grade to teach you, someone with such talent? This was a test, obviously. I wanted to see if she spoke out of depth, curiosity, or blind desperation. I heard the news of how you got a perfect score on your exams in magic. I also know you're skilled at magic theories and have a great wealth of knowledge. Since you're basically walking down the path I wish to thread on, one of a scholar and magic user, there's no better person. Plus, we both dare the same rival. Let's help each other out. I nearly cringed when she made her last statement, but, since my self-control had returned, I only nodded slightly. That's good enough for me. Chapter 123. Fair enough, but if I'm to do it, you'll need to cooperate very well with me. Plus, it won't be for free. You'll be helping out in my research and experiments. I'll need more than one set of hands and head on my current project. Annabelle beamed in delight the moment I said this. For a scholar, being included in experiments and research was another reward in itself. That meant there was practically no downside in our relationship. I'm happy you came to that conclusion, Annabelle. I look forward to being friends and close rivals with you. Me too. Her beam was so bright that I nearly shielded my eyes. How could one be so cute? Control yourself, Jared, you're a dignified man. You're better than this. Taking a deep breath to calm myself, I turned to the boy who impatiently awaited his turn. Now, then, what about you, Edward? What would you like to ask of me? My question was blunt and straightforward, and I stared directly into his eyes. Having a knack for reading the emotions of others, I knew he was conflicted or even unsure of what he was about to say. However, what other choice did he have? Ultimately, he couldn't get left behind. Please, Jared, please teach me martial arts. Edward's voice rang loud, echoing across the room as he spoke. I would have been flustered had I not prepared for this much. His face was stiff and his fists tightened. Clearly, a mix of embarrassment and determination clashed within the boy's soul. Why? It was a good question, natural for someone in my position. After watching you fight, I realized how superior you were in terms of combat. The way you spoke also showed your superior knowledge in arts and techniques. A very sound conclusion. But, this much was obvious already. I would need more than that if I was to be convinced that he was bright enough to be taught. After my loss, I observed your body for some time and noticed it's incredibly well built, though not as noticeable as me. You focused on balance, and I can tell your physical status is high. Also. Oh. Not bad. What else? That move you showed to me in order to evade my strike, the blurry movement that made you appear beside me in a flash. It's a technique that belongs at least on the intermediate level of martial arts. Yet, you used it so casually. It's clear you're a very skilled martial artist on the level of an intermediate master at the very least, no, an advanced one. I smiled as soon as he was done with his assessment. In all fairness, he was both right and wrong. The illusory dance, the motion technique I used in front of him was a martial arts technique belonging to the basic level. Thanks to the fall of martial arts, it could be said to be on the same level as intermediate techniques, though. In my past life, I never made it past the intermediate level in martial arts. I hit a wall and couldn't reach the advanced stage. That was why I thought it would be nice to learn more about martial arts since I had a well-tempered body and magic on my side. The state of the devastating art had declined, though, and my intermediate level could basically be translated as an advanced stage currently. Yes, I was an advanced martial artist based on recent standards. I don't intend to make the mistake of settling for that, though. I won't lie to myself. I'm still an intermediate martial artist. Looking back at Edward, he was probably at the peak of basic martial arts, however, if I were to use my normal standards, he was probably as good as a beginner. He had the right body, but the wrong expertise and techniques. He would need to be taught from scratch. Very well. Edward, you've convinced me. I'll teach you as well. The motion technique I used in front of you that day. I'll make sure you learn it before our inter-class exchange, among other techniques too. The young boy's eyes bulged in surprise, most likely questioning if such a thing was possible. However, the moment he gazed at my confident and calm face, the worries that festered within him probably dissipated. I'll be honest with you too, I now addressed Annabelle as well, drawing both their attention to me. You have talent, a good physique, and enough potential to reach the top among your peers. However, you all lack the proper guidance. I wasn't wrong. Whenever I looked at both of them, nostalgic memories popped up. I usually had a keen eye for people, and that special trait wasn't going to fail me now. For Annabelle, you have talent in magic, but you've not actively used it or exercised your mana core as others have. As a result, you are completely behind in mana core development and the use of mana. But, don't worry, with your talent, you'll get the hang of it soon. Annabelle's face budded into a relieved smile once my assurance resonated with her. Edward, your physique is excellent, and your will is commendable. Your determination is also admirable. The only downside with you is how untalented you are in magic. Your mana core is pretty much less than average, which is why you got stuck in the lower class in the first place. The young boy bit his lip in frustration. He was most likely already aware of this fact, so I was just rubbing salt on his injuries. But, your mana core will pose no problem at all. Trust me, you can become strong even with your poor talent in mana. Edward's eyes bulged as soon as he heard my unexpected statement. Hope and doubt sparked in his eyes as he seemed to be in conflict with deciding which one to pick. Really? I nodded emphatically. Edward, take it from someone like me with a white mana core, you can become strong. Chapter 124. Mana is important for both magic users and martial artists. This is why it was one of the requirements for choosing the class placements in Inslark according to the new system. Just as my old friend posited in my first life, there are heights unattainable without skill in mana. That was why he remained stuck in the peak stage of martial arts despite his freakish talent in the sword, never attaining transcendence. Edward now faced a similar problem. His skill in mana was very low, his mana core was despairingly underdeveloped, and he probably had difficulty manifesting his inner mana to enhance himself. But, unlike the time in my first life, I had a solution to this issue now. I could try making multiple mana cores within Edward, just as I did for myself. This would allow him to increase the speed and efficiency of his mana use while also boosting the quantity of mana he had. Unfortunately, that was impossible. The young boy's core had already been sullied by the yellow color and was no longer pure. Creating multiple mana cores now was out of the window. If it had been white, even though Edward possessed very little talent in mana control, I could have helped him to redirect his mana particles and form another core. There's no use crying over spilled milk, though. The only other option would be too much of a hassle, but at this point, I just had to do it. I always knew I could be a great swordsman even with my poor talent in mana. Haha. Who even needs that? Edward blurted out in excitement. The moment he said this, my gaze shifted to his overly joyous mood and I gave him a cold glare. Are you crazy? Without mana, you'll be no more than average. What do you think you are? My harsh, cold, and blunt statement shook the two who heard me. The atmosphere suddenly shifted and became gloomy in a split second. But you said I. Don't quote me wrong. I know what I said. My sharp words cut him short instantly. Don't be stupid. Mana is everything. It makes things so much easier. Why would you ever think for even a second that you would be better off without it? My words hammered on the boy even more, and he appeared to be on the verge of tears. It seemed like I had raised his hopes and then shattered them apart. It wasn't my intention to be unnecessarily harsh, but I needed him to rid himself of any toxic thoughts that told him he could be a decent fighter without needing mana. If he held on to that logic, he would give up halfway through mana training and settle for what he knew best, martial arts. Though Edward told me to teach him martial arts, I wasn't going to stop there. If he wasn't well grounded in mana, his potential would only be stunted. I said you can become strong with your lack of talent in mana, and I wasn't lying. Even though you're hopeless in it, you have me. I'll help you out. Using the method that the priest used for me when I was younger, as well as making sure we all trained in the secret spot I found earlier, I was going to fill this boy's body to the brim with mana. His core would rapidly absorb his mana particles and through my expert mana control, I would ensure he obtained a decent core. The problem with that is that it'll affect my own training as well. I can only rely on this at the initial stage. He'll need to learn how to do it himself too. I was going so far for these kids in hopes that they would be useful to me in the future. Hopefully, I was right. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. I'll personally ensure the success of the both of you. That much is guaranteed. Annabelle and Edward had stars in their eyes as they gazed upon me with so much respect. Is that what you wanted to tell us? Anna asked, still beaming and grinning from ear to ear. Oh, yeah. About that. Well, pretty much. But, there's one more thing as well. Oh? What is it? They asked in unison, having even greater expectations surge from within them. You'll need to quit all your current electives so we can make time for training. Also, clear your schedules from the end of classes to about 6 o'clock, no, 7 p.m. We'll be doing intensive training and a lot of time and effort will be put into it. Silence. The pair looked discombobulated the moment my words landed on them. They looked at each other, looked at me, looked at each other again, then looked at me. Their expressions told me they weren't prepared to handle this news. With every action comes an equal and opposing reaction. I knew that very well. And now, in response to my seemingly absurd action, an opposing reaction appeared in full force. Wait. As I instructed, both Annabelle and Edward quit their electives. Their faces looked disheveled after returning from Naren's office for finalizing the details, and they muttered words of regret. I'll miss you, cultural studies, Annabelle sniffed as she walked back to her seat. Edward said something similar, but I didn't even care enough to listen. The important thing was that they had taken the bold step and proven their determination. With that in mind, I could trust them a little. I'll take them to the lake and begin their training there. First, they both needed to get a feel of mana since they were both really inexperienced in it. Annabelle was sure to get it first, so I had the next thing in mind for her. She would rebuild her mana core and cause it to advance on her own while I only taught her the basics. As for Edward, I would personally inject my mana and redirect it to his core in order to increase the growth of his core too. As soon as that was over, we would start the main thing. For Edward, training on proper martial arts techniques. I was thinking of beginning with Imperial Sword Arts and Hayes martial method for him. The illusory dance was a basic technique belonging to the Hayes martial method school, so having him learn it was essential. For Annabelle, she would learn spell activation, and once she got the hang of it, I could teach her more practical uses of spells. Using the creativity of a scholar, I was certain she would be able to combine various spells and produce desirable results. It wouldn't be as fast as mine, since I had multiple cores, but with her very powerful one, she would be able to compensate greatly. I also didn't plan to neglect my training and experiments. If these two seemed to be getting in the way of my activities, I would ditch them. But, for now, I didn't see that happening. The familiar selection ceremony was in merely 3 weeks. I was eager to see how much we would have grown by then. And so it begins. Chapter 125. Weeks passed in the blink of an eye. During that time, I and the two who were under my wing did our hardest, achieving results that were synonymous with the efforts we put in. And so, after training and tempering ourselves, we found ourselves seated in our lecture hall. Naren Khalid stood atop his stage and placed both hands on the lectern that stood erect in front of him. The time is here, guys. It's time to select your familiars. Everyone nodded, some swallowed, others looked nervous enough that sweat seemed to pour out of them. No matter how experienced or weak an individual was, they weren't ignorant of the concept of familiars. Seated in my usual spot, now sandwiched between Edward, to my left and Annabelle to my right, I interlocked my fingers together and gave a somewhat excited smile. Phew, it's finally that time, After so long, for the first time in both my lives, I would get a familiar. As you all know, this is a very important step to take in the journey of everyone: magic users, martial artists, and scholars. As a result, you all need to become undeniably successful in this if you hope to advance further in your respective fields. From Naren's tone and the students' expressions, one could easily deduce that this was a matter akin to life or death. This ceremony would usually be yet another thing that separated the talented and those without potential. If you end up with spectacular familiar, lecturers begin to show interest and can take you in as an apprentice. Most apprentice candidates were chosen using their familiars as yardsticks in estimating their prospective growth. Naren didn't mention anything like that, but I was certain everyone thought of it. Due to how important this ceremony is, we'll be having a joint session with the students of both middle class and upper class. My grin widened the moment I heard this. So, I'll get to see them again, I wonder how they're doing. You have an excited look on your face, Jared. Did the teacher say something interesting? A feminine voice appeared from my right. Of course, it came from none other than Annabelle. She had a somewhat inquisitive glow in her eyes that seemed to want to peer into the recesses of my soul. No, it's not that. I'm just looking forward to meeting some people. They are magic users I got to know since the entrance exams. With my statement made and my tone initiating the end of the conversation, I returned my gaze to Naren. We'll leave for the general meeting spot by 10, so you have some time to yourselves. Also, the familiar selection ceremony begins at 12 on the spot. Prepare yourselves. With this as his final statement, Naren took his leave. As we watched him exit the hall in silence, everyone's uneasy gazes shifted to each other, and carefully waited for our lecturer to completely disappear. The moment he did so, an uproar replaced the decorum pervading the room and chattering began. One would think these students were not aware that today was the day from the way they spoke. Are you guys nervous? I calmly looked at the two who sat on both my sides. A little. I wonder what I'll end up with. I hear the ceremony is mostly a game of chance. Edward honestly replied, making me lightly laugh in response. Well, he's not wrong, my thoughts trailed. Anything could happen during the ceremony. There were cases where individuals deemed to be talentless got to have high-grade familiars, while the seemingly talented ones got the less desirable outcomes. These situations were rare, though. Usually, the more potential and talent one had, the better the familiar would be. We've done our best. We can only hope for our efforts to be reciprocated. I'm not nervous at all. Edward and I mechanically turned out heads to face Anna and gave her an expression that told her to shut up. What best? What effort? This girl and her freakish talent. My eyes nearly popped out of their sockets thanks to the glare I gave her, and I was sure Edward was doing the same. Her potential was even more than I expected. It was a good thing I had convinced her to stop wasting away her affinity for magic. No, it was extremely fortunate that I made her into an ally, though sometimes I felt like I made a mistake. Come on, guys. It won't be that hard. By the way, Jared, these people you look forward to meeting, who are they? I rolled my eyes and tried to stare into an empty space the moment she spoke. This was the problem with Annabelle, she was too inquisitive, no, clingy. Come on, just tell me. Are you keeping secrets from me, I mean, us, now? Edward, tell Jared to spill it. I once again ignored her words. Come on, I'm sure it's nothing. We should be more focused on the familiar selection ceremony. Edward rightly said, earning my respect. TCH, how useless. You can't even back me up. I winced at those words, and Edward seemed to be struck by lightning as all the energy in his body appeared to be drained off. I already told you, don't worry. Be confident in your abilities. Now, support me on this. Annabelle kept babbling and I had to shut off my hearing with magic in order to concentrate on other important things. I had initially found her personality to be entirely absurd and thought it was due to our shared passion regarding Lewis Griffith, but it turned out I was wrong. According to Edward's testimony, Annabelle had always been like that, even to him. They basically knew all there was to know about each other. Pure transparency. It seemed like she was trying to adopt that kind of atmosphere in my relationship with her, too bad it was impossible. I was a bit glad that she considered me close enough to share secrets with, but I wasn't ready to divulge any of mine to anyone, especially not to a 12-year-old. Chapter 126. The thought of Annabelle knowing I was the very man she worshipped, and actively competed with, made me throw away any idea of revealing my true identity. Besides, it was too risky to begin divulging such secrets. How long do I have to put up with this, though? I looked at Annabelle and saw that she was still talking. She looked almost as a child would, and her cheeks were already getting red. The girl was most likely getting angry and flustered that I hadn't said anything. I better quickly end this. SHH, that's enough. You're right. I quickly interrupted her while removing my magical ear blocks at the same moment. Slightly raising my hand to her face, one of my fingers planted itself on her lip. With this gesture, and my words, Annabelle finally fell silent, her eyes bulging in surprise and her face growing even redder than before. What? She's getting more flustered? Why? I was an expert at reading people, especially women. During times when I wanted them to keep quiet, it was best to agree with anything they said, even if I really didn't feel that way. Still, doing that would make me seem like a pushover and it would encourage her to try something similar next time. To curb that, I asserted some dominance and made a bold step. Telling her SHHH and placing my finger on her lips would allow her to know I was serious and didn't want any more words slipping out of her mouth. But what was this? Her childlike face was bright red, and her expression showed immense shock. It felt like I had done something wrong. She made a short breath from her lips, causing the tip of my fingers to feel the heat that came from within her. Maybe I embarrassed her. Did I go too far? I removed my hand from her lip and dropped them, still intensely gazing into the extremely cute expression she currently had. I see, so that's how it is. A whisper leaked out of her mouth before she finally placed both hands atop her desk and buried her head in between them. Was she upset or something? I couldn't read this girl. Wow, I didn't know you had that side of you, Jared, Edward mumbled, his voice quivered in a little surprise as he spoke. I looked in his direction and saw a somewhat uneasy smile form on his face. But, I support the action you took. It's a good thing you let her know now. Was he talking about what I did and said to Annabelle? It was really nothing spectacular, though. In any case, I was glad he understood the importance of making the girl shut up before she became a nuisance. Well, it had to be said one of these days. The sooner the better, right? Edward coughed hard the moment I said this, like he was caught off guard, but he quickly regained his composure and nodded. Hey, are you okay? Still nervous? Yeah. I'm fine. With that, he smiled softly and also buried his face underneath his arms, following Annabelle's lead. I had a faint feeling that I had done something more than I initially thought was necessary, but there was no need to push the issue. I should think about the course of action to take from here on out. After all, the concept of familiars was one of the very few things I wasn't so knowledgeable on. Familiars, also known as bonds, are beings and creatures that contract with humans, forming a form of symbiotic relationship. The origins of familiars are diverse. They are basically souls of creatures who possess lingering attachments to the world and have egos powerful enough to allow them manifest as familiars. In essence, when a being dies and had a strong attachment and powerful ego, such being becomes a familiar. However, just as all humans aren't equal, familiars are the same. Power varies depending on the type of being a familiar was before death, as well as the ego they possess. For this reason alone, magic users often search for the more powerful familiar to make it their bond. Unfortunately, another issue arises from this. Familiars and their hosts have symbiotic relationships to which both must agree. No matter how desperate a host is, if the familiar refuses to form a contract, it is all in vain. Likewise, hosts could also refuse to form a connection with proposing familiars. Just as people had various personalities, familiars are the same. Some are endearing, some are harsh, some are kind, and some are proud. However, it is usually expected that a powerful familiar has a degree of pride due to the great level of ego it possesses. As a result, they do not settle for just any host. The power of a familiar is indispensable, and they are often known to be life partners. This is why nearly all magic users and martial artists possess one. Since a person's power is often inadequate and requires assistance, it would be best if they had a partner to assist in their endeavors. As such, familiars have made their mark in the world. Now, as for why I know so little about these creatures that have gotten so widespread and the reason for me not having one in my past life, it all stems from one single fact. Familiars were not very famous back in my day. In the past, contractual magic was very complex, so only top-tier mages could use it. Plus, while the existence of familiars was known to us, forming a bond with one was something most magic users couldn't do. Only those of the highest caliber could form contracts with familiars, and they were revered as the pinnacle of the realm of magic. The Grand Mages. I once aimed for that position myself, until I found out I was inept. Grand Mages, and a few other exceptions possessed familiars, and they were quite powerful, while those of lower status didn't. Also, since familiars had symbiotic relationships with their host, they required something in exchange for the power they would give. A home to reside in called the Mana Core. Chapter 127. I was inept in my previous life. That made it impossible for me to even dream of having a familiar. As wandering souls with egos, they all needed a place to call home. Without a Mana Core, a person was not qualified to house even the lowest of familiars. That was the reality of my time back then, though. In modern times, even those without Mana Cores possessed familiars. Among the scholars registered within Inslark, even those in my class, some didn't have Mana Cores and were inept. Thanks to my accomplishments in the past, there was really no discrimination against inept scholars since I proved that even without the use of mana, a person could revolutionize magic. As a result, the Academy accepted inepts in the scholar department alone. The familiar selection ceremony is compulsory for everyone, even the inept scholars. That means there is a way even those without mana can form bond contracts. And I knew what the solution was. Artificial mana cores, or rather, mana stones. By infusing mana into a particular device, similar to the way mana particles converged within the body, a mana core could be formed. These stones served as an external source of mana, allowing those who couldn't use mana to perform magic as long as they knew the procedure and commands already imputed within the stones. For the inept students, those who didn't have mana cores, they would be given a mana stone each. This gave them an equal chance of getting familiars for themselves. Phew, magic has really advanced, I muttered to myself. Just as Naren said, immediately it was time to leave, he returned to our classroom and led us to the place where everyone would converge for the ceremony. My classmates seemed excited and nervous, and I could somehow feel the same way. My focus was somewhere else, though, even as we all moved in two orderly lines of boys and girls. Almost there, my thoughts raced as I looked inward. My fourth mana core, it was still forming, though very close to complete manifestation. For the 3 weeks that I trained Edward and Annabelle, I couldn't completely focus on my mana core growth. Of course, that didn't mean I neglected it, but I was also very much occupied with my pupils. While Edward needed more of my attention, even Annabelle required assistance at the beginning due to her inexperience with mana. As a result, I ended up spending a great deal of time boosting their mana core development. At some point, I made them return the favor to me by using the same method of excitement that I learned from the priest. They both skillfully infused their mana into me while I absorbed the rich mana of the surroundings, causing my speed to reach phenomenal speed. That was what made me arrive at the threshold, nearly completing my mana core formation. If I had just one more day, I would have completed it. Unfortunately, the next day was today. Being out of time, I resorted to the method of light meditation, skillfully pulling my internal mana particles to my fourth core. Since I could not achieve total concentration, the speed was rather slow but steady. I just needed to keep at it. We're nearly there. Pick up your pace. With Naren's statement, I was brought back to reality and observed the surroundings. It was oddly familiar. It took me a second to realize it, but once I did, my eyes bulged in surprise. This is our destination. A short distance from where I currently walked was the terrain I had been training in for 3 weeks. There was no way I could miss the cluster of trees, the exotic colors of the flowers nearby, and the rich density of mana emanating from the region. That's my meditation spot. My eyes darted to Annabelle and Edward, and I realized that they too were surprised by this. To think that the location for selecting our familiars would be the very place we had been training for the past 3 weeks, how unbelievable was that? Welcome to the oasis. A deep voice boomed. I rolled my eyes slightly and contained my disgust as I watched the man who addressed all of us. He was none other than Damien Lawcroft, the idiot who was hell-bent on mana core grade superiority. The entire first-year students were already gathered in the lush garden, the clearing at the center of the forest where the pool was situated. The grounds were big enough to contain all of us, with enough space for us to form lines separating the upper class, middle class, and lower class. Just like on our way to this location, we were divided into 2 lines of boys and girls, making 4 lines in total. Standing firmly and listening in absolute silence, we faced Damien Lawcroft, as well as the 3 lecturers who stood behind him. The lake at the center separated us from them, and the temptation to stare into the clear blue water instead of facing the academy staff in front was sure to gnaw at everyone who stood in line. Damien's hardened face had not diminished, and his tone was as harsh as ever. He addressed us at the familiar selection ceremony, going over the rules and procedures in a precise manner. The pool before you is known as the gate, and it is a massive mana core that is used to store familiars of various kinds. Some of you may have already noticed the intensity of mana that is permeating the area. It is all as a result of this lake. I was surprised to hear that the lake itself was a mana core. No, that wasn't accurate. The most likely description would be that an artificial mana core dwelled within it. And so, the lake served as a vessel to hold it. I have taken samples of the lake water, and even herbs from all around. If this is really a spot so important, why was it left unguarded? Plus, why is it located on the academic grounds of the lower class? I had many questions, but now was the time to listen. Chapter 128. Once the gate is opened, familiars will pour out and swarm the area. Do not worry, none shall harm you. Damien began explaining the ceremony. No student dared zoning out at this critical juncture. Special magic has been placed around that prevents them from being hostile. Besides, they are familiars, and all seek satisfactory hosts. None of them will attack potential candidates. Our supervisor continued his explanation, telling us about the time frame for selecting a familiar. The ceremony started at exactly 12 o'clock, and a period of 3 hours was provided for every student to get a familiar. For the inepts, they would all be given artificial mana cores, mana stones, to form contracts with their familiars. Since the ceremony was sacred, disturbances were not allowed, so all the staff would steer clear from the forest, though observational magic would be used to watch us. Once a contract was made, the student would exit the forest and meet the supervisor and lecturers waiting at the entrance of the forest and give his/her report. This allowed for registration, grading, and future assessments. Since this is a non-biased ceremony, we will not interfere. The same kind of artificial mana cores will be given to all inepts, and as for the rest who possess mana cores, it all depends on your ability and affinity with the familiars. Damien Lawcroft said that, but I wondered if he actually meant it. Even if this ceremony was meant to be fair, reality made it hard for that to be possible. Talent and skill played a huge part in scoring a good familiar, something we as lower-class students lacked a great deal. Very little avenue for growth was provided for us, so there was no way we would be superior to those in the higher classes. This ensured that they would obtain the better familiars and we would be stuck with the less impressive ones. A familiar is said to be one's bond for life, though that is not strictly so. It is possible to sever one's bond with a familiar, but the method is very rare and costly. I doubt lower class graduates would be able to afford it even after they become fully fledged mages, martial artists, or scholars. Well, the rich ones probably can, but what about people like Edward? It would be difficult to change one's familiar if such a person didn't have the means to. Also, it wasn't possible for an individual to have more than one familiar at once. The monocore is the house, and familiars don't like to share. One could argue that a person could bypass the rule by contracting with many familiars and storing them in artificial monocores, but in all fairness, the familiars who would subject themselves to such a method were very rare and also extremely weak. No one in their right mind would resort to such a high-cost method only to contract with weak familiars. The better the core and potential talent, the better the familiar one could score. Artificial cores weren't that appealing. The only reason they were being used was to give inepts a chance to get familiars, though it was obvious their familiars would be very weak. No one cared, though. Scholars weren't meant to fight, anyway. They belonged in the realm of studies and strategies. If a scholar was lucky and ended up with a wise familiar to aid in his research, then that would be better for them than having powerhouses instead. The same rule applied to inept scholars, though. Even though their monocores were artificial, the bond contract still applied to them. A familiar's contract differed depending on the type of soul it had. The host and familiar would deliberate and agree on the terms stipulated. Once they reached a consensus and the bond was made, it was permanent. So, even inepts with artificial cores were bound by the agreement. Breaking such a contract that was made by two souls came with extreme repercussions. In essence, anyone who ended up picking the wrong familiar ran the risk of being stuck with it for the rest of their life. Hugh, thinking in this line, anyone would get nervous, I whispered to myself. Now, then, we shall leave you to relax or prepare yourselves. Those who are inept should see the lecturers in charge of their classes and obtain their artificial monocores. Damien Lawcroft spoke in finality. His face moved slightly as he appeared to be scanning through the students. I assumed he was looking at those he deemed to be extremely talented candidates. Suddenly, as he glanced around and I looked at him, his eyes came to me and our line of vision connected. Instantly, a glare formed and a look of disgust was shown. Immature, would be the best description for this man. I often wondered if he was an adult due to his philosophy. Is he still upset about what happened at the assembly back then? I shook off my distracted thoughts and ignored him, focusing more on resuming the formation of my core. If only I could concentrate more, the external mana that saturated the area would aid in my cultivation. But, with so many eyes around including professionals, I couldn't risk being noticed. Fortunately, I only had to be patient for a bit. Damien and the rest of the lectures would be exiting the forest soon, giving us some time to prepare, and once it was noon, we would begin. All right everyone, you may relax and move to your respective spots where you will remain for the ceremony, Damien said after the artificial monocores had been provided for all the inepts. Following this, all the adults left us to ourselves as the students each looked for locations in the vast grassy plains where it would be most comfortable or strategic in attracting the familiars. Our straight lines broke as everyone began scouring for areas most profitable to them. What should we do, Jared? Edward asked, drawing closer to me. Annabelle also came nearer, appearing happy that we had all been reunited. A glint of the conflicted expression she had back in the classroom remained, though. Is she still thinking about that? While waiting, you can continue meditating to strengthen your cores. Every second counts. I addressed everyone, getting obedient nods in return. Chapter 129. You can also choose to stay anywhere, it won't matter. The right familiars will flock to you, so don't worry about it. Then I choose to. Before Annabelle finished her statement, which I already suspected to be an attempt to stick close to me during this ceremony, I quickly fired back. I would like for you not to be close to me, though, since there the mana density will be thinner around me. We should all stay apart from each other so we won't rob one another of the surrounding mana. With this smart and accurate protest, I silenced Annabelle. None of my two comrades had any complaints about it, so I took it as acceptance. Suddenly, I felt two familiar presences and heard their footsteps as their feet trample the juicy grass beneath. It's been a while. Jared Leonard Alphonse Sereth. A smile formed on my face. Only one person would choose to use my name at length like that. Plus, even as they had approached, I already knew it was them. Turning my face in the direction of the incoming footsteps and voice, I looked behind me and saw the pair. Stefan Netherlore. Maria Helmsworth. It's been a while. The boy and girl came into view, their contrasting features made it clear who they were. Stefan Netherlore, with his dark hair and deep blue eyes, handsome to a fault and always putting on a serious front around me that made it appear as though he was in a bad mood. I suspected this was only to hide his true intentions. Maria Helmsworth, the genius among geniuses, a prodigy in her own right. Her silver hair was as elegant as always, and her gem-like blue eyes rivaled even that of Annabelle, except she had a gleam of maturity attached. These two came to me of their own volition, something I didn't fully expect. Yet, it has. Maria spoke first, and then fell silent almost immediately. A moment of silence dwelled amid us since none of us had really spoken on favorable terms before. Still, I wasn't going to go out of my way to speak to them. You guys came to see me. I don't plan on trying to drive this conversation. I felt a sudden shift in my surroundings. It came from behind me, and the proximity was scary close. Looking back at the source, my eyes met Annabelle, who seemed to be glaring at the two prodigies that just approached. A scary look appeared on her face that I couldn't completely decipher. These are the two I was telling you about. I decided to drive the conversation in a different direction by addressing my new comrades. My initial plans were to befriend Stefan and Maria, making them my comrades instead. Unfortunately, they were out of my reach, so I had to make do with Edward and Annabelle. I had no regrets, though. Oh, I see, nice to meet you too. Annabelle forced a smile as her darkened expression remained. Clearly, she didn't mean what she was saying. Edward also rendered his formalities, though nervously. Since they had both been present during the assembly, the two must have realized that Maria and Stefan belonged to the upper class. While Edward showed reverence to them and displayed his inferiority, Maria was simply oozing hostility. Why was she so upset? I traced the direction of her eyes and found them heading in a single direction. That had to be the cause of her annoyance. Quickly, I followed her gaze and laid eyes on the object of her strife. It was Maria Helmsworth. Why? Does she have any beef with her? My confused thoughts forced me to finally break the unbearably heavy silence among the five of us. Do you perchance know them from somewhere? I asked Annabelle with the little smile I could muster. No. First time meeting them. She shot Maria a dirty look. Likewise. The silent Maria returned the favor. This just got me more confused. I don't have time for this. We should be meditating and preparing for the familiar ceremony. With that in mind, I decided to conclude this farce. So, why are you guys here? I don't think you'd just come to say hi. My eyes narrowed at the two upper-class elite geniuses. The moment I said this, Maria's eyes seemed to bulge and she looked away instantly. Don't tell me, that's all she came to do. I don't know about Maria, but I came for a different reason. She decided to tag along after I told her I would be seeing you. Stefan's eyes intensified as he now gave me a determined glare. The boy hadn't changed since I last saw him. The inter-class exchange that occurs in 2 months, make sure you come prepared. I'll destroy you then. Now I was lost. What do you mean by that? Destroy me? Are you still upset about what happened in the waiting area? Get over it already. What? No. Don't play dumb. Now I was even more perturbed. I had no real business with Stefan, so why would he personally target me in the exchange? Unless. So that's how it is. Pfft, how childish and simple. Fine, then. Stefan, you should also be prepared. I don't plan on taking it easy now that you've declared your intentions. My calm voice carried a tone of arrogance that seemed to unnerve the young elite a bit. I wouldn't have it any other way. Till then. As soon as he made his final statement, Stefan took his leave, and Maria followed beside him. I watched them for a few moments and sighed to myself. That Stefan guy probably thinks of me as a rival or something. His ego is bruised and he needs to fix it, so he must be seeking to win against me for him to regain his confidence. Unfortunately for him, it wasn't going to be possible, talk less of being easy. Besides, he was too weak and young to be considered my rival. As for Maria Helmsworth, who walked beside him, did she really just tag along to say hi? How strange she was. No, the two children were weird in their own right. Okay, you two. Spread out and begin meditation. I said to both Edward and Annabelle, who had already regained her usual demeanor after Maria took her leave. Okay, this has been a strange intermission, but I'm done with interruptions. It's time to complete my 4th monocore and then get myself a familiar. Chapter 130. Almost done, just a bit more. My eyes were crinkled as I felt the tiny dots become one with a much larger swirling orb located in my heart. The other 3 resonated well with the forming last one, and all that was needed was a little more push. Fortunately, with the spike in the mana I absorbed and the energizing of the excited particles within me, the final piece was unified with my 4th core, making it fully established. Ha, I huffed. Sweat covered my face and I felt drenched all over. Fortunately, everyone maintained some level of distance from one another so no one could notice the pungent odor I emitted thanks to exercising myself in such limited time. The fragrance of the flowers around also helped, and the lake gave off a lovely scent that overpowered any foul odor residual in the atmosphere. I was saved thanks to those factors. A magical clock was placed above us, allowing everyone on the oasis grounds to see it just by lifting our heads. I did so after smiling proudly to myself and found out I had a little over 30 minutes of free time left. My face returned to its position and I looked at both Edward and Annabelle. Both were focused on firmly establishing their core and even increasing its capacity. They had both made considerable progress ever since training started, and it was fortunate that they showed no limits to their growth yet. I noticed the other students, some of which were looking at me strangely. The majority of students were either practicing basic spells to further improve themselves before the main show began, or some simply just relaxed. A few could be seen discussing, but other than I and my 2 comrades, no one else was meditating. They didn't know, to begin with. Plus, doing something so absurd at such a critical moment seemed off. This made us there garner a bit of attention. I ignored the multitude and considered my next approach. Now that I had 4 cores, I was a step closer to my goal. This should be enough for my familiar selection ceremony. With that out of the way, I stared at the pool and waited for the show to begin. Once it did, I would enact the next phase. Time passed in nearly the blink of an eye, most likely since I was practicing combinations in my head while waiting. The moment the clock hit 12 noon, the most incredible sight emerged. The blue lake suddenly emitted a bright white light that covered the entire watery surface. Just as how ice would permeate a river during winter, the brilliant light hardened the body of water in front of all of us, giving it a solid shape. Everyone seemed to marvel as I noticed from the corners of my eyes, and I also couldn't stop myself from smiling in amazement. Seeing something like this up close was truly amazing. Different colors began swirling within the lake as sparks flew out. The white lace that covered the surface like glass maintained its form, but within it, Different colored lights bloomed and formed a whirlpool. Red, blue, yellow, green, orange, so many hues that could make the eyes of any human sparkle. That must be the gate, I reasoned. After a few seconds of swirling, balls of light began to pop out of the gate. They sparkled and glowed, warbling as they made their way past the glassy white light and appeared in the environment where we all stayed. Those were the familiars. Hundreds of them poured out and glowed, taking on various shapes and sizes. Some appeared to be flickering light, some had the form of flaming crimson, some were simply spheres of light, and some had mushy forms that changed as their colors warbled. With hundreds of these seemingly alive souls pervading the environment, the students could not help but feel amazed. However, now wasn't the time for sightseeing. The gate had opened, the familiars had poured out. The only thing left for us to do, was to call for them. The call, a term coined by an expert on familiars who appeared after I died, was simply done by releasing one's mana to attract the lingering souls to the person. If the familiar felt attracted to a person's man, they would flock around the individual and offer their terms for a contract. While it was simple, it also very tricky. Familiars can sense a person's potential and growth from the energy being emitted, since they are in the form of pure mana souls searching for a residence. A weak call would, of course, attract weak familiars, and the opposite also applied. Using this rationale, it was best to get as strong as possible to attract the best of the best. Now, then. I should begin, shouldn't I? As soon as I was about to infuse my mana and generate my call, a sharp sensation pulsated through my body, causing me to cease my attempt immediately. This is. The moment I realized this, my plans were altered immediately. The density of mana in the atmosphere had gotten far more than before. I could sense the saturation, so thick that I could almost touch it. Compared to this vast flood of mana, the one I had been enjoying previously could be said to be no more than a trickle. It was too amazing, too distracting. The mana called for me. So many mana-based beings are here, and that gate too, the mana around is overwhelmingly huge. I can't pass this up. I was faced with two choices at that moment. Choose a familiar with my newfound prowess, or patiently cultivate and increase my capacity. I was obviously going to go with the second. I have time, let's do this. With this much mana, I should be able to do it. Right there and then, the assurance was so high it was guaranteed. It was possible, after all. If I played my cards right, I would be able to make a fifth mana core. And so, while the rest of the students attracted their bonds and began conversing with the balls of light that were gathering around them, some having a few dozen, while some having one or two, I closed my eyes and began the most exciting venture of my life. Making a mana core in less than 3 hours. Chapter 131. Damien Lawcroft stood a distance from the forest and keenly watched it. Judging from his unmoving gait and his intense focus, one could almost mistake him for a mannequin. Well, the grumbles he made gave him away, and these grumblings didn't cease. The other lecturers stood apart from him, intentionally avoiding being in his line of vision. When Damien was like this, it was best to leave him alone. Just like the students could see a magical indicator to display the time, the lecturers could also observe all that was happening with the very same medium. It was a two-way channel. HMMN. It looks like it has started. This is going just as I expected. Damien's eyes ignored the trash who had a few familiars hovering around them and focused on those he deemed worthy of his attention, students like Stefan Netherlore and Maria Helmsworth. They had at least 100 familiars hovering around them, all brimming with intense light. This could only indicate that they were the cream of the crop. Damien's terrible mood began lifting as he saw the talented students he had set his eyes on display the desired results. Other students, especially members of the upper class, had many familiars around them too, a few dozen at the very least. Middle-class students had a good number too, most of them had about 20 flickering lights around them. Damien didn't care for the lower class, but his eyes went to them after observing the rest. As supervisor, he still had to monitor the trash, even though he expected nothing from them. Tisk, as I predicted. Trash will always be trash. It was a miracle to see 3 familiars hovering around those in the lower class. Yes, it was that bad. Most had just a single drifting familiar drawing close to them, and judging from the intensity by which they burned, Damien Lawcroft already surmised that these were weak souls. The familiar are probably just desperate and looking for a place to reside in. In essence, the students were fodder, not worthy of notice. How about that cheeky kid? Jared Leonard, was it? Damien's eyes scanned the large magical screen displayed in front of him and searched for the troublesome boy who got on his nerves the most. Even among the talentless, this kid had the gall to have a mere white monocore grade and still apply to their institution. If not for his suspiciously perfect scores, there would be no place left for him in the academy. There he is. Damien grinned as he watched Jared closing his eyes shut in meditation. Not a single familiar hovered around him. That kid, so not even the desperate ones want him. Damien was astounded by how one could be so unfortunate. He knew Jared was a good-for-nothing, but not to this extent. It was difficult to tell due to the distance, but the supervisor wasn't even sure Jared was doing the call properly. To think someone as shameful as this got into this academy, it makes me sick. He had already filed an interrogatory report to the Academy's board concerning an investigation of Jared's admission. Damien was determined to thoroughly scrutinize his entry into Nslark, and if he found as much as a loophole, he would exploit it and make sure Jared dropped out by all means necessary. Trash wasn't allowed in a fine place of learning such as Nslark, after all. It wasn't just Jared that had no familiar surrounding him. Damien spotted 2 other students who had no light surrounding them. One had very blonde hair and looked like a child while the other had auburn hair, looked incredibly built physically, and had a determined look on his face even as he closed his eyes. Must be a martial artist. To think that 3 students had severely failed in attracting any familiars, this had never happened before. Even the inepts, who used artificial monocores, had at least 1 or 2 familiars circling them. The artificial cores we provided are just at the base form of the yellow core grade. To think these students are worse than that. This is absurd. As he had always thought, lower class scum were not worthy to be grouped with the more talented students. They would only stunt the growth of those with more potential and hold them back. This was the whole rationale behind the class system in the first place. As Damien Lawcroft made these condescending thoughts, his eyes moved in the direction of the lecturer in charge of all the failures, Naren Khalid. He expected the man to display even a slight hint of panic due to all his students failing miserably. However, much to his disappointment, Naren showed none of such emotion. In fact, the young-looking man displayed nothing but a stoic outlook on the whole thing. Tisk, he hasn't changed. Damien clicked his tongue while whispering under his breath. The dissatisfied supervisor decided to ignore both the pathetic students and their lecturer. Rather, he would focus on his pride and joy, observing the choice they made and greet them as they came out of the oasis. Unknown to Damien, however, Naren was not feeling terrible within himself. He wasn't disappointed, he wasn't worried, he wasn't anxious. No, Naren Khalid was brimming with pride. Why? Because he figured out what Jared and his 2 companions were trying to do. That crazy kid. He can already control the flow of his internal mana particles. He's drawing in all the excess mana and trying to advance his core. Naren's eyes darted to the remaining 2 students who did the same and surmised that their actions were most likely influenced by Jared. In essence, these oddities were doing what others hadn't even considered and were doing it at a level that wasn't possible for their age. I'm excited. Jared Leonard, Annabelle Frederick, Edward Carl, show me what you'll do. Even though his facial expression was being controlled, his heart raced and his muscles throbbed. These students were growing to be monsters, and once as a witness, he couldn't wait to see what kind of creatures they would become as soon as they emerged from the chrysalis. Show me, Jared. No, show everyone. The power you wield. Chapter 132. It was so hard. I could feel my blood vessels pulsating. Even the tiniest bit of error could prove fatal. Absorbing such dense energy was very risky and required the utmost level of concentration. It was fortunate that I was currently in a quiet location, else there would be no way to achieve such a degree of focus. My little body struggled to contain the energy it received, sending it to my mana particles, which were charged up and energized to an unfathomable degree. Quickly, I controlled the fast current of mana particles and guided them in the direction I wanted. Where would my fifth core be? It had to be one of the most critical and overlooked parts of the body. My back. Yes, that was the best spot for my newly forming core. While offensive abilities were useful for mages, defense was equally important. To achieve balance in my body, having a readily available mana core for defense was pertinent. As I forcibly directed the torrents of mana to the center of my back, surges of pulsating energy enveloped me. It grew more and more uncontrollable, but I didn't relent. As the energy flower, I pushed it to the back. No, it's too much. Realizing that the distribution of energy was slower than my absorption rate, I needed to do something to balance things out. There was no way to reduce the absorption rate since the mana was too dense and thick to be contained. It was like a busted pipe or a dam that was overflowing. Should I cancel the whole process? No. I had come too far to turn back now. Time was meaningless for me since I had no idea what the clock said. My concentration was too deep to bother about my surroundings other than the mana that consumed my body. There had to be some other method, something I could do to tame the power overwhelming me. Suddenly an idea arrived, and while it would be difficult to execute, it boasted the most effective solution to my dilemma. I didn't think an opportunity like this would come so soon, but I guess it's time. I was going to advance my white mana cores to a higher grade. Advancement required lots of mana particles, something I had in excess at the moment. Thanks to controlling the flow of mana within me, I was redirecting all the particles to my forming core. However, the energy was too much. If I loosen my hold on the mana particles, some will naturally flow towards my other mana cores since they serve as mana magnets. Using this logic, I only controlled some aspects of my mana particles and allowed the others to move in the direction of my brain, heart, and spinal region, the nape of my neck. Of course, I prevented any from touching my primary mana core since I had to ensure that it remained white no matter what. It proved difficult, but I was able to redirect any mana particles nearing my stomach region to my back. Phew, heavy breaths leaked out of my mouth as I could feel my body wet from perspiration. No, focus. I was feeling it, the burden had lessened, now replaced by tingling sensations emanating from the various spots in my body where my mana cores were situated. The cores resonated with each other, giving me newfound strength, and I could feel myself slowly acclimating. This feeling, this is it. I'm doing it. My back tingled as the swirling orb around it fully manifested, giving me a surge of excitement in return. I felt completely overwhelmed by the power that had just unfolded within me, but I controlled myself some more. It's not over yet. I have to continue advancing. It wasn't greed, rather, it was efficiency. I was probably never going to get a chance like this again. I had no idea how long had passed, but it was probably still within 3 hours or I would have been interrupted by now. Being able to make a mana core within such a short time was simply incredible, no, unbelievable. But, it was a testament to the amount of effort and expert control over mana that I had. I had been doing this since I was a baby, after all. If I had some time left, it only made sense for me to take advantage of the surrounding mana and promote my 4 cores. Looking at each of them through meditation, most of the cores had reached a slight yellow state, but it wasn't enough. I needed more. My newly formed core was still white too. It would take more grueling work, but I was prepared. Phew, finally, I opened my eyes to the beautiful sight before me. Even though I had never left the oasis, it felt like a strange land compared to the inner recesses of my body. It took a while for me to completely adjust to the change in environment, but I controlled my breathing and the tense spasms of my body. My stuffed neck made a cracking sound as I raised my head to check the time. 2:41 p.m. Time is almost up, I sighed a little. My eyes looked around and I saw that I was the only one left in the oasis. The balls of light that represented the familiars had also ceased their dance and were lingering around, most likely waiting for their return to the pool. There was little time left, too little to call a bunch of familiars, form a contract with just one, and leave the grounds. I was certain the staff who were most likely watching the whole thing from afar had already concluded that I would fail. Well, Naren was probably an exception. A wide grin formed on my face as I made up my mind. I didn't have time to skin through the familiars that would gather around me the moment I made a call. Instead of a call, I should do something else. How about? Chapter 133. It was unorthodox. I hadn't seen a single book that talked about this method. However, after carefully considering my options, it was bound to work in theory. I sluggishly moved my tired body and rose to my feet. Every joint and muscle within me ached severely, as I thought it would. My tummy growled in hunger, but I neglected the pangs. As I moved, I slowly got closer to the pool, so clear and white, like a crystal. The swirling within the clear glass surface was mesmerizing, but I maintained focus. As long as this white surface is here, the familiars that have come out cannot go back in until the allotted time is up. That was why a great deal of them still lingered in the area even though they appeared to be practically done with their business. I was the only one left, and so far no call had come from me. They must have already given up on gaining a host and would probably have to wait until the next year. However, judging from the swirling within this pool and the glimmering colors within, there seemed to be more familiars inside. They just refused to come out. All the impressive familiars would have probably been taken by the talented students, and I am not interested in leftovers. The ones that piqued my interest were the beings who didn't even bother to find a host among our batch of students. I could only think of two reasons why. One would be that they were lazy or uninterested in a contract with a host. As long as they remained in the artificial mana core, they had a home, so they were probably comfortable with that. The second would be that they had a great deal of pride. For a familiar to refuse searching for a host and not respond to the call of any of the students, it meant that the ego making them up was quite huge. The bigger the ego, the better the familiar. A grin formed on my face as I noticed even more time had passed. Only 15 minutes were left, so I had to hurry. This was a risky venture with an unconfirmed success rate. Deducing the fact that no one else was here, it meant they had all succeeded, one way or the other, in gaining familiars. It would be a bummer if I was the only one who failed. Let's do this. I sat on the grass directly facing the lake just inches from my body. A little push would make me fall into it, no doubt. Now closer to the source of the vast mana that I had exploited to better myself, I was grateful for not being so close while I absorbed it. At this distance, the mana would have been too much for me to handle. I would have gone into mana shock. I reached out my hand, limp and tired, stretching it toward the glassy surface of the lake. I made my movements slow and calculated, watching out for any warning from the staff that I was violating some sort of rule. Nothing. Damien Lawcroft also didn't mention my actions as a violation of any rule, so that meant I was well within my rights. My hand moved more swiftly now and I made contact with the glassy surface of the lake. It felt sturdy, as I predicted. It was cold too. Shaking off my perception of the white barrier, I focused on my next action. No matter how hard I tried to call, I was probably never going to obtain the attention of any of the familiars within the lake. Only the ones nearby would flock to me, and it would be a pain to sort them all out. This was why I would need to resort to this mana resonance. In an instant, 4 of my 5 mana cores shone, resonating with one another at the very same time. Instantly, my mana was leaked out of my body and all gathered on the hand that touched the lake's barrier. Like shockwaves rippling through water, the mana I released served as a probe and distorted the swirling water in the lake. Fwayum! I felt a shift in the atmosphere, like the very air around me vibrated. It only lasted for a few moments, and then it disappeared. Phew, I'm done. Now, let's see your response. The technique I just used, mana resonance, was only possible when a person had very high proficiency in mana manipulation. It was achieved by pulsing one's core through the area to reveal one's presence and also to detect the presence of others. In a place with zero visibility, mana resonance was useful since allies could spot one another. High-level resonance made telepathy between two individuals possible even without the use of spells. All I had done was to use all 4 of my mana cores to resonate my intentions into the deep. It was a hassle to deliberate on a bond contract between myself and a prospective familiar. Instead of going back and forth with offers and counter-offers, it was best to simply give out my contract offer. I achieved this with mana resonance. Now, let's see which one among you will bite. For a moment, silence prevailed. I received no response. 5 seconds passed. 1 minute passed. 3 minutes passed. 5 minutes passed, not a single feedback. Shit! Did I make a mistake? My eyes bulged as panic began seeping into me. With less than 10 minutes left, I was already on my last straw. Should I have just settled for the ones available? Fortunately, I was worried in vain. I saw 4 balls of light ascend from the swirling pool beneath me. They seemed so pure and unsullied, even as I viewed them from behind the glassy layer that separated us. Red, blue, green, ashen. These creatures, no, souls, popped out of the pool and went past the white barrier. My eyes widened more in surprise as I witnessed their splendor. They had an appearance unlike any other. Their shapes resembled tiny sparkling beings made up of flaming lights in their respective colors. Their shapes were humanoid, having larger heads compared to their bodies. I saw eyes too, 2 round indications on their faces, and these 4 approached me closely. My eyes weren't deceiving me. There was no way I wouldn't know these creatures what kind of familiars they were. It appeared staying behind and trying this method was worth it, after all. Before me, floated the most unique of familiars having the title of the original Bond Souls. Wisps. Chapter 134. Wisps are peculiar beings, even among familiars. They are often referred to as the original familiars, and that is for a single reason: their natural state as souls. Unlike other familiars who were once living beings that died and became Bond Souls, wisps have always had the appearance of souls. Having no physical body, to begin with, they are the real deal, authentic familiars who never age and still have the total pieces of their memories and egos intact. They do not get corroded with the passage of time. These are wisps. 4 of them floated around me, donning different colors. It was amazing to imagine that my intentions had resonated with not just one, but all 4 at once. I didn't expect this. My resonance conveyed the contract I intended to make, and just like a bid, I expected those who were interested to show themselves. One of the terms I placed was first come, first served. I only had room for 4 familiars, after all. Suddenly, I felt my mind grow hazy. Like a fog slowly creeping up on me, my vision blurred and my strength was just about used up. I only had a few minutes left. Did I currently have what it took to contract with 4 wisps? I'm glad you answered my resonance. Unfortunately, my power is all used up. Please, lend me your strength now. I shall offer you a place of abode, the most comfortable kind. The creatures of light drew nearer, and I could hear a humming sound emanating from them. Having studied these unique beings for some time, I knew what they were about to do. Human! Do you deceive us? Is it possible that you truly possess multiple cores to house 4 of us? Prove your worth. As I heard their voices echo in my head, my mind grew foggier. Usually, familiars would be more cordial, but I was dealing with proud beings here. I needed to be smart about my next move. You are wisps, are you not? Why do you not resonate with me and find out? After I managed to say this, silence prevailed. I stared at each of the floating beings tiredly, waiting for their decision. Zwayunam. I felt a vibrating frequency within me. It was like every part of my body was being thoroughly searched, and I knew why. The wisps were confirming my assertion by resonating with my monocores. Very well. You appear to be speaking the truth. Who would have thought, though, a human possessing this many monocores? It's a good thing we decided to come and spectate out of curiosity. The others didn't believe you, looks like they missed out on a rare sight. Judging by their words, I had to deduce that the reason my resonance was unanswered was due to doubt on the part of the familiars. They must have thought I was merely bluffing and not worth any time. Speaking of which, time was running out, my stamina as well. I needed to hurry. Now that you have seen my cores, do you believe me now? Form contracts with me. Silence pervaded the area once again. Human. You mentioned having a suitable home. Your monocore is merely at the yellow core grade. Do you believe it is worthy of us? Do you know of our status? How dare you? Now they were mad. What arrogant little pricks these souls were. Wisps were strong, but not by a large margin. Many familiars, who were once legendary beings, outstripped them in both power and mana potential. The reason for their pride was due to the fact that they were original familiars. If I wasn't so desperate, I wouldn't need to go out of my way to cajole them. The benefits I offered went both ways. Do you not know, O wisps? Having 4 monocore grades to house 4 of you, I intend to specialize them in the magic attribute that you all possess. That makes it the most suitable home for your respective personas. Immediately after I said this, the familiars suddenly emitted a brighter ray of light, causing me to nearly go blind. What did you just say? Do you mean it? Resonance shows that you don't seem to be lying. Why would you do that? While familiars were searchers of residences to live in, some were extremely picky concerning the types of monocore which would house them. Monocores become specialized the higher the grade, and while the basic use of other magic is possible, one's specific attribute would be sure to be more pronounced when using related spells. For familiars, the more attuned the attribute of a monocore was to their own attribute, the better the home would be. Since the proud ones preferred comfort, they sought those who had similar attributes, but it was extremely rare to find an individual who had exactly the same attribute as the familiar. Why? Mages generally preferred versatility. If one had specialization in fire magic, it was clear that they would seek a familiar who had a complementing ability, probably wind, to increase the mage's power. No mage would intentionally pick a familiar that could do the same thing he could. It would be a waste. That was why these wisps were most likely surprised by my offer. I will make my specialty the same as your attributes. Fire, water, wind, earth. 4 of the basic elements. I have enough monocores to do that. My smile broadened as I stared at the glowing beings. With my strength fading, I could only put on this facade for a minute longer, but I had to remain strong. If I passed out here, the contract would never be signed and I would lose my chance. So, what will it be? Please say yes. Please. I screamed internally. You intrigue me, human. You are quite impressive. Having a core dedicated to me does sound appealing. And we get to have one another as neighbors. My body throbbed, muscles ached, and I knew it would only take some seconds before I blacked out. Very well. You have won us over, we will sign the contract on one additional condition. TCH. What now? Chapter 135. With only a few seconds left before everything totally went blank, I eagerly expected the favorable response of the wisps, until they told me of an additional term to be included in the contract. TCH. What now? I growled in impatience. What do you want? The round eyes of the 4 creatures narrowed, as though they were squealing in delight. It's simple. All you have to do is promise. Promise to never discard us. You just never resort to a bond break. I swallowed my saliva. They knew about bond breaking? Of course, they did. Unlike other familiars who were mere vestiges of their former selves and had their memories corroded with the passage of time, wisps lived for very long and had no such factors limiting them. They would not disappear without a host, but they still sought one as a means of accomplishment and comfort. The fact that they wanted to add this factor meant that they had no intention of leaving me if we bonded. The implications of this term meant I couldn't even resort to the forceful dissolution of our contract later on. It would be permanent in the true sense. In essence, I was stuck with them and they were stuck with me. But, I had no qualms with that. Hee, very well. You win. I'll agree to that. The fact that you're here means you also agree to my contractual terms, correct? Wise choice, human. Your terms are reasonable. It appears we have found a good host. You shall not regret this decision. Now that the terms are all agreed on, let's get this show on the road. The wisps all charged at me and I braced myself for impact. Shoo-oo-oo-oo-oo-oo-oo. Hisses of burning energy coursed through me as I felt my mana cores absorb the familiars. Like 2 different forms of liquid combining, they fused with my cores with such fluidity that the flow was not disrupted. It was my first time, so the strange sensation brought about by bonding with 4 familiars made me spasm violently. If I had enough energy, I would have screamed as a result of the overwhelming force. I was certain no one had ever accomplished this before. Usually, a person could only bond with 1 familiar. It was trite. However, having 5 different mana cores, I had the option of bonding with multiple familiars. I chose 4 this time around because I hadn't found the right candidate for my primary core. I wanted something more powerful than wisps, something more unique than anything people would possess, something that didn't have an equal. There was no way to find such a familiar in the academy, which was why I had to be patient. Once I was done with my studies and got the opportunity, I would sojourn in search of my true bond, the one who would dwell within my main core and grant me absolute power. This means I succeeded, right? My mind was going blank, and I knew there was nothing more I could do to keep myself conscious. All the criteria for passing the ceremony had been fulfilled, so I did not need to exit the forest. The staff would come to get me, and I was going to inform them of the bonds I contracted with when I woke up later on. That meant, for now, I could relax. Phew, this has been quite a ride, And so, everything went dark. Incredible. He really did it. Naren beamed as he watched Jared Leonard collapse on the grassy plains. Every single staff was surprised by the sight. If only anyone had seen their faces when the 4 wisps appeared before Jared and hovered around him, they would have noticed that the lecturers all dropped their jaws in shock. Even the proud supervisor, Damien Lawcroft, was off his hinges. His eyes spasmed in surprise and he certainly didn't seem pleased by the development unfolding on the screen. After everyone had left the grounds, leaving only Jared, Damien was gloating in satisfaction. He even had enough momentum to laugh out loud and openly mock Jared, hoping to spark some sort of reaction from Naren. Unfortunately, Naren, being a master of his emotions, didn't give anyone the satisfaction of seeing through him. Damien was trembling a little. Not only had Jared gotten the attention of 4 wisps, but the 4 seemed to have contracted with him, something that would have been impossible through normal standards. That kid, something fishy is going on here. Naren didn't appear fazed, though. It was unclear whether he was actually excited for the child or he was simply unimpressed. However, upon closer observation of his thoughts, the answer became clear. I knew it. Jared, no wonder you can perform magic so seamlessly and you have such knowledge. Even being a white mana core grade, you still outdo your peers. Naren had had his suspicion for some time, but with nothing definite to point at, he couldn't make them out to be more than just his thoughts. However, that all changed now that Jared had displayed his ability to contract with 4 wisps. No individual could do just that, with the exception of one other, and Naren knew who that person was. Himself. So, he has a white core, but he can perform multiple spells at once and contracts with 4 familiars. He's oddly like me. I didn't want to jump to conclusions before, but it has to be the case. Just like him, Naren knew Jared held a secret concerning the use of the white mana core, and that he possessed something no one else had. He has multiple cores. With this thought firmly established in his mind, Naren's stoic expression broke into a pleased smile. There was no way he could deny it now. Even though he had told Jared that he would only take him in as a disciple if he impressed him during the inter-class exchange that would take place in 2 months, Naren was having a change of heart. No wonder he was so confident. So this is it, Very well, you have my attention. Jared was bound to be a monster that would surpass all his peers. Naren knew that much, considering the fact that he was the same. Show me what you've got. Chapter 136. Ugh. My voice was hollow as I opened my eyes to see the ceiling. It took a few moments for me to fully grasp my current predicament, but I silently processed it. With empty eyes and strained breaths, my lips curled up in a slight smile upon realizing all I remembered was not a dream. I did it, I got myself 4 familiars. That wasn't the only good news. My mana cores, with the exception of my original, had advanced to the yellow core grade, each accumulating enough to put the best highest yellow core grade student in any class. These were all things worth celebrating. Unfortunately, my body was in no state for festivities. Thanks to pushing myself well past the limit, and depriving my body of the appropriate nutrients after going through such a tasking procedure, this much was expected. Fortunately, I sustained no permanent damage, and I was most likely in an infirmary. After taking a good look around, I confirmed my assumption. 6 mana cores is the limit for my body currently, but that doesn't mean I should push it. Human beings were like rubber. Our base form was not the limit, and we could continue stretching and increasing in power. However, it would be inadvisable to keep any piece of rubber in its stretched state for too long or to push it to the point of its elastic limit. I shouldn't have 6 cores within me, even if I can. There has to be a balance, else I'll just be overtaking this body. That meant one thing for now: I had reached the limits of my mana core growth, at least in quantity. I could still increase the quality. Maybe I overdid it a little, though. I was fully recovered, having only slight aches here and there, so it wasn't necessary to remain in bed. But, seeing that no one was around to interrupt me and that the place was quiet, it was the best time to manifest my familiars. Closing my eyes and maintaining a steady breathing pattern, I entered a meditative state and connected with my 4 mana cores that had the wisps dancing within. As expected, they've gotten accustomed to the core. While a mana core may appear little to humans, once familiars contracted with a host and entered it, the mana core was basically like a whole world to it. The better the core grade, the larger the world would grow. Currently, thanks to the quality of my cores, their sizes were each as big as my family's manor back home. I was certain that the familiars wouldn't be uncomfortable for a while. But, now wasn't the time for leisure. Now that I had contracted with them, the next step would be to begin enforcing our agreement. Shoo-yoo. Infusing the mana within my cores, I manifested the 4 wisps locked within, causing mist-like energy to leave my body and appear above me. One after the other, the wisps took form. They used my mana as catalysts and manifested in the normal plane even if their main bodies remained in my core. Well. Looks like you're finally awake. Who would have thought you were that exhausted when we contracted with you? Pfft. The image they took on was identical to how they originally looked like, plus their voices brought back memories. Now that I had more clarity, I was able to recognize the wisps better. The crimson one had a rough-looking face, and judging from its attitude and tone, it was most likely the fiercest of them all. The blue wisp was the one who spoke very few words. The green one had a playful and free-spirited charm about it. As for the ashen one, an earth-attuned wisp, it had a serious demeanor and spoke very bluntly. "I'm happy you were all worried about me." I smiled sarcastically and the wisps made flustered expressions in response to my comment. Who said we were worried? Fool. If you were that weak, we wouldn't have agreed to the contract. Did they not notice my sarcasm, or were they just airheads? Either way, while it was nice and all to get along with one's familiars as well as crack jokes with them, it was also very important for a host to assert his dominance in the relationship. Well, you are now officially my familiars. I hope you understand what that means. Day. This guy thinks we're airheads. We know that much. Do not underestimate us. They all spoke, one after the other, as though they could read one another's thoughts. Maybe they could, or perhaps they had lots of spare time practicing their lines. Their statements seemed condescending, though, like they did not acknowledge me as the dominant figure in our relationship. This was why I was surprised by the next thing they did. Each of the floating wisps bowed their brimming heads and showed respect. With joint speech and a reverent tone, they rendered their speech to me. "Master, you have proven yourself worthy of our power. We officially declare ourselves as your familiars." As soon as I heard this, I smiled both in pride and also relief. It would have sucked if they forced me to use the bond contract to dominate them. I wasn't keen on keeping my trusty familiars bound by fear. Very well. I accept your vows. I shall also prove myself to be an able master to you. Mark my words, you three. Soon, you shall all have more neighbors. You shall witness as I grow stronger and you shall all grow stronger with me. I shall show you things beyond your understanding, and together, we will arrive at the hidden truth. The root of magic itself. These emotion-filled words echoed across the room, my unwavering will remaining intact. As I concluded my speech, I was greeted with silence, and then... Pfft! Pua ha ha ha! Our master is quite the funny man. Do you overestimate yourself? How interesting! Shaken by the mockery of those who had called me their master just a few moments back and swore their allegiance to me, a slight tingle of hurt permeated my heart. As their laughs radiated the room and they danced gleefully in the air, I comforted myself with a tiny thought. Damn you guys! I should have dominated them, after all. Chapter 137. The wisps kept dancing and giggling around me, like flies on a pile of dung. Okay, that wasn't a very good analogy. It was too distracting, watching them play with each other. Still, the sight was wonderfully cute that it caused a smile to form on my face. If I only had one core, this wouldn't be possible. They all looked so happy, being able to interact with their fellow wisps this way. For familiars who bonded with their hosts, they basically had no one else to relate with except their master. If such a host was cold-hearted and neglectful, the familiar would suffer loneliness. At least I was comforted with the fact that even if I was busy, these fellas would have each other. Suddenly, the four of them halted in their play, their brimming bodies glowing brighter than usual. Someone's coming. Run. Hide. Run and hide. Instantly, they all lunged back into my body, returning to their respective monocores. It was adorably how they fled, but I wasn't surprised that they were able to sense someone's presence, something I hadn't been able to. Well, I suppose I haven't completely come out of it yet. A knock interrupted my thoughts. It was light and gentle. I quickly sat up, resting my back on the crown of the bed I lay on as I expected my visitor. Kriaake. The door opened slowly and the person in front of it entered, not even waiting for me to give permission. Upon seeing the face of my visitor, though, I acknowledged that there was no need for that. Professor Naren Khalid, it's a pleasure to see you. My words may have been an act of courtesy, but my smile was genuine. Of all the people I wanted to see first, he was the first candidate. Looks like you're all better now. You got treated with a restorative potion and were placed here to recover. Naren found a seat at the edge of the room and brought it closer to my bedside. Seating on it, the young man stared at me keenly, as though trying to see right through my smiling expression. Is that so? That's a relief, then. I'm sorry for the trouble I caused. Oh, that's all right. You're in the academy, after all. Your safety is our top priority. His words sounded the moment I concluded mine. How did it go? And why are you here? I decided to be straightforward in my approach. It had been risky, but I took the chance anyway. Since I had clearly displayed my ability to contract with 4 familiars while the staff watched, it was very possible that the secret of my multiple mana cores had been exposed. If that was the case, then we examined you and found out nothing is wrong with your body. We could also sense the familiars within you, though their energy signature is all mixed up. Maybe it's due to the fact that no one has ever contracted that many wisps at once, Naren explained. I see. It appeared I was worried for nothing. Of course, it would be impossible for them to detect my multiple mana cores since no one had ever achieved it. In tandem, there was no device or appraiser that could detect something that hadn't been proven to exist yet. A high-class appraisal mage should be able to see right through me, but I don't think I'll need to worry about that for now. Regardless, congratulations. You've broken the record of Inslark Academy's familiar ceremony. Of course, usually, a person could only contract with 1, this was absolute for students in their first years. Yet, I made 4 mine. It was expected that I would trump the record by far. The highest record before yours was 3 contracted familiars. You beat it by 1. That's an impressive feat. What? Hold on. Someone other than me actually contracted with 3 familiars? A first year for that matter? That's absurd. I could no longer contain my shock, causing it to leak out of my face. Naren gave an amused smile, causing me to quickly regain my composure. You seem surprised. You're probably wondering how that is possible, It's almost like you know the criteria for getting 3 familiars, and how impossible it is. But if that's the case, then how would you explain your situation? I gulped. He got me, damn. In any case, your situation is indeed rare, but not unprecedented. I came here to congratulate you, but also to officially record your familiars since you passed out before we could do that. Naren causally trailed off the intense discussion we were having, much to my relief. Oh. Please manifest your bond souls. Once I have confirmed their identities, you may retract them. This was standard procedure, necessary for Inslark Academy students' records. Every student had gone through this, allowing the institute to know of their prospects. Now, it was my turn. Closing my eyes, I infused the mana in my cores, speaking to my bonds to show themselves before my lecturer. I could feel them resonate within me, all speaking and chattering at once. That human. He's strong. He's scary. His familiars are, how many does he? Their words were all jumbled and mixed so I couldn't fully comprehend them. Still, upon soothing them with my calming mana, they settled and agreed to the task. Shoo-yoo-yoo-yoo. Instantly, 4 bright lights surged from within me, revealing the wisps I contracted with. It's actually true. Seeing them up close now, they're very impressive. 4 will-o-wisps, and their elemental attributes are of the basic elements, how convenient. Naren brought out a small note and a pen from within his breast pocket, writing some things down as he mumbled to himself. All right, that's about it. I should report this now that I've confirmed your information. Naren stood from the chair and returned his stationaries to their previous position. I watched as he moved toward the door, ready to turn the doorknob. There was a lot I wanted to say to him, but I had to be careful with my words. It wasn't certain whether I could trust this man or not, after all. Chapter 138. Oh, and one more thing, Naren bobbed his head as he turned in my direction. The only reason that person chose 3 familiars that day was because he didn't find any other one worth his time. Naren's smile deepened, and from the way he narrowed his eyes, I assumed he was giving me a hidden meaning to his words. My eyes bulged the moment I realized what it was. The one whose record I had surpassed, was none other than my lecturer himself. I look forward to the exchange, Jared. You grow more interesting by the day. Once you become my disciple, we'll be having quite an interesting conversation. He opened the door and gave another kind of smile. Looks like you have even more visitors. It's a good thing I decided to leave when I did. I wanted to speak, but words refused to come out. So, as I watched him exit, I played a smile on my face. He certainly was full of mystery, but that made the man all the more interesting. As for his final statement, that was a lot of crap. He must have sensed their presence before they got to the door and coordinated his actions well, timing it to the point that he would be leaving the moment they reached the entrance. That was just how scary my lecturer was. I retracted my familiars, who had chosen to remain silent throughout Naren's conversation with me. They ceased their usual chatter and just watched in decorum, waiting to be returned to their cores. It made me wonder if they were actually reliable bonds or just wusses. Jared. A familiar voice called out to me, causing me to sharply turn in the direction of the door. Edward and Annabelle walked in, with the latter increasing her pace with a relieved smile all over her face. Oh, hey. It certainly is nice to see you too. Likewise, Edward said with a slight nod. He closed the door behind him as Anna rushed to my side, thoroughly observing my body with her hands and eyes to confirm that I was well. I'm fine, don't be so anxious. I laughed, feeling her small hands course through my skin. Fortunately, they didn't go anywhere dangerous. I'll be the judge of that. Still fuming energetically, she maintained her touch for a few moments until she was satisfied. Well, looks like you're all good. I nearly rolled my eyes in response, but controlled myself. It was good to see them, but Annabelle's overexcited self was something I could definitely take a break from. You two succeeded in the familiar selection ceremony, right? Congratulations! Edward and Annabelle grinned, with the former having teary eyes. One could call it the look of gratitude and debt. It's all because of you, Jared. Thank you. Annabelle was more casual about it, but she also offered her thanks. As a result of the training they endured with me, those two had achieved a height they couldn't have dreamed of attaining in such little time. You two, your mana cores seem different. You meditated in the oasis when the ceremony started, didn't you? The both of them nodded energetically. We felt the surge of energy and decided to go with the flow. Of course, after seeing that you were doing it, we followed your lead. Edward smiled. Well, the energy was a lot, so I could only take in very little and work on it. Thankfully, I was able to reach the next core grade. It was amazing how fast they had grown. I was extremely impressed by the initiative they took. Edward, who was currently in the middle stage of the yellow core grade, had already advanced to the final stages, having an estimate of about 90% yellow and 10% white. Of course, I knew I wasn't being accurate, but considering the fact that I felt his mana core being saturated with the yellow core energy, it only made sense. As for Annabelle, her growth was the most astounding. She, who hadn't even been using mana all her life, had already reached the blue core grade during our training. However, thanks to the ceremony's bulk of energy, she was now teetering at the edge of the grade. She might reach the next grade very soon at this rate. How amazing! I was certain she could have gone even further if she kept absorbing the mana in the ceremony, but Anna must have felt it too. I think I've reached the limits of my body, for now. So, I'll focus more on spells and mana control. She answered my thoughts on her own. Indeed. Edward, you've also reached a decent stage, comparable to talented students. I should focus more on your sword arts from now on. He nodded in agreement. At this point, they had their seats. My bed was big enough for a person to sit on the side, so Annabelle took the initiative and claimed the spot. Edward used the only other seat in the infirmary and made it his. Oh, by the way, how long was I out for? It's evening already, so I guess it has just been a few hours. That made sense since I was restored through the aid of a potion. I should develop one of my own, so I don't experience this kind of weakness after intense meditation. How about you, Jared? Were you able to break through? Did you achieve a higher core grade? With eyes sparkling like a child, Annabelle assaulted me with questions. No. I still have a white mana core grade. I told you already, that this is intentional. I did achieve what I wanted, though. They looked surprised by my reply, and curiosity seemed to seep in. It was well worth it since I got to have the ideal familiars. I'm certain your mana core progress also helped in obtaining very useful bonds. Annabelle and Edward glanced at each other, smiled amusedly, and then looked at me with confident and proud looks. It was as if they shared a secret I didn't know of. Well, they were about to reveal it to me. He. Edward and I got ourselves a steal. That's right, Jared. We'll manifest them for you to see for yourself. The massive growth the pair had undergone, coupled with the confidence they now displayed, told me I was in for a treat. Oh. Now I'm intrigued. Show me what you caught. Chapter 139. She-ink. Light enveloped both Edward and Annabelle as they called upon their bond souls. What incredible mana! My thoughts sparked, watching as the beings materialized from the energy bustling from the two. I hadn't expected the familiars they would contract with to have a presence so strong, but I just kept on being surprised today. They manifested, and my eyes bulged in surprise and awe at the magnificent beings that appeared before me. These are. Floating in front of Anna as her familiar was a creature anyone would recognize, but the variant was so unique that I doubted any other student possessed one like it. Having wings that glimmered like the ocean, and a tail serving as the replacement for legs, this strange crossbreed between a mermaid and a fairy, appeared majestically. It wore silver and blue armor, and its sapphire hair floated, as though it was being submerged in water. The skin that showed was pale, but appeared moist. Having a flawless beauty that perfectly represented her, and sparkles of light floating around, this being was none other than a Naiad fairy. Amazing! The rarer the type of being was before its death, the more powerful it was guaranteed to be. A Naiad fairy was extremely rare. It was also classified as an imperial grade magic beast, thereby making the familiar also of the same grade if nurtured well. Generally speaking, creatures that took on the trait of multiple species had hidden characteristics and were guaranteed for evolution. As I was still locked in my dazed state while staring at Annabelle's familiar, which was the first to appear, Edward finally manifested his. The aura of the bond caused me to instantly turn my head and stare in Edward's direction. What I saw was even more surprising than Annabelle's familiar. It had a horrifying dark aura, like a thick mantle in the night. Purple flashes sparked around the being, and I could sense the deep-seated malice emanating from it. Why is such a being Edward's bond? This is absurd. This familiar took on the form of an armored warrior. He was clad in full dark plates, covering his body in strange metal and some fabric in loose ends. Purple linen made up the clothes that showed underneath his armor, and there were several inscriptions and designs on the raven black gear of the same color. One would have thought this was a dark, yet noble warrior, except for one major flaw. It had no head. A dull ahan. My mind instantly rang. The warrior's head was held by the side using one of his arms, and I could see the two crimson balls of light that served as his eyes. The dull Ahan floated, same as the fairy, but definitely had a more intimidating presence. The grade of this creature was way past the imperial grade. It was at least a fable grade. How did such a soul pick Edward? Dull Ahans were creatures of horror and nightmare, personifying death itself. A dull Ahan dying and becoming a bond soul was absurd enough, but for it to choose Edward as its host? How? I had to admit, though, the power level of the dull Ahan wasn't as powerful as I expected from its grade, most likely due to the fact that it must have lost most of its powers, but this was still incredible. It should have a mount, though. I wonder where it is. Perhaps that was the reason it didn't seem like the being lived up to its identity. Was it incomplete? So many questions rang in my head as I looked at both students and their familiars. I thought I was lucky to have encountered wisps, but these two have great luck too. These familiars are amazing, Annabelle, Edward. This has exceeded my expectations by far. Both of them broke into pleased grins the moment I said this, acting all smug about their achievements. Come on, Ria. You should greet our friend. Go on. Annabelle suddenly spoke, referring to her familiar whom she had already named. What a smart girl. I am, my name is, Eerm. Nice to meet ya. The fairy mermaid squeaked in her melodious voice and seemed to be flushed with embarrassment. The familiar fidgeted in her puny form, dancing around as she struggled to form words. All the majesty she had before had now vanished. It was a bit painful to see. Haha, she's a little shy, but I guess we're working on it. I named her Ria, though. She's so cute, isn't she? I nodded quickly, hoping it would mask the slight disappointment I felt. Strong familiars were often confident about their abilities, sometimes proud to a fault. If Annabelle's bond was this timid, it made me worried for her future. Your turn, Percy. Introduce yourself. Edward's voice distracted me from the shameful display of Ria. Greetings, young paladin. As a fallen knight, I am not worthy to abide by the chivalric code. However, I shall exchange greetings as my master desires. It felt awkward talking to what was supposed to be a headless evil knight, but I maintained focus. It was still a knight at heart, making it extremely loyal to Edward. The name I have been granted is Percival, Percy for short. As you know, I am his familiar, bonded with him till death do us part. His formal tone and reverent personality struck a chord within me, but I was still confused about something. May I ask a question? The knight nodded its dismembered head from where it was lodged by the side. How is it able to do that? I wanted to ask, but I concluded that anything was possible with magic. Why did you pick Edward? You must know what kind and pure soul he is he really the best fit for a corrupt knight as you? I had to inquire since it made no sense to me. For a moment, there was silence, but it quickly ended. It is because of my master, Lord Edward's heart that I specifically approached him. While I may be like this, I possess lingering regrets as one who once trod the path of righteousness and chivalry. While I have no memories of my past, I am certain the longing to once again serve purity caused my soul to be transformed into a bonded one. From its king explanation, I began to understand. From the familiar's explanation, it certainly made sense. I suppose it's true what they say. Opposites attract. Chapter 140. Familiars are beings who take the form of bond souls, ethereal creatures made up of mana. With the exception of wisps, all other familiars used to be alive in physical forms, and simply passed on leaving their ego behind. As a result of this, they lose most of their memories from when they were alive, only having mere vestiges left. The major driving force of a familiar, their core motivation, lies in their remnant attachments to the world of the living. To some, it could be a dream, to others regret. To each familiar, the cause of their existence differs. However, one thing is common and absolute about all of them: they choose a host that best qualifies for their motivation. Familiars choose hosts that are the closest candidates to their ideals. As a course of instinct, the souls most likely long for the fulfillment of the attachments they had before death. I see. I understand then. I responded to Edward's familiar, who nodded at my words. Yes, with his detached head. It's still weird. Edward, being a pure warrior, must have sparked the Dullahan's interest. I had no qualms with that. My eyes darted toward the Naiad fairy, Annabelle's familiar, and saw her shrink away in fright. Despite her majestic appearance and the powerful aura she emitted, the being was terribly shy and nervous. What about you? Why did you choose Annabelle? Eek. The mermaid fairy squeaked in shock and assumed fear. For real? I nearly rolled my eyes. I sighed and turned to face Annabelle, her host. If her familiar couldn't speak, the host should take on the role instead. With my brow raised, I questioned the young girl and demanded answers. Well. Rhea said. I reminded her of someone she knew in the past, so she wants to be with me. Once Annabelle said this, my expectations plummeted even further. Just for that reason. A familiar whose core motivation is sentiment for another. No matter how I thought about it, it wasn't a strong driving force. That meant the ego of this being was little, and the room for growth wouldn't be as high as another familiar with a higher driving force. Still, there was nothing I could do about it. Mentioning it to Anna wouldn't change anything since she seemed to be getting along well with her bond, same with Edward. Well, I suppose it's time to introduce you guys to mine. Manifest. Just like earlier, 4 bursts of light came from within me and the wisps appeared. Again. This is the 3rd time now. Why would you call us for nothing important? That man is gone, what a relief. They resumed their chatter, making me sigh in embarrassment. Compared to the personality of my companions' bonds, my familiars weren't exactly model ones either. These 4 are my contracted bonds. They're wisps. I am yet to name them, though. As I addressed Edward and Anna, I noticed the utter shock written on their faces. Terror, mixed with absolute astonishment. Ah, I forgot, they didn't know I contracted with 4 familiars. This is unbelievable, no, impossible. Jared, how did you achieve this? Is this even, 4 familiars at once? How did you? I raised my hand slightly, signaling the 2 to calm down and contract the gushing emotions within them. Their responses were only natural. If I had seen such a sight in my first life, I would have certainly reacted with greater vigor. The answer to their inquisition is quite simple, but I do not want to reveal my multiple cores to them, for now. I had to come up with a lie on the spot, hoping the 2 familiars they summoned wouldn't rat me out. You all seem surprised. Our master is a superior human. He's very special. We wouldn't have contracted with him otherwise. Shit. I totally forgot about my familiars. They could say something they aren't meant to. I had to shut them up one way or the other. My monocore is different from yours. That's why I decided to remain a white monocore grade. It's a privilege only given to those with pure cores. I managed to speak in time, shooting the floating wisps a dirty look. Edward and Annabelle looked stunned by my rushed response, having doubtful expressions on their faces. Please buy it, please buy it. I prayed internally. It wasn't technically a lie since I actually needed a white core to perform the feat of possessing multiple familiars. I simply omitted the parts about having 4 other monocores. Wow, I didn't know the white monocore grade was so powerful. If I had known, I would have remained a white core grade like you. Their voices displayed surprise and more astonishment. I nearly heaved a sigh of relief that they bought my lie. It's fine. That ship has sailed. Besides, you 2 will be sure to get stronger than any other classmate of ours. Don't worry about a thing. Just like human cores had grades, familiars also had categories of their own. The common grade, the noble grade, the imperial grade, the fable grade, the legendary grade, the transcendent grade. Of these categories, Edward had had a familiar belonging to the fable grade, same as my wisps. The Naiad fairy was of the imperial grade, but would still be considered very powerful considering the uniqueness and versatility of her abilities. In my opinion, these were extremely good sets for rising to the top. Still, I wondered what kind of familiars Stefan and Maria ended up with. They were mostly going to be extremely powerful, so I couldn't slack off here. Oh, yeah, I nearly forgot. Jared, those two you were speaking to earlier, they told us to deliver a message to you. Edward suddenly spoke. My eyes sparkled with interest, but I noticed Annabelle's face darken the moment Maria and Stefan were mentioned. It appeared she had some bad blood going on with them. What did they say? I asked. Well, it was mostly the guy, Stefan, who spoke. He said I should tell you to prepare yourself. He's going to crush you in 2 months. Chapter 141 Pft. I nearly spurted out saliva in amusement. Stefan went through all that trouble only to say that? It appeared he was taking the whole rival thing a bit too far. Oh? He said that? Interesting. As my grin intensified, I noticed the worried expressions displayed by Edward and Annabelle. Those guys belong to the upper class, right? Are you sure you should be crossing them? Yeah, I mean, can we really compete against them? Their tone displayed worry and inferiority. I could tell from the shades in their eyes that these two had given up on competing against the top dogs. To be fair, their disposition was justified. Normally, those who were already labeled as inferior couldn't rise above the superior ones. Plus, they had only started actively learning the use of mana for 3 weeks. With so much gap in experience between them and the supposed adversaries, shrinking to safety was the natural course of action. However, you guys don't need to worry about a thing. We have 2 months, don't we? That is enough time to surpass those guys. I intentionally omitted the fact that these two were already stronger than all middle-class students, and were already close to reaching the level of upper-class ones. They needed to work harder, and I wasn't going to settle for barely enough. The fact that I invested so much time and effort in these guys meant I expected massive returns. You all got amazing familiars, and your mana cores are in acceptable states. For the next 2 months, we'll be mainly focusing on spells for Annabelle, and techniques for Edward. Slowly, I saw the fog of uncertainty clear away from their eyes. My confidence seemed to be doing the trick. Since I had brought them this far, they could only expect me to stick by my promise. Yeah, about the techniques. Jared, there's something I need to tell you. Edward now seemed super serious, most likely the most since I knew him. Oh, so you're finally going to say it? Annabelle beamed in surprise and satisfaction. So she knows about this too. Of course, she would. Annabelle and Edward hardly kept anything from each other. What's the matter, Ed? I smiled softly, trying to ease the grave expression on my comrade's face. His body was twitching and his fists remained clenched. Clearly what he wanted to say wasn't so easy for him to divulge. Still, one thing about the boy before me was his unyielding spirit. The determination in his eyes told me that he had resolved to speak about it. The truth is, my family has a martial arts technique. It's a school that has been passed down for generations, and my father passed it down to me before he died. My eyes widened in surprise. A martial arts inheritance. Edward has such a thing. I used one of its basic forms on you when we dueled. The 9 fundamental precepts. My memory flashed to the moment when he used the first form of the technique on me. Rend. I had to admit that the move possessed power and speed, but it was too straightforward, not suitable to be used against someone who also had martial arts. It's most likely a subpar technique, my thoughts trailed. But, it wasn't like I could tell Edward that his family's heirloom was inferior and undesirable to my tastes. Compared to the techniques I wanted him to learn, the modern ones just couldn't compare. Still, I was fascinated by the fact that he had an inheritance. Usually, only top martial arts families possessed such a thing, and Edward wasn't really one. He was a commoner, having no parents and only his talent in martial arts to rely on. His martial arts inheritance must have meant a lot to him, considering it took him great courage to tell me, someone he already considered a friend. There was no way I was going to trample on his pride and joy. That sounds interesting. I would love to see these techniques, I replied with a smile. Well, I got permission from Inslark's authorities to be able to bring them with me to the academy. I keep them in my room, so. My head moved in a nod. I get it. Could you perhaps bring the 9 Fundamental Precepts book after the weekend? No, let's meet up tomorrow, and you'll show me. Edward's unsure eyes began to light up in passion, most likely happy about my interest in his techniques. Certainly. Let's do that. Annabelle, who had been left out of our conversation so far, looked a little miffed by her isolation and butted in. You know, Edward hasn't even mastered the 9 precepts, the most basic of the martial arts inheritance he has. The young warrior instantly grew flustered by her comment and blushed in embarrassment. I had no one to teach me. It's too complex and profound for me to understand by myself. I smiled as I watched the two of them bickering. Seated on my bed and being surrounded by 2 allies as we discussed the future, it didn't seem too bad. The excitement welling up within me couldn't be denied as I allowed my thoughts to drift in the direction of my previous companions: Gawain Leonard the Sword God, Jane Ursula the Mad Witch, Ford Zeschi the Grand Mage, Raphael Noel of the Thousand Songs, and the indestructible immortal, Dom. These were my closest allies and the ones I called friends. Of course, there were others, but none made an impression on me as compared to them. After all, the battle we fought so long ago still rang loudly in the heart of everyone in the land. The Celestial War, the clash between heroes and demons, the battle that determined the fate of the Eastern Empire, no, the world at the time, we were the ones who fought in it. But, that was all in the past. The threat had been vanquished, and even centuries after my death there had been no sight of the great darkness that appeared all those years ago. My main concern now was right in front of me. I can't wait for the future. Chapter 142. 2 months later. After training for months and honing our skills, after tempering our bodies and studying ceaselessly, after pushing ourselves beyond our limits, the moment had finally arrived. The inter-class exchange. As the name implied, it was the convergence of the 3 classes of the 3 years. This event was to simulate a competition where the respective classes competed and tested their skills. From what I knew, the exchange started as a means of allowing students to compete with one another and enhance their skills. Back when there was no segregation and discrimination caused by class, the exchange was simply a way for all the students to determine their strengths. However, now it had morphed into something else entirely. It was an event where the weak were crushed by the strong, that is, the upper-class elite totally obliterating those of the lower class. A competition between the scholars, martial artists, and magic users of the lower class, middle class, and upper class among the first years, second years, and third years. The ultimate in-house academy competition that only happened once a year. That was the definition of the inter-class exchange. And here I was, about to participate in what would change my life forever. Whoa! Edward and Annabelle made extremely impressed sounds as we entered the massive hall where the competition would take place. From outside the dome, I could tell that this place was beyond huge. Compared to our examination center back then, the hall was most likely thrice as big. As we went through the entrance, we saw a flight of chairs forming a circle around the stage, similar to a coliseum. It sure brought some memories, but I only smiled in contrast to the 2 beside me who kept beaming in awe. The seats, while spreading round in a close circle, were segregated. The first years had their seats located the furthest from the entrance, having obvious gaps that served as stairs to divide the classes. The second year's seats were on the left side of the entrance, similarly divided. The third years took the right. The hall seemed disconnected from the outside world, with no windows in sight. The ceilings seemed to spread as high as the sky, and the light brimming from its expanse was glorious. Thanks to the magic lights, most likely continually influenced by mana supplies, the hall was brightly lit. As for ventilation, there had to be openings all around us, or maybe it was the influence of magic. Regardless, the air was cool and the ambience of the hall, though already chock full of students, was pleasant. "We should start moving," I muttered to my two allies who were still drooling at the sight unfolding before them. I already noticed a bunch of students who were drawing closer to us, and it would be rude to serve as hindrances in their path. My worries were not needed, though, since the pathway for walking was large enough to contain 10 people walking in a straight, horizontal line shoulder to shoulder. Still, it was better to keep moving in order to avoid any scenes. We were only lower class first years, after all. The fodder of fodder. Our pace was not hurried, but the excitement made us, no, the two beside me, move faster than usual. I simply matched their pace. In no time, we got to where our seats were located, a flight of over 200 chairs, certainly too much for only lower class first years. I was certain that this hall was used for something else as well, considering it was too large for students who were not even up to 500. "Where should we sit, Jared?" Annabelle asked me in anticipation. A broad smile formed on my face. It mattered not where one sat, the sight of the event would still be evident for all to see. Still, for the best experience in an arena like this, the obvious choice was up. "We're going to the very top." Fortunately, my comrades seemed to agree and we made our way upward using the flight of stairs. I felt some eyes fall on us, obviously students who knew of our identity, rather, my identity. Despite the 3 months that had elapsed since we all resumed in Slark, it appeared my impression of people remained. It was a good thing, but not always. Ignoring their stares, I walked elegantly and made my way to the edge of the row of 10 seats, resting my buttocks on the last one in the row. Annabelle and Edward sat respectively beside me, though the latter appeared to be sulking. "He probably wants a direct seat beside me," I reasoned with a smile. However, this time I wasn't going to tolerate being in the middle. After all, next to the edge of the row where I sat were the seats of the middle-class students, and beyond were the upper class, only segregated by the stairs. I want a better sight of the competitors. More students trickled in, and despite the large hall, there was only one entrance. Multiple exits were in sight, but they were blocked at the moment. Once an individual got in, they wouldn't be able to leave until the competition was over for the day. This was why Annabelle, Edward, and I took our time before coming in. The opposite was also true, though. If one came later than the expected time frame, they would be locked out of the hall until the exchange concluded for the day. I noticed that a few more students trickled in, but my focus wasn't on them. The ones that caught my attention were already seated. Stefan and Maria sat a distance from me, both at the topmost row as well. Their eyes darted in my direction and a smile formed on my face. The look in Stefan's eyes told me he was ready, and the disconcerting expression of Maria just made me confused about what went on in her head. Still on their row was someone else who sat at the edge of the seats, closer to the third years. He had a strange demeanor and I hadn't noticed him in the academy until now. "Who is that kid?" I was surprised that, out of upper-class students, there existed one I couldn't even recognize. There were supposed to be 12 upper-class members, yet I was seeing 13 in their seats. I knew it. That guy wasn't with us during the exams. But, this conclusion begged yet another question, something I tried wrapping my head around. If he didn't take the exams and was still an upper-class student, that meant there was something peculiar about him. I couldn't comprehend it, but it appeared the exchange was going to be more interesting than I had initially thought. I suppose I have one extra thing to look forward to. Chapter 143. Welcome, students, to the inter-class exchange. A magnanimous voice boomed from the stage. Instantly, the students burst forth in response. Well, most of them were the heated second years and third years who most likely looked forward to having rematches with their fellow students after previous attempts. The first years were also excited, some making glorious noises. Of course, I fell silent despite the anticipation I had. The man who stood on the stage was exquisitely dressed, as expected of our moderator. The arena, which took up a bulk of the hall, was so wide that I reckoned over 1,000 people could fit in there. It brought certainty to me that this hall was most definitely used for something other than the exchange. Looking at the speaker, it was the same as the one we had during our exams. I recognized him well, Klaus Tallman. So, he's the moderator this time as well. I wonder why. As you know, this event marks the beginning of a blood-curdling rivalry between the students who are experiencing this for the first time, and the continuation of a heated competitive spirit among the first and second years. The responses of the students told Klaus point blank that he was right. The exchange will occupy all 7 days of the week. Yes, that's right. It will be an all-out internal competition, so the length is very much understandable. Naren Khalid had already informed us of this fact, so none of us were surprised. Still, it was quite amazing that we would spend 7 days competing. The first 3 days will be the preliminary rounds, whittling down the competitions to 5 each. After that, the next 3 days will be the final matches of each year. It will be quite heated indeed. My heart beat faster as Klaus kept speaking. As for the last day, it will be the greatest treat and the ultimate battle which will round up the events of the inter-school exchange. Yes, it's the battle among the elite 10 of the 3 classes. More roars and screeches spread across the hall, and I knew why. The elite 10 were the most powerful and talented students in each class. The rankings were made irrespective of the year a student belonged. So long as they could defeat another member of the elite, they automatically gained the position. Our lower class had 10 of such students, same as the middle and upper class. So, for the last day of the inter-class exchange, these students would compete for the right to become rankers. Phew, this is exciting. My voice leaked out as I couldn't contain myself anymore. Being amid students who fought with their pride and honor on the line to prove their worth, was too exciting. Martial artists would use their various techniques to showcase why they were the best in the martial arts section. Scholars would make use of their intellect to solve various problems in order to outwit the other for the scholarship section. Finally, the magic users would go all out to defeat their opponents using their adept manipulation of mana and their deep knowledge of spells for the magic section. These 3 sections made up the inter-school exchange, a reason why it took a total of 7 days to complete. However, since this wasn't a strict academic program and had no effect on the scores gotten from our respective courses, it was possible for students to register for participation in any section, or not to register at all. For the exchange, I had Annabelle go for the magic section, same as me. Edward, of course, would be contesting in martial arts. It was not a team match, so it wasn't possible for Anna and me to collaborate, but since we were matched against students from other classes, we wouldn't need to face ourselves at all. Out of everyone I had to watch out for, the upper class students had the bulk of talent, naturally. People like Stefan Netherlore, Maria Helmsworth, and even Yvonne Smith, had my interests. Of course, the new face was also on my list since I knew nothing about him. Of everything one needed to fear most, the unknown topped the list. Now then, without further ado, I shall be introducing your judges. Pointing toward the edge of the stage, a tall platform emerged. I was certain earth magic was at work since it appeared so seamlessly. The platform was made up of sturdy tiles and began floating in the air. The platform in the air levitated, and 3 seats with desks were placed atop it. A bright light sparked, and in an instant, 3 people occupied the judges' seats. A wry smile formed on my face as I noticed our academic supervisor, Damien Lawcroft, at the center of the seat. Legris Damien, another familiar face, sat on the left, while someone I hadn't seen before occupied the left. These senior lecturers who are well versed in the art of magic and martial arts will be accumulating your points and judging your performance based on merit. Silence filled the hall as a result of the huge respect we placed on the highly esteemed figures that sat on the floating block of tiles. The rules shall now be displayed for everyone to see. These judges will completely adhere to the regulations when compiling the results, and as competitors, you should too. Please note that cheating is strictly forbidden, and you will never be able to get away with it. That much I can guarantee. The fact that he emphasized cheating meant some idiots had tried that before. It almost made me laugh that someone would attempt such a thing when experts keenly watched their every move. The moment Klaus finished announcing his piece, large panels appeared on all 4 corners of the stage, displaying the rules to everyone. The panels, similar to the board that displayed our results back then, were easy to read and had to have required an impeccable use of mana to create. Let's see. Looking at them now, I could understand why the exam required judges. It was going to be an intense match. Chapter 144. Inter-class exchange regulations. The use of items to aid in the exchange is not accepted. The use of familiars is not accepted. Killing of your opponent is not accepted. Weapons will be provided for those who require arms for combat, martial artists. Participants are to fight all out, not holding anything back. Intentional attempt to kill is exempted. Criteria for victory is the surrender of the opponent going unconscious, the incapability of the opponent to fight, or the opponent engaging in malpractice. The winner is determined by the judges. Once the opponent is seen to be unable to fight, participants are to refrain from further attacks. Breaking the aforementioned rule can make the participant liable for disqualification if decided so by the judges. Breaking any of the other aforementioned rules can lead to automatic disqualification. Mode of competition and other information will be given by the moderator. End of information. Everyone seemed to carefully read through the rules, and I was no exception. I didn't know whether to say they were to my advantage or not, but these rules placed a severe handicap on me. No, a lot of people. We can't use familiars or any external aid. Even weapons are given by the moderators, and that only applies to the martial artists. The last part didn't concern me very much, but if I had to fight without external aid, something I had focused on for the past 2 months, then I was at a major disadvantage. Still, a smile formed on my face, undaunted by the rules that shone before me. It mattered not how the competition would go. As long as I won, that was the most important thing. Now, then, first off, we'll start with something known as culling. The moderator, Klaus Tallman, announced, causing all of us to return our attention to him. A dreadful silence enveloped the arena instantly. Whatever the man meant by the culling truly grabbed everyone by the throat. No longer did I see any excited expressions from our seniors who knew what the term meant. Only a grim look remained on their faces. The inter-school exchange aims to bring the best of each class to clash in an all-out competition. While there is no discrimination on who can or cannot participate, there are standards we maintain. I slowly began to understand what the moderator was insinuating. In essence, to make sure none of our time is wasted, we will be cutting off the excesses and only taking in the best of each class. Out of those who have decided to participate in the competition, only 7 from each class will be allowed to proceed. My eyes bulged in response to the verdict. 7. Already. Noises of protests came from the mouth of everyone. There was no way the students wouldn't be dissatisfied with Klaus' words. Our class alone had 38 members, and the first years were a total of 130. Yet, Klaus was saying only 21 students would be making it out of the culling. Granted, not all students would wish to participate in the inter-class exchange, but as first years who had no idea how the competition worked, I was certain a majority of us would join. Wow, intense right off the bat. My eyes slowly moved in the direction of Edward and Annabelle, seeing how they trembled in response to the news. I had no way of knowing if it was a result of excitement or nervousness. I certainly hoped it wouldn't be the latter, though. Now, then, as for the means of elimination, we'll be choosing the fastest way possible, a battle royale. Yet another protest from the crowd emerged. For a coordinated competition to resort to this meant they were truly trying to get rid of the dead weight quickly. To conserve time, this was truly the most efficient means. A game without rules, where a bunch of people was placed in a ring and the last man was left standing, that was what we were in for. Out of the 7, in order to make all things even, we will be selecting 5 magic users, 1 martial artist, and 1 scholar. Also, for fairness, the battle royale for each department will be held differently and the criteria for victory also differ. So far, that sounded fair. I couldn't imagine a scholar competing with a magic user for the top spot. Also, since magic users were the majority among Inslark Academy's students, it was certainly reasonable that they would hold the highest number of candidates for qualification. Now, then, for this battle royale, we will be starting with the third-year students. Klaus dropped another bombshell. However, this time, there was silence. The first years are inexperienced in their competition, so we would appreciate it if our third years gave a demonstration so they know what to expect. I see, so, to introduce us to how fierce the competition will be, they're going to be showing us Inslark's final year students. I smiled, nodding at the smart choice that was made. Of course, these third years excluded those who were members of the Elite 10. None of the elite students were allowed to compete until the final day of the contest. This also promoted fairness. I shall now call upon the participants from the third years. Despair and terror were written on the face of the students as they watched the horrid, unbelievable sight. I would know since I was also there to witness it. Students pitted against students, no holds barred. The idea that the inter-school exchange was a fun game instantly evaporated from my thoughts, as well as that of others. Yes, this wasn't a game, not in the slightest. Severe ones were inflicted on desperate students, by other students. I had no idea why they would go so far for a contest, but they did. Bursts of flames and chills of eyes were seen from our seats as the number of fighting students dwindled. From a few dozen, to a score, to a dozen, until, finally, 7 remained. These 7 were nearly out of breath, but their eyes remained resolute. There was no doubt about it. They were the champions of that round. Chapter 145. We witnessed our seniors duke it out, in silence. No one among the audience spoke, no, we were too fixated on the match that was unfolding. By the time it was over, the heavy strained breaths of everyone seemed to let loose heaves of relief spread across the hall. Finally, the horrid match of desperation was over. Unfortunately, this was only one of the several matches that would unfold. 3 classes. 3 years. 3 departments. While the nature of each battle royale would be different, we would have to watch, waiting our turn, as classmates destroyed one another for the right to remain in the fold. Why did they try so hard? It was only a competition, after all. Of course, the answer was obvious: apprenticeship. If they made an indelible impression on the lecturers who were scattered about, these students would be able to be personally taught by them. It was a desperate strategy, but the returns made it all worth it. Even I had to impress Naren to be taken in as his disciple. All right, first years. For the magic users, you should have now understood how the battle royale works. Next, let us invite the third-year lower class martial arts department, for their round. Klaus Tallman boomed, driving everyone who was in shock back into reality. I gave a wry smile and realized that they were using the lower class seniors as scapegoats to start the competition. I wasn't too surprised by this fact, yet why did I feel disgusted? The prejudice even trails to this contest. It'll be hard to gain first place, then. The third years stepped onto the stage. Those who required weapons for their various fields got to pick from a shelf provided for them before they climbed the platform for battle. I saw numerous weapons stocked on the shelf, swords, daggers, spears, etc. They were all coated in a black hue, most likely made of iron or strong wood. Still, sharply observing the tools to be used by focusing my eyes on them, I confirmed that they possessed full edges. I assumed it was to ensure none of the martial arts students received fatal injuries. After all, unlike magic, martial arts were centrally focused on violence and deprivation of life. If proper care wasn't taken, the battle royale was going to turn into a bloodbath. Now, then, are you students ready? Klaus' voice boomed. I watched the resolute faces of my seniors. They nodded and wielded their weapons respectively, though one decided to use his bare fists. They were 10 in number, a higher figure compared to the 7 martial artists we had in our class. I was curious to see who would emerge victorious in this round. Begin. Immediately Klaus said this, he excused himself from the stage since he already stood at the edge. The students responded by rushing at each other, baring their fangs as they struggled to emerge victorious. Some would have most likely been friends, but none of that mattered on the battlefield. With my heightened vision, I saw the swing of the sword clash with the tip of the spear. Sparks flew upon each impact, assuring me that this wasn't wood, but metal. The clangs could be heard loudly thanks to the silence generated by everyone gathered. For some time, the 10 were at a stalemate, unable to completely overpower one another. However, that all changed the moment they all began a most surprising tactic, ganging up. Yes, all of the 10 save one joined forces and decided to root out the most troublesome among them, the wielder of the spear. Having enough reach to strike enemies at a distance, enough length to defend himself from all angles, and the versatility of piercing and slashing, any user of the spear was feared for the well-balanced attribute of their weapon. Realizing this, they caught the student in a pincer, surrounding him on all ends. Had he been a master, he would have been able to properly adapt to the situation. Unfortunately, the spear wielder was just a little more skilled than the others. With 9 of them all focusing their attention on him, he stood no chance. His face screamed of shock, flustered by the betrayal of those whom he must have expected to stick to a fair fight. Still, the senior clenched his hands on his spear, refusing to give in to the pressure. Even though he must have known that his loss was assured, he didn't back down. Sweat dripped from his face and I followed his gaze as it traveled all around him. Somehow, I felt connected with him and vowed to see his struggle until the bitter end. The boy smiled, causing my heart to thump heavily. I smiled in anticipation, cheering him on silently from where I sat. Every other voice, made by the crowd, was lost to me. The battle took all of my attention. Rah! The spear wielder screamed as he swung his weapon with power, blocking off 2 attacks on his right flank. Unfortunately, this gave room for the others to advance. Quickly twisting his body to match their tempo, he sharply turned to deal another strike at the enemies that had advanced, but they were still too much to handle alone. Slowly, yet steadily, they closed their distance, until the reach of his weapon was rendered useless and defeat came crashing down on him. He lost terribly, stabbed on all ends by the full blades of his former allies. My heart bled at the sight for some reason. In my past life, I had seen more dangerous battles and had watched better valiant men fall. Yet, even though the boy wasn't dead, neither was he half as skilled as those valiant men. I couldn't help but respect him. You fought well, my voice trailed. I suddenly heard a sniff beside me. Turning my head in its direction, I caught Edward making teary eyes as he too watched the battle. That man has my respect, the young martial artist said, more tears streaming down his cheeks. While I wasn't a dedicated martial artist, I had to agree with Edward's words. Truly, the spear master did his best. Chapter 146. My eyes went back to the stage and I saw yet another peculiar sight. The 9 who formed a joint front to gang up against one had split yet again. 8 against 1 they used the same tactics to root out the most troublesome in order to ensure the victory of the collective. I sighed in disappointment, realizing that this cycle was sure to repeat itself even after this round was over. I wonder how long this will go on. And we have our representative for the martial arts department of the third-year lower class. Klaus Tallman returned to the stage, stretching his hands in the direction of the last student standing. Ugh, I knew it. I rolled my eyes in disgust. The one who became the winner was the martial arts that did not use any weapon, the bare-fisted fighter. I had initially picked him for a brawler or monk who was more focused on strength, but surprise assailed me once the battle reached its final stages and the boy displayed an immense amount of speed and stamina instead. Since the students kept picking on each other one after the other until 3 were left, the 3 realized that no matter what happened, it was every man for himself. They decided to go on an all-out brawl since no one could be trusted anymore. The bare-fisted student survived through the use of his fast movements and immense flexibility. None of the others could lay a finger on him, and any time they decided to focus on fighting among each other, he would strike. They attempted to form an alliance to take him down, but he was too nimble for their exhausted selves to catch up to, plus their poor teamwork caused their downfall. In the end, he utilized the weapons of the fallen challengers of the Royale, which wasn't against the rules, and struck them when they least expected it. It was a bold, smart strategy. I had to admit that the student's wits were impressive, clawing his way into victory, but I was still disappointed. This battle royale is supposed to pick out the strongest in each department and make them compete against those from the other classes. Don't they get it? By ganging up on the strongest and using the process of elimination, the ones who were left standing were weaker. That meant that the winner of this battle royale, while being smarter than the others, was much weaker than the first to lose. Cheap tricks won't work against the opponents of the other 2 classes. Don't they realize that? Ultimately, that martial artist of the lower class among the third years would lose in a fight with the others, that much was guaranteed. They only achieved temporary victory, loss was inevitable. For the scholarship match, it was the least desirable and most boring for everyone, that was certain. A question was posed to the scholars competing, and each student was given a board where they had to write their answers. The question revolved around the formulation of a quick theory in response to a problem addressed. The one who first resolved the issue correctly would be given the mantle of victory. Of course, it wasn't a simple thing. Since it was a race against time, the temptation of rushing would appear. A single mistake would cost the competitor everything. Even when one decided to be slow and careful, if others were faster and managed to proffer the tight theory on time, it would still end in a loss. This competition was about balancing speed with ability. My eyes observed the judges, who looked at the students' board with careful precision. They were already judging based on their answers, as was I. Of course, for scholars of high caliber, or expert magic users, it would be easy to spot the one with the highest probability of victory. And, just as I expected, the victor came out victorious. The moment her name was announced, the glasses-wearing girl jumped up in victory to display her uncontrollable excitement. That's all for the third-year lower class. I certainly hope all the first years learned a lot from their presentation, because you're up next. Wait! Shouts of disbelief radiated from the location of us first years. They must have been certain that the tournament would continue with the third-year middle class or something, then in the descending order, it would reach our turn. Now that the moderator had said this, certainly everyone's hearts were in a panic. The third-year students only went first to serve as a demonstration for you newbies, but now that you've seen how it goes, we'll use the normal order, Klaus explained. I sensed nervousness all around, but none of it affected me. My eyes darted to my right, transversing where the middle-class students were seated, and going beyond that I caught the sight of Stefan and Maria grinning in excitement. The time for the Royale was upon us at last, and we would finally be able to see our respective skills. Stefan looked in my direction and gave an arrogant smirk. His face was calm and relaxed, most likely because he knew we lower-class students were the first to be called. I caught the sight behind him and Maria, noticing the stranger once again. He had a soft smile plastered on his face, but I could read his emotions at all. The golden color of his hair shrouded a great deal of his face, even covering one of his eyes like a layer. He had a ponytail that lightly hung on his head, and the golden hair atop his head had hints of orange at the tip. There was no way I would have missed such a guy at our exam ceremony if he was indeed there. He had to be some sort of transfer student. He's smiling too, I guess he's also excited. I'll be seeing him in action too, so it's fine. My mind trailed as I retracted my attention to the stage. Klaus was about to call us down, after all. Now, then, Klaus spoke, having a hint of dark foreboding in the wide smile he gave. Let us begin. Chapter 147. First off, the third-year lower class. Magic users. Klaus Tallman declared. The hall fell silent and I saw all eyes shift in our direction. Seniors and fellow first-years alike all had their attention on our side of the Colosseum, driving a lot of students around me to be on edge. Hugh, guess it's time. I smiled, turning to Anna, who was also staring at me. We both gave ourselves anticipatory nods and arose from our seats. The other magic users did the same, and we made our way down to the stage. Magic users in the lower class amounted to 11 students in total, adding Annabelle to the mix, that made a sum of 12. I looked around me and saw 11 students, excluding me. That meant everyone had decided to participate in the exchange, as expected. Now, as you have seen in the other fights, you just have to battle one another until only 5 of you are left standing. Klaus retorted. Everyone nodded in response. Okay then, the moderator went to the edge of the stage, raising his hand to signal commencement. Begin. As soon as he gave the signal to start, all 10 students, excluding Anna and myself, huddled together and stood opposite us. The fiendish smile on their faces told me they had ulterior motives. Each of them began infusing their mana, all focusing their attention on us. Just as we said, everyone. Let's take them out first. The one who appeared to be the leader said, grinning the widest. So this was your stupid plan, after all, how underwhelming. Our classmates were utilizing the method they had seen our seniors use, the weak ganging up on the strong. It was disappointing how their mind worked, but I couldn't exactly blame them. Still, their desperation to win was going to be their downfall. The matches we'll be having after the Battle Royale will most likely be one-on-one. Ganging up won't be possible. If they manage to qualify now, they'll lose miserably later on. I kept my thoughts to myself and looked at Annabelle. She was brimming with confidence, raring to show the audience exactly what she was capable of. Do you want to do the honors, or me? I smiled at her. The excitement in the young girl's eyes only seemed to ignore more upon hearing my words. You always get to have all the fun, it's my turn now. Once she said this, I decided to leave it to her and enjoy the show. Of course, since only 5 were supposed to qualify, I expected her to only take out the necessary number of students, leaving 3 standing so they could serve as fillers. With my focus diverted from the group in front of us that had nearly concluded their joint casting, I noticed sounds from the audience, specifically our side of the hall. Hold on, that girl, isn't she a scholar? Why did she register for the magic aspect of the exchange? She hangs out with Jared. Maybe she hopes to ride his coattails and come out of the match in one piece thanks to him. Oh? Smart girl. That guy, Edward, should have done the same. Ha ha ha. No way. He's too honorable. He won't do whatever it takes to win. Let's watch the show and see how Jared saves the damsel in distress. He 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 he. Hearing their comments nearly made me laugh out loud. These ignorant fools had so many things wrong in their statements. First of all, Annabelle certainly wasn't hoping to rely on me for anything. Secondly, Edward, while being honorable, was probably more intent on winning this exchange than I. He would do whatever it took to emerge victorious, and that was the result of his hard work. Finally, there was no damsel in distress in this situation. All those who underestimated Anna would soon see just how formidable a tiny little girl could be. Joint magic, spiral flame burst. The students all chanted and raised their voices in response to the completion of their spell. Instantly, the intermediate level magic spell appeared, circling about them in form of blazing hot flames. The circle curved and formed a spiral, now directed at us. Like a vortex ready to consume us, it spun and approached rapidly. Since it was an intermediate spell, albeit a low tier 1, it was bound to cause severe or even fatal injuries if we didn't have any defense activated. This was all of them using teamwork to decimate their foes. It was quite disappointing. Anna. I know. The girl cut me short, raising one of her hands, and chanted silently. Spiral wind burst. Immediately, the intermediate level spell, similar to the one the enemy cast, manifested. However, unlike the fast approaching tendrils of flames, the pressure of the wind was far superior. Anna had poured more mana and elevated the spell's status above the joint effort of the opposing students. I could hear surprised gasps from everyone, but I contained my excitement. Anna was finally going to show everyone how awesome she was. Judging by the properties of both spells, she would come out victorious, blowing everyone in her path away. Hold on, blowing everyone away. My eyes bulged as soon as I realized the implication of her actions. Anna, hold on. Before I could complete my sentence, though, the burst of wind was released, shooting out like a vortex to clash with the flames a distance from us. I felt every hair on my body stand as the chill made me cover my face and peek from the openings to see the outcome of the battle. Suddenly, the cool embrace of the departing wind turned hot as the vortex approached the flames. My skin tingled in reaction to the heat, causing me to wince a bit. The screams of our opponents filled the air. I watched them try to create a defensive barrier, but none could individually produce a spell to counter two intermediate-level spells clashing. It was too late to try joint casting, so all they could do was scream in fear and pain as the terrifying bursts exploded. Bohooam. Chapter 148. Bohooam. The blast echoed across the arena, sending bursts of heat spreading at a rapid rate. The wind Anna conjured fanned the flames of our adversaries, causing a massive explosion to appear. Thanks to her exert control of mana and the superior nature of her spell, the eruption was sent to the side of the enemy and we suffered no harm, save for the heat that seeped into our skin. While it was a good outcome, decimating our opponents, there was one problem. Anna, you were supposed to leave 3 still standing. I protested, seeing all the students already on the floor with several burn marks on their bodies. My voice became unintentionally loud since I was in a panic. It was uncertain what would happen if only 2 survived the battle royale, but I somehow had a feeling about what the verdict would be. Now that we were the only 2 left standing, Anna and I had to brace for the worst. Well, looks like something unprecedented has occurred. 2, instead of 5 winners have emerged from the lower class magic users of the first years. Klaus remarked, smiling gleefully. Anna and I got off the stage and returned to our seats, hearing as Klaus addressed our blunder. As a result, the judges will use their discretion in reaching a conclusion on the matter. Up to you, seniors. The moderator now left the decision to the judges. I was still on the way to my seat when I noticed the attention placed on Anna and me. It was different from the other eyes of the students that watched us with surprise. This particular presence came from the elevated platform of the judges. I looked at them, halting, and waited to hear what they would say. Well, since they have clearly shown their superior use of power in this round, it's only fair that they have enough raw ability and proficient use of skill to qualify. Legris Damien remarked, smiling. Of course, that would be his stance. The problem is how to add up the 3 remaining students who are supposed to make up the 5, the one whose name I didn't know spoke. Finally, Damien Lawcroft's lips curled up in a smile and he opened his mouth to remark. I concluded that from his malevolent expression, it couldn't be anything good. Why don't the two of them represent their class? They have clearly proven themselves to be good enough. So, instead of 5 students from the lower class magic division, those two will challenge the others. How does that sound? The moment he said this, the whole body of students within the hall gasped. I gave Damien a dirty look which he took in stride. This guy, he really wants to pull this move. The implications of his suggestion simply meant that even if 5 students passed from the middle class and upper class, just me and Anna would be responsible for handling all of them. We would take on the responsibilities of the 3 missing on our end. That doesn't sound so bad. They do seem skillful enough. I accept. Legris smiled in support. My jaw nearly dropped in surprise. You would betray me, Professor Legris. I screamed internally. The final judge also nodded in concession, sealing the deal between the 3 of them. The moderator turned in my direction and grinned energetically. Upon hearing their verdict, it was his duty to announce it. The judges have made their decision. Jared Leonard and Annabelle Frederick will be representing their division in the upcoming matches. Tisk, I clicked my tongue and resumed climbing the flight of stairs in order to reach my seat. I am sorry, Jared. It's my fault for overdoing it, Annabelle's soft voice came to me in a whisper. I slowly turned to my side and witnessed the guilty expression she wore on her face. Well, it was clearly her fault that we were now stuck in our current mess, but I had no right to blame her. She was excited about manifesting what she had gone through so much to practice. Plus, I simply assumed that she had enough common sense to spare 3 students. From that start, I should have warned her, or saved 3 students with my own power. It's fine. Besides, this doesn't change anything, I smiled at the girl, rubbing my hand on her hair. It was only possible since she was quite short. The look of embarrassment she had as she blushed in response to my gesture made it all worth it. Everyone around us witnessed what I did, giving her even greater mortification. Consider this your punishment. I grinned gleefully. This just means we'll be fighting in more matches than we had initially planned. But, so what? We're still going to win every single one. My tone of confidence seemed to do the trick as Anna slowly got over her guilt, and the expression on her face changed. Yet. You're right. She nodded with a determined smile. With that resolved, we returned to our seats, only to see Edward rising from his. Our eyes connected, and I realized that it was his turn to go to the arena. Show 'em what you've got. I grinned the moment our paths crossed. I don't think they'll be able to handle it all. He nodded and returned the gesture of a smile. Edward wasn't conceited or overconfident. He was simply stating facts. After tempering his body and technique, neither I nor Anna had any doubt regarding his skills. I'll be rooting for you, Ed. Yet. Watch me, guys. With our conversation concluded, Anna and I headed to our seats while Edward descended to the stage. Once I sat and watched from our position, my eyes caught 6 martial artists, Edward included. Looks like one decided not to participate, how rare. Well, it did not matter. Having a blade in his hand, Edward gave a fierce gaze that reeked of battle. The other 5 all had respective weapons from the spear to the staff, even stilettos. The battle hadn't even started, yet all the contestants already had their eyes on Edward, and not in a good way. Just as how Anna and I were targeted, it would seem he was also going to experience the same. Unfortunately for those who dared to challenge him, Edward was very strong. Only one is meant to be left standing, and that is clearly going to be him. Chapter 149. 2 months ago. Edward and I decided to meet up after he revealed his family's martial arts heirloom to me. I was certainly curious about what his predecessors deemed worthy to be passed down, but I certainly wasn't expecting very much. The martial arts of the modern era had dwindled as compared to the past, so my knowledge, though incomplete, was far better than any martial arts I found around. I don't want to let him down, especially after he opened up concerning this supposed secret. Even if it would be an underwhelming experience, I was determined to critically examine Edward's inheritance, at least the basic foundation of it. And I did. It betrayed all my expectations. This is," I exclaimed, feasting my eyes on the martial scroll Edward handed over to me. Annabelle was also present, but she kept silent in matters like this because she knew nothing about martial arts. Regardless, both of them appeared stunned by my overwhelming reaction to the document I held in my hands. "What is the matter? I've never seen you so surprised before." Both of them asked at nearly the same time, displaying concerned expressions. I was a bit too overwhelmed to speak, so I returned my gaze to the scroll and read it once more. My heart rate increased once again and I controlled every excited muscle within my body from erupting in another shocking display. "Edward, what did you say your family is? What lineage do you come from?" I asked after finally soothing my nerves. Edward appeared taken aback by my question, but he must have concluded that I was dead serious considering the grave expression on my face. "Well, I'm not sure. We come from a long line of martial artists, that's all I know. Before he passed, my father told me our ancestor was a hero who was revered as the greatest in the way of the blade. He also said I would come to the realization of the truth if I reached a certain stage in the martial arts we practiced." Edward seemed conflicted as he spoke. His eyes didn't even rise to look at me and he kept staring hard at the ground as though something was written there. I want to prove the art of the blade is superior to all others, and I want to reignite my family's legacy, ensuring martial arts take their place back in the world." This time he finally raised his head and looked at me with tears in his eyes. The emotional display he gave made me even more certain, there was more Edward wasn't telling me. Still, I was satisfied with the little he shared. It meant a great deal to both of us. Moving closer to the boy who still trembled in overflowing emotion, I grabbed him by the shoulder and gave a slight, yet firm pat. The moment I did this, he raised his head once again and stared straight into my eyes. His brown pupils showed no sign of evil, just pure resolve. He had worked himself so hard to restore a dignity he wasn't even certain existed. The honor of a martial artist certainly flowed in his veins, and now I knew why. "Edward, this foundational martial art you have shown me, is the best I have ever seen." The moment I said this, Annabelle and Edward both jerked in surprise, taking a few steps back as though hit by the brunt of my words. What do you mean? Jared, what are you?" I raised one of my fingers to stop them from saying any more. It was certain I would need to explain some things. There are 9 forms in this 9 fundamental precepts technique. Each form has a peculiar kind of motion and they have combinations used. The most important is that the motion of the technique determines the result of the blade once the move has been established. All 9 forms produced different results than just slashing. The first form, Ren, tore apart the target thanks to the focus on speed and a brutal strike. The other forms also had their specialties. In essence, this was a foundation that sought balance and sword mastery. I had never seen anything like this before. It made me wonder what kind of techniques were embedded in the other scrolls he had. If the foundation was this good, then... Edward, it's no surprise that you couldn't master these techniques on your own. They are too profound. The boy was struck dumb, just staring in shock at my words. I will be honest with you. If this technique is what qualifies as a fundamental one in your martial arts inheritance, then the advanced ones will be greater than my martial arts I know. More surprise filled the air. I wonder why he even bothered learning the other mediocre arts when a treasure trove was right in front of him. Well, I couldn't blame him. Edward couldn't fully grasp the techniques, so he must have sought to learn from other schools to broaden his knowledge and cover his weaknesses. But, Edward, from now on, I forbid you from learning and practicing any other martial arts but your own. It would simply be a waste of time engaging in something subpar to his inheritance. Jared, is this really true? My family's martial art, is it that great? His eyes beamed like a child's and what I sensed to be a lost glint of pride and hope began manifesting. Well, judging by the foundation, and the limitless possibilities that exist beyond this, then your family's martial arts is the greatest I have ever seen. Edward, I will teach you the flow and use my superior knowledge to help you in mastering it. But, it will be in exchange for something. Nothing was free in this world, and I already made it known to Edward that I was going to require compensation for my help even before I began helping him. Chapter 150 No problem. You can ask me whatever so long as it is in my power, I will do my best to comply. The boy answered with zero hesitation. This caused a smile to form on my face. Making a fist on one hand and a flat palm on the other, I jammed both together and bowed to Edward. My face tightened, and all sense of playfulness left. This was a time of reverence and absolute respect. Edward, for you to have been bestowed this inheritance, that could only mean you are now considered the successor of your family's legacy. As a result, I now stand before the head of this amazing martial arts school. Both my comrades looked dazed by my sudden action. I wasn't known for my humility, even if I was calm. A noble bowing before one considered a commoner was unheard of. Plus, it was clear to everyone who the inferior one was among the both of us in all aspects. Yet, my head was hung low and my tone of reverence persisted. Edward, I ask, what is the name of your family's legacy, your martial arts school? For a moment, there was silence. The three of us stood, transfixed on our positions like statues. It was uncomfortable, but I endured it and waited for a response. It is called the Martial Blade God School, he finally spoke. The moment I heard its name, I had gotten the last piece of information I needed. A faint memory fell upon me as I remembered a word. Gawain, the one known as the Sword God of the Eastern Empire, said one too many times. The real martial god is not me, but him. If you ever encounter someone from the Martial Blade God School, know this. They are far better than I am. My grin widened even further. It was no wonder I was mesmerized by the arts. It was the very same school that my close friend, Gawain, professed to be the strongest. With the successor of such techniques in front of me, I wasn't going to waste this chance. Jared, will you stop bowing now? This is a little awkward, Edward muttered in confusion, most likely feeling embarrassed by my grand gesture. Why yeah, Jared? You're making us feel weird. Annabelle added, even though she had nothing to do with this. Still, I wasn't done. There was one thing I had to do, as someone who practiced an inferior martial art and wanted to increase my capacity. I ask of you, Edward Carl Leon, please accept me into your martial school. Make me a disciple of your martial arts, so I can also learn. That is my request. Yet another gasp of shock accepted the mouths of both my companions. Edward was the successor of his clan's martial techniques. Certainly, he knew of the implications. He had the power to appoint disciples to pass down his techniques. Also, a non-disciple would not be allowed to practice his family's inheritance, a treasure meant to remain within the school. That was why, even though I would be teaching Edward the method and patterns needed for him to master his family's arts, I couldn't learn it for myself, not unless I resorted to this. My eyes went up and I looked at Edward, expecting his answer. Once I did, my eyes met a smile on his face, no, a very large and optimistic grin. You're my friend, Jared. Plus, you also acknowledged my family's greatness and you're also willing to teach me how to fully utilize these techniques well. There's no way I could refuse you. Taking that as a yes, I raised my head completely and broke my pose. Now smiling at Edward, I had mixed feelings. As much as I was grateful and incredibly joyous about the fact that I would be practicing such profound techniques, I also felt pity for the boy. He probably still has no idea how amazing his martial arts techniques are. Even if I offer to do those things for you, the value of what you're giving me is even more. There was no need to tell him that, though. Once he delved deeper into his martial arts school, he would see for himself. But, by then, it would be too late. I would have already learned all I could from it, so, even if he wanted to revoke my access to his arts, the knowledge would already be with me. I don't think he'll do that, though. Now grinning happily among one another, I kept my hands on both Annabelle and Edward's shoulders. With the inter-school exchange 2 months away, I was going to build them into monsters among the other students. That would be my reward to them for being such sweethearts. The present. Begin. Klaus shouted. The students that had all swarmed about Edward began their crafty approach, intending to completely obliterate their foe from all areas. Unfortunately, they made the wrong choice. Edward gave a light smile and reached for the blunt, metal sword that he hung on his waist. Tightly gripping the weapon, he closed his eyes and focused his mana. Attack. Break his concentration. He can't do anything against our combined front. With their words hammering into the air, all 5 charged at Edward's single figure at the center. They were too late, though. 9 Fundamental Precepts 5th Form, Break. Instantly, Edward swung his sword downward. No, he pierced it into the arena ground, sending out a huge burst of mana mixed with an unimaginable pressure. Boom! An explosion instantly erupted, shaking the very foundations of the stage and sending shivers down the spine of everyone who watched. Screams of students filled the air, the very students who charged at Edward and were assured of their guaranteed victory. The audience was a little dazed, confused about what exactly was happening. However, once the smoke cleared, they saw it with their eyes, the state at which all the lone swordsman's enemies had been turned into. The students were all on the ground, their disfigured bodies made it evident to everyone who watched that they must have had a forceful restructure down to their bones. Even though the students were down, that wasn't the most surprising sight. The moderator and even the judges, all looked at the peculiar occurrence and were in awe of the young boy's exemplary display. Throughout the battle royale of this season, none had achieved this great feat. The arena ground had shattered.